Bon dia, good morning everybody, welcome back to our colloquium. Before we start with our two presentations in the morning, Wolfgang Mieder and Fionnuala Carson Williams, Lisa and Oti want to tell you something.
Thank you. We talked in the morning that old ladies are allowed to say whatever and whenever. Oti and I are old ladies. So we want to inform you that these two here is Sabine and Christian. They are now taking over the list of those proceedings in the Estonian Literary Museum. So Oti and I am now retired from that job. So this is so that we hope that you still have like this after you are done. And as you know, we have promised to help you with everything what we can. We can advise you. We are not going to do anything more about that. We know that it has been very useful for people, and it will be very useful. And Sabine, can you show who you are there? So you can decide which one is you and which one is Christian. So, you can put all those papers. You can. Have you the slide there?
Now we get the slide from internet.
Give it to Sabine later.
Yeah. Yes.
It is in Estonia.
This kind of page you find in Estonia Literary Museum. So there are all proceedings, all not abstracts, but articles listed there.
Words even there.
Yes, all keywords. Or 7 keywords, as we asked.
Then you can find it, this address you can find in my CV there, Outi Lauhakangas, in the 113 page. If you want it, you can't see it there, but anyway.
Yeah. And as you know, this year is Muumi year for us.
Okay, muito obrigado. Now it's a great pleasure to welcome Wolfgang Mieder, and he will speak about the history of Gyula Paciulai's European proverb collection. Every book has its own story.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for getting up so early to be here as we remember Gyula Paciulai. I want to start by thanking, of course, Rui and Marinella and Francesca for putting on yet another amazing colloquium. Rui tells me that I've come to 17 or 18 of these conferences, and I'm obviously very happy to be here once again. As I said yesterday, I so much enjoy listening to all of the talks, but I think all of you will probably agree, those children yesterday, they just touched my heart, you know. I just loved watching them. And it kind of brought back for me a memory. I once went home, as I did pretty much every year, to visit my parents. And one day, my mother said to me, Wolfgang, I have something that you might enjoy having. And she brought out a sheet of paper, maybe about like this. And on it, I had written the biblical proverb, he who digs a bit for someone else will fall into it. And that's, of course, in Gyula's book. But I did that when I was about 8 or 9 years old. And in the meantime, I have framed it, and it hangs in the archive on the wall. And I've always thought if maybe that was the beginning of my absurd obsession with Proverbs. But it was kind of nice when my mother gave it to me. Now, 50 years ago, when I was still young, in 1974, I traveled to Helsinki. And there was a very famous international congress of the Folk Narrative Research Organization, and talking about children, but how about adults? I got to Helsinki, and we had a Proverbs symposium, and every famous folklorist was there. And I thought I would just rattle off a couple of names. Of course, Matti Kuusi, he's the one who organized it. But there was Demetrios Loukatos from Greece, Kazis Grigas from Lithuania, Lutz Röhrig from Germany, Alan Dundas from the United States, and Vilmos Voigt from Hungary. And Vilmos, of course, unfortunately passed away this year. But he certainly was a very, very dear friend. Now, those people I just mentioned were of the older generation, and they did not come to Tavira. But we have also lost some great colleagues and friends who have come to Tavira, and I thought it would be nice to remember them. Stanislav Prevdota from Poland, Peter Griesbeck from Austria, Elisabeth Piirainen from Germany, and of course Arvo Kriegman from Estonia. So we should kind of remember all of them and to realize on whose shoulders we really stand. Of course, the last one is Gyula Pajolet. But when I was deciding what to talk about in my address, I looked at the correspondence between Gyula and myself. And I thought this is something that you might enjoy. And basically what I'm going to talk about is the amazing history of this book that I think all of you know, right? So anyhow, as Christian said, I entitled my paper, Every Book Has Its Own Story. And the international community of paremiagraphers and paremiologists has been saddened by the loss of one of its most distinguished members, Gyula Pajolet, who passed away at the wonderful age of 95 on May 24, 2025, in his hometown of Erkszy, Hungary. He most certainly was the highlight during many of the annual meetings of the International Association of Paremiology here in Tavira. But he also was present at numerous international folklore and phraseology conferences in Europe and Asia, where I had the special honor of meeting him, just rattling off a few towns at Budapest, Graz, Göttingen, Innsbruck, Tokyo, and you just can add a few cities to that. His presence as a kind and humble scholar of small physical stature but enormous scholarly prowess was most welcome by all participants coming from all corners of the world. He is now sorely missed, but will live on by way of his enormously rich publications in his native Hungarian language, as well as in English, that made his insights and discoveries accessible on an international basis. Let it be said in all shortness, then, that Gyula was fascinated by languages to such a degree that he became an unsurpassed polyglot among proverb scholars of all times. He was a professor of chemical engineering from 1963 until his retirement in 1992 at Veszprém University, and continued as a lecturer of the history of science from 1994 to 2006. But as luck would have it, he stumbled across Jerzy Gluski's comparative book of English, French, German, Italian, Spanish, and Russian proverbs with Latin and appendix, a great book, by the way. This is what he said. It was about 1972 when accidentally, waiting for a delivery of a book in the reference library of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, I, Gyula, found a copy of Jerzy Gluski's proverb collection presenting the same proverbs in 6 languages. I was faced with the existence of many common proverbs in different European languages. It seemed to be interesting to investigate this in detail concerning the Hungarian proverbs. And then I kind of just say tongue-in-cheek, and the rest is history, as we all know. He was certainly bitten by the proverbial bug, and once he published his first article on selected Hungarian proverbs and their English equivalents in 1975, a comparative study, of course. He became his hobby that developed eventually into passionate obsession in due time. A whole string of articles and books followed that depended on his incredible knowledge of way over a dozen languages, both in Europe and Asia. There can be no doubt that his magisterial book, European Proverbs in 55 languages, with equivalents in Arabic, Persian, Sanskrit, Chinese, and Japanese, 1997, is his true magnum opus, securing him an honorary place in the Parameographical Hall of Fame. While Gyula restricted himself to about 106 proverbs, he lists them in all about from 28 to 55 languages, citing them in their original languages with all kinds of bibliographical references. For example, for the proverb, one swallow does not make a summer, from classical times, he lists 49 proverbs from 49 different languages. For the Bible proverb, as you sow, so shall you reap, he had 52 European languages. And so on it goes for strike while the iron is hot, from 48 European languages. Many trials and tribulations, frustrations and anxieties were part of getting the massive and complex manuscript printed and published. It was my good fortune as Gyula's friend to be involved in the process that took about 8 years from submission to publication. In more than one way, I became the embodiment of the proverb, a true friend is known in need, that Gyula registered in his book in 45 European languages, attesting to its general accepted folk wisdom. At first, I had chosen this proverb as my title for today, but then upon reflection, I kind of thought it would, as I looked through my more than 500 pages of our correspondence, it became clear to me that I really should entitle my paper that every book has its own story. Gyula and I started corresponding with each other in 1985 when Hungary was still behind the so-called Iron Curtain. I will never forget his airmail envelopes with those beautiful commemorative stamps, and that I handed on to children in the United States. I did the same for him, and he would take my stamps and give them to children that he knew. I still miss his handwritten postcards. I still kind of wonder how those postcards ever reached me, but he wrote a lot of little postcards and typed letters that simply were more meaningful than our emails as we went on later on. Nevertheless, they always contained reports about experiences at professional meetings, various bibliographical references, and of course, friendly greetings of all types. And then came the first remark concerning his planned book on European proverbs, on which he had already labored for a number of years. So on March 16, 1987, he wrote to me, "Now there is a talk here about an eventual local publishing of a book entitled 100 European Proverbs, presenting these proverbs as common cultural tradition in all languages in which they are available, including Armenian, Georgian, Icelandic, Latvian, Lithuanian, Maltese, Portuguese, Ukrainian, and it goes on a little bit further. It is expected to contain references, indexes, concordances too. If there will be a decision on the publishing, would you write a foreword to it after receiving a preliminary list of proverbs to be included? 5 months later, Gyula informed me that he had signed a contract, and I agreed enthusiastically to write the foreword. As he labored along, he required and received help from colleagues, sometimes asking me to find someone for a particular language to be included in his compilation. For example, October 22nd, 1987. In connection with my work on the 100 European proverbs, I have some problems with missing proverbs in Irish. Could you give me, please, the name and address of colleagues to whom I could turn for advice to help with this matter? I have found some collections of Irish proverbs in the British Library and took notes there 2 and 5.5 years ago, so I have some material, but I need some additions. Well, I immediately wrote to him and told him about my friend Fionnuala Carson. She sits right there. A cherished member of our International Association of Paremiology, who after helping him became a dear friend of Gyula, of course. Some years later, Fionnuala published her paper, Irish Proverbs and European Proverbs, in 2000, based on the help that she had given to Gyula. A few months later, a much longer letter from Gyula arrived on April 15, 1988, included the great news item. The major part of the work on 100 European proverbs is done, but still some months of patch-up work is needed. I expect to send you the list of proverbs and some characteristic parts. 3 months later, Gyula sent me a letter with exciting enclosures. I send you now the pages of one section and of 100 or so of the manuscript entitled European Proverbs. I suppose that this might give you an idea how individual sections will look like. Certainly there will be still some additions and corrections. I still have to put in order the references to the correspondent proverbs in Arabic. I should be pleased to have your opinion on it. Well, my enthusiastic and supportive response followed barely 2 weeks later. I should mention here that was an immediate response. Emails were not existing when we were younger. I sometimes long for those times. Anyhow, I wrote, when your wonderful letter of July 29, 88 arrived here, I was very happy indeed. I have looked at your manuscript pages concerning international variants of the proverb, strike while the iron is hot. It is wonderful, and I'm glad that you are doing this type of comparative work for about 100 proverbs. It will be a most important book, and I urge you to continue your work just the way you are doing it. Paremiologists around the world will be thankful to you, and this important study will be published. What you are doing is a major scholarly significance, and I admire your skill, endurance, linguistic ability, and knowledge. I obviously look forward to seeing more parts of the manuscript, especially the list of what proverbs you have included in this comparative compilation. Having received a few more sections of various proverbs, I was able to write my informed foreword to send it off on September 17, 1989. I'm just interrupting here. This is 89. The book appeared in 1997. Keep that in mind as we go along. A great honor for me. I might add, Gyula responded with one of his handwritten postcards that he was pleased with my laudatory comments, and towards the end of 1989, he thought that everything was set to go for publication. But who could possibly have surmised that it would take 8 more years filled with frustrations and disappointments that included times when it looked like the book would not see the light of day at any time? By the end of 1989, things looked very good for the publication of the collection in May of 1990 to send me the detailed introduction. I include a duplicate, he wrote to me, I include a duplicate copy of the introduction, acknowledgements and part of the addition to the references. If you have time to read it, would you appreciate any recommendation for change that will still be made in the proofs? Your foreword has remained unchanged, only slight updating was made, necessitated by some changes in numbers, order of Proverbs to remain in agreement with the final text. The text of my introduction was revised by Fionnuala Williams. Jula had a hard time deciding in what order he wanted to put the 106 Proverbs, whether he wanted to do it by age, whether he wanted to do it alphabetically, and so on. My positive response came short of 3 weeks later, once again assuring my friend that all his labors are worth it. I wrote to him, "Your introduction is very good, and I read it with much interest. The only paragraph that I don't like too much is the very first one. I think it is a bit theoretical for the first paragraph. Perhaps you could add a somewhat more general statement at the very beginning. I am returning your manuscript with some very little corrections. I hope that the book can now appear soon. Keep me informed about it. I continue to feel most honored to have had the opportunity to write the foreword for it." Hoping that the book might soon appear in print became an epistolary leitmotif. During the next 7 years, I could read you dozens of letters. Keep in mind, what I'm reading to you are only a couple sentences. The letters are, of course, much longer and have, personal statements and so on. Anyhow, in June of 1990, he writes, "I should like to inform you that after several days, the 960-page manuscript of European Proverbs was submitted to the publisher, Pennon Press. Now they begin to work with it, and it remains to be seen what will result of it." I do kind of sense a little bit of irony here. "As can be expected, my response was euphoric as I thought the book might finally appear at the end of 1990. Hope springs eternal. Fantastic, I write, that your magnum opus, European Proverbs, is at the publisher. I feel so honored for you to have asked me to write the preface for it. It will be a great book. Yes, I still want to include an advertisement of it with the next issue of Proverbium, the yearbook that I would mail out." 3 months later, Jula wrote that he had promises from the press that his book would appear in 1991. During my discussion at Pennon Press, it was promised me that work on the manuscript of European Proverbs will start next week. They told me that they intend to publish the volume sometime next year, but I am not optimistic. Unfortunately, his reservations proved to be only too correct. But then, after several letters back and forth, Jula wrote half a year later, "I have recently been at Pennon Press and had a discussion with the director. In the final analysis, after some hesitation, they started to work on the manuscript. It is hard, in fact, however, that it will be put aside at any time if they have some urgent work, promising easy and ready money for them." Always the optimist, I responded enthusiastically, since work on the manuscript had finally started. "Dear Jula, thank you for your note of May 30th, 1991. I am very excited and happy to hear that Pennon Press has started work on your major proverb collection. They should move swiftly, since this is the international proverb collection, a major event in the world history of paremiography. And yet, 2 months later, Jula's handwritten note expressed frustration with the press, with my response, as usual, trying to be supportive. As for the European Proverbs, he writes, a tentative publication date of Christmas 1991 was mentioned in view of the complexity and work to be done and developments that might interfere. I do not take it seriously. My response, the frustrations with the pen and press are upsetting, but I hope that your invaluable book will be in print very soon. It is such an important comparative book that it should be published as soon as possible. Well, at the end of the year, Gyula informed me of this name change of the publisher together with the revised 1993 schedule of publication. So Gyula writes, December 11, 1991, last week, a new contract has been signed with Veszprém Press, this being a new name of the former pen and press, the director and staff being unchanged. In his contract, it is recognized that the manuscript of the book has been submitted to the publisher and the publication of it in 1993 is foreseen, and he puts is foreseen in parentheses, in quotation marks. As I was informed, the director, in view of the complexity of the task, did not want to commit himself in writing for publishing the book in 1992. In my New Year's message of January 4, 1992, to my friend Gyula, I wrote with typical optimism, it was so good to hear from you and to know that your book will finally be published in distant 1993. Congratulations. But how very wrong I was. Unbelievable as it is, it took another 5 years for Gyula's book to appear in print. Its history is indeed an odyssey that must have cost Gyula sleepless nights and more. But finally, almost a year later, Gyula could send me the following message. Dear Wolfgang, I intend to inform you that there is some progress in this publication of European Proverbs, in which you kindly wrote a foreword. Last week, I corrected the galley proofs corresponding to the second part of the 1,000-page manuscript. The inclusion of Armenian, Georgian, Arabic, Persian, and so on texts and figures is still to be done, but I hope that in the year's time, the volume will be ready. But another 6 months, now mid-1994, another frustrating message arrived from Gyula, attesting to the utter mismanagement of the publishing company that now was pushing a possible publication date back to early 1995. Here's Gyula. Dear Wolfgang, today I had more than an hour discussion with the director of Veszprém Press, as it is called now. He told me that the reason for the delay was that his employees encountered some difficulties in inserting the Armenian, Georgian, Hebrew, Arabic, Persian, Sanskrit, Chinese, Japanese text. I mean, let's be fair. That's asking a lot from a publisher, you know. But anyhow, indeed, of trying to find a solution and reporting to him, they simply put the whole text aside. He admitted his responsibility too in not having an eye on the matter. He called in the persons responsible, ordered them to find suitable solution. He had some recommendations and expressed his intention to have it printed in January. My reaction to this message must have been a satirical employment of the proverb, hope springs eternal. What else could I have written? You know. But lo and behold, on January 21st, 1995, Gyula attached a note to his longer letter stating, yesterday I was told that next week I get another batch of the second proofs of European Proverbs. 2 weeks later, I wrote with my typical excitement, Dear Gyula, it is good to know that your magnum opus is moving along at a good speed now. It will be a major event for international and comparative paramiography when the book appears in print. You have done so much for all proverb scholars around the world, and you must know that all of us hold you in very high esteem. On July 7, 1995, Jula's postscriptum read, "Now I correct the proofs of European proverbs." My short response of July 27 was once again the predictably enthusiastic, "I'm glad to hear that you have corrected the last proofs of your European proverbs. I very much look forward to seeing the magnum opus in print." Well, with superb and impressive page proofs in hand by the fall of 1995, I should mention here that I met Jula then at a congress in Graz, and he brought me a set of the proofs. I could almost have cried. You know, it was just amazing. Anyhow, it should have been smooth and sailing toward publication by the end of the year, or at least early 1996. But that was not to be, with the publisher simply being overwhelmed with the project, as Jula reported at the end of the year. Many months later, in November of 1996, an unexpected bombshell. I still can't remember when can't forget this letter. An unexpected bombshell. Now the publisher began to play the financial card and started to derail the entire publication. I wish I could have been present at that moment with Jula, as he describes it in his letter to me. He must have left the discussion utterly rejected and depressed and could have used the helping hand of a friend. At least he knew that his words would fall on sympathetic ears with me in distant Vermont. Here's Jula's letter of November 27, 1996. Dear Wolfgang, today I had a talk with the new director of Veszprém Press, lasting for about half an hour. His basic attitude was sympathetic, acknowledging the value of the work, but he referred to financial difficulties. They would be ready to print it having a firm order, even if from different sources, for at least 500 copies. They would not print until they had an order of 500 copies. Now, one can see that capitalistic methods had taken a solid hold in Hungary, it seems, some 7 years after the political changes in the Eastern Bloc. But what was Jula, a pensioner with very limited means, to do? To this day, I remain furious about this turn of events. The wording of my uncharacteristically harsh response to Jula makes clear how upset and angry I was about this development. Dear Jula, the people of Veszprém Press are crazy or stupid. I don't usually write letters of that nature. Don't they understand that your book is extremely important? By the way, the price, that was unique. The price they were asking was $26. Of course, that is in 1995, but still. The publisher's demand of 500 firm orders is absurd. Nobody can give them that. They have made a commitment to you, and they should honor it. Well, enough of preaching, my good friend. Here's a proposal from me. I will purchase 100 copies at $26, totaling $2,600. I can send the money immediately. I will include advertisements in all my mail and certainly in Proverbium, and also distribute them as presents at conferences and so on. I am sure you and the publisher will sell the other 400 copies in due time. I might buy some more as well. My friend, the best solution is to convince the publisher of my offer. That is a good deal to start with 100 copies sold. I will send the money at once if you can convince the publisher. I hope that you recognize that I want to help you, Jula. My wife and I are not rich. My wife and I are not rich, my friend, but you need to and deserve our support. Several more letters went back and forth between the publisher, Gyula, and me, with Gyula finally writing to me. March 19, 1997. I inform you that today an agreement was signed with Veszprém Press. The preparations for starting the printing are underway, and the book will be printed on the 15th of May, provided that the $2,600 you have offered arrives to the account of Veszprém Press by the 7th of April. Then they will start printing. As soon as the book will be printed, I shall send you a copy by airmail with many thanks and best wishes, Gyula. Well, in any case, I sent the check, as you know, and wrote, I hope that everything is now going full speed ahead. It will be a joy to have your significant book in print and to help distribute it to good friends. Congratulations, Gyula, and I'm proud of you and share in your honor and excitement. 1 month later, Gyula wrote of his characteristic postcards to me with this very exciting message that brought much joy to my heart. Dear Wolfgang, today I went to Veszprém Press, where I was told that the printing of my book has been concluded. My first task will be to send 1 volume to those contributing to the volume, to Mrs. Fionnuala Williams, who sent me the Irish text. On June 20th, 1997, Gyula wrote to me that my 100 copies had been mailed, but it took several more weeks until the books arrived in Burlington, and once they did, I reported it with great joy and considerable relief to Gyula. My dear friend Gyula, congratulations, your book has arrived, 6 large packages, and your magnum opus is simply wonderful. I am so excited about this book. It is a true masterpiece, and you should and must be very proud of it. Everybody agrees that it is indeed an excellent compilation. I shall always treasure your book, Gyula, and want to thank you once again for letting me write the foreword. In October, I will take volumes along to the national meeting of the American Folklore Society at Austin, Texas, and give them as presents to various friends. Well, my famous friend, once again, heartiest congratulations to the publication of your truly masterful volume, Wolfgang. For many months, I saw to it that Gyula's book found their way into the hands of interested colleagues and advanced students, informing Gyula about it from time to time. This pretty much brings to an end my small involvement in supporting and helping my dear friend Gyula in getting his wonderful European Proverbs book published. It took 8 years, to which the years of the preparation of the manuscript would have to be added. It is truly amazing how Gyula was able to do all of this in addition to his numerous other paremiographical and paremiological publications. He clearly dedicated 50 years of his life to his passion for and obsession with Proverbs. It would have been perfectly understandable had he given up on his major project when the publishing house made things so incredibly cumbersome by dragging its feet, to put it proverbially. It comes then as no surprise that Veszprém Press did not print another edition of European Proverbs after the 500 copies were printed in 1997. But realizing that his major scholarly accomplishment was basically out of print, I contacted my friend Professor Theodor Flonta in Hobart, Tasmania, Australia, who had established the De Proverbio publishing company that had already produced his own, Flonta's own significant comparative proverb collection, a dictionary of English and Romance languages equivalent proverbs in 2001. So I wrote to Theodor, Dear Theodor, I am not certain whether you have a copy of Gyula Pajolet's European Proverbs in 55 languages. It is an absolutely invaluable scholarly collection for which I wrote a preface at the time. The book is out of print, and the Hungarian publisher does not want to redo it. I think it would have a great sales possibilities via your company, since the book really didn't reach the major markets from Hungary. Are you interested? Theodor Fronta and Gyula corresponded and worked out a mutually agreeable contract, and almost as a miracle, the reprint of European Proverbs became available towards the end of 2002 as a print-on-demand paperback edition. As such, it can still be purchased today via Amazon for the very reasonable price of a mere $39.95. So if you want to buy one, you can still buy it. As Gyula was getting on in age, he continued his work on Proverbs with publications and traveling to conferences throughout Europe and more or less annually right here to Tavira, where his dozens of friends greeted him with respect, friendship, and love. It was my honor and joy to support him with his diligent, untiring activities as described in yet another letter. My dear friend Gyula, you have always been and you continue You have always been and you continue to be my dearest friend. I am sure, of course, that you will be reaching the great age of 80 on November 2nd, 2010. How can I help you to celebrate this important date in history? You wrote to me the other day that you have not made plans whether to attend meetings during 2010. You can certainly come to Tavira. Please accept the present of Please accept the present of some dollars. You with your trip. Oh, thank you. I practice this at home, you know. That will be my birthday present to you, somewhat selfish on my part, since I do want to see you and help you celebrate your birthday. And we did. For now, I would like to wish you the very best for the new year. Stay well, my friend, and keep working with your usual engagement and vigor. Such letters of financial support continued as, for example, for his journey to the meeting at Tavira in November of 2016. Many of you will remember that, when all of us would welcome our special friend with open arms and learn from him his knowledge and wisdom. And to everyone's delight, Gyula, at the age of 86, once again made the trip to beautiful Tavira. Alas, we all realized that this would be the last time that our little paragraphical giant would be joining us. He moved from Veszprém to Erxi, where his sister could take care of him, with our long-time correspondence becoming less frequent as the years passed. But here's one of them that was supposed to show him that we all were thinking of him. December 21, 2018. Dear Gyula, another year's coming to an end, and I want to take this opportunity to wish you well for the coming year. It is truly amazing how you continue to do your excellent parameographical work, and we admire and respect you for it. We have all benefited from your untiring work, and I use your magnificent European Proverbs almost every day. My students have the greatest admiration for that particular book. I hope you are doing well. Remember, when you are tired, he had written on several occasions that he often felt tired. So I said, when you are tired, you should take a rest, Gyula. Getting enough sleep and rest is important, and we all want you to be well. In any case, dear treasured friend, I wish you wonderful holidays and a healthy and fruitful new year. I often think of you. Finally, then, here's my last letter to Gyula. For which I did not receive an answer, as he was just 5 months away from his final days. December 30th, 2024. My dear friend Jula, before the end of the year, I would like you to know that I often think of you, especially when I make use of your book, European Proverbs. But we also remembered you in early November at the annual meeting here in Tavira. I hope that you are doing well at your advanced age. We are all getting older. I turned 80 myself earlier this year. But I'm okay and continue my work on paremiological matters. My new book on the proverbial rhetoric of Franklin D. Roosevelt will appear in a few weeks. It was a great project, as you can imagine. In any case, I treasure everything you have accomplished for paremiology, Jula, and I wish you a healthy and peaceful new year in distant Hungary. Your old friend, Wolfgang. Somehow, I must have sensed that this time had come to say goodbye to Jula, my small but also giant friend. What fortune for me personally, and all of us, Proverbs scholars, to have been touched by this remarkable person and world-class scholar. Even though he is now departed, he will live on in our fond memories and hearts, being the polyglot he was that enabled him to bring so much comparative paremiographical work to fruition. The old Latin proverbs labor coronat and finis coronat opus come to mind as befitting epithets that celebrate his long and laborious life in the service of both paremiography and paremiology. Thank you. I was afraid that would happen.
Nicht einfach.
Thank you. I'm sorry I broke down. I practiced it at home. I cried at home. Barbara says to me, don't be such a drip.
You don't have to excuse Wolfgang. Thank you so much for all the personal insights into the history of this really great proverb collection of Gyula Pacolai. We can say a kind of Leidensgeschichte of this book, a suffering, and you're always encouraging optimism, which many of us know and have been supported by you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Questions, maybe comments?
I think you can tell. I don't know what's going to happen to all those letters, but I keep every letter I get and write. So it was a nice resource. I wished I could have read more of the letters, but it's not just those little tidbits. Yeah, anything I can help you with? Well, you all knew Gyula. Most of you knew him, and I think the thing to remember with Gyula is he was a self-made man in the American sense of that word. I mean, he was not a linguist or a folklorist, self-trained and self-driven. It's still amazing to me that he didn't give up. I certainly would have understood it if he had said, hell with it. But there is one more story I can quickly tell you. Irina, you probably know that better than I. He was also working on a major comparative manuscript on the earliest Hungarian proverb collection. And that has the same history as this one. I have written to Veszprém Press and said, I will finance publishing that book. I got one response, and it's dead again. You know. You can start getting some of it online. Jula didn't finish it, you know, as you know, but still. But I think what Jula showed to me is, you know, some of us have the good fortune of having professorial positions or working in the institute in Slovenia or in Lithuania. But there's a person like Jula, you know, a chemist, an engineer, you know, who decides to fall in love with what all of us are studying and just drives ahead and puts all of us to shame. So, well, let's keep him in our heart. Thank you.
Yeah. Dear Wolfgang, you get what you order. You said that we can give some memories. Jula was the first one I met here after Rui had picked us up from airport. Jula was already here before the conference, and we had very nice time because I didn't know him. I didn't know what he can or what he do or anything, but he was just a person I met, and we talked about languages. He was the first one who was interested in Arabic like I, in the same way, not to learn it or something like that. But then one evening we were going out and with Rui or something, and I asked that if he is also coming. Oh, why not? I don't have anything else to do than read my Turkish dictionary. So, but we had very many times small moments. Thank you.
Isabella, please.
Thank you for those memories. And I must say that when I first met Professor Pachulai, I was quite amazed when he immediately asked me where I'm from, and he started speaking to me in my own language. And I said, how come you speak Polish? And he says, well, I wanted to know some Slavic language, and that was the language of my choice. And unfortunately, when he stopped coming to Tavira, I tried to write to him twice by email, and I didn't get any response. But it was really such a good thing to have him here. So anyway, that's it.
Tomasz, please.
Thank you, Wolfgang, for sharing this this history and these memories. I, of course, didn't know Jula, but I just wanted to say that my suggestion. You said you didn't know what was going to happen to those letters. I understand the feeling of the care to preserve them, and the best suggestion I could say is that maybe you could do as you did with your correspondence with Shirley Aurora and publish a collection. I'd be very, very supportive of that emphatically. I think it's important to preserve.
Any other question or a comment? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Mieder, for reminding us what Jula meant to all of us. I remember my first visit to Tavira in 2012, and I was in the first years of my PhD, and I was very shy, located myself in a corner of a room at Rui's house, pre-conference event, and then he walked to me and asked me, where are you from? And I said, I am from India. And he gave me his visiting card, business card. And that day, Rui informed me about his demise. I had that card at my desk where I work now, and it was so immense. And then I also remember he played with me some puzzles on Tibetan language and asked me to identify what these words means. I also have a copy that he gave me, that the same book he gave me as a gift. I did not have to purchase that book, and I treasure that book more than anything else. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It was my sad duty or responsibility or honor to present our organization on the funeral of Gyula Pocolai in his native city of Erci. The family, friends, and everybody was very pleased and even surprised that our organization was able to be present and to place flowers on Gyula's grave. He was not only successful in paleography and paleomology, he is also the author of books of chemistry. As far as I know, those manuals are still used at the university. And sister and all the present persons were very pleased and surprised, even surprised by my presence. And in the book of Proverbs that we present this year on 3 languages, including Hungarian Proverbs, there is an article of greetings from the mayor of Erci. And the original text, in the original text in Hungarian that I translated in English, the mayor of Erci named, this is a book, named Gyula Pocolai Uncle Gyula. He was a beloved person all around his city. And yesterday there was a special event in the library of Erci when they awarded a memory table in his memory. And we, in the name of our organization, sent a message describing all the events that will take place in Tavira and greetings to the community of Erci. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your comments to Gyula Pocolai. Now we will go on with an...
Christian.
My mic is...
I thank Irina also by the role she have during this period, because we were invited to the ceremonies in Hungary, and of course it was impossible to be there. So the mayor of Erci have done very good words about Gyula, and we decided that Irina will be the representative of our association during these ceremonies. But I must again thank Wolfgang for the sensitive speak you have done, as well for all the support that sometimes he doesn't like we speak about that. But of course, because you referred during your speech, this is really what sometimes is not in the level of us can see. Thank you.
And during my emailing with the representatives of the Western University, we have got the consent of one of the leaders of the university to place a memory table in the name of our organization in the university, at the University of Veszprém. Our duty is to find out what to put on this table and to organize the whole. So it will be also a memory table at the University of Veszprém in the name of our organization.
So thank you very much. We will go on now with a presentation by Fionnuala Carson Williams. She was mentioned quite often by Wolfgang in his presentation. And she will speak about the role of the senses in everyday proverbs. Walls have ears.
Yes, Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to say how important the association is in keeping everybody together. And like others here, I'm sure you do use Gyula Paculai's European Proverbs quite often. I'm always referring to it. And today my talk will be based on it. And my title is Walls Have Ears, the Role of the Senses in Everyday Proverbs, with particular reference to some versions in Ireland and Scotland. So, as I say, it gives me great pleasure to speak here at this colloquium in Tavira run by the International Association of Paramiography. I cannot go any further without mentioning Wolfgang Mieder, instrumental in founding and participating in that association, and who made an in-depth study of a proverb devoted to the senses. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, depicted by 3 monkeys. Another one-time participant, as we now are all aware at those meetings, was Professor Gyula Paculai, who after a long and productive life, as you have heard, died earlier this year. I would therefore like to dedicate this presentation to his memory, not least because his classic book, which we've been filled in about its background so well by Wolfgang, will be my chief source. Professor's work identified the commonest European proverbs, among which are several concerning the senses. A common European proverb, as defined by him, is one which has been recorded in at least half of the European languages, the 55 living European languages of Europe, and that those languages are distributed across Europe, west, centre, east, north, and south. Using these criteria, Paculai identified just over 100 such proverbs. This is not to say that they all originated in Europe, but as Wolfgang Mieder says in his introduction to Paculai's book, the texts and their variants could be considered as a European proverbial minimum, i.e., they contain bits of wisdom that every European knows and believes in. And of these 100 or so proverbs, a respectable number hinge on the senses. Within the group, there's a distinct hierarchy among the senses, sight being the one that is most often referred to. In fact, it is a proverb about sight, which is one of the most prevalent common European proverbs with regard to the number and spread of languages in which it has been noted. Its best known form is 2 eyes see more than 1, which I can see some of you automatically converting to forms with which you are more familiar, such as 4 eyes see better than 2, and more eyes see more, and the synonym 2 heads are better than 1. It is the sense of seeing, however, which we learn from Paculai's book, is what was in the medieval Latin, which was the chief source of the spread of the proverb. Plus vident oculi quam oculos, eyes see more than a single eye. In his book, Paculai ranked the proverbs in order according to the number of European languages in which he was able to find them. While many are still current in many languages, not necessarily all are. The first common European proverb mentioning a sense, 2 eyes see more than 1, is near the top of the ladder. It is ranked number 8 and has been recorded in dozens of languages. It so happens that most of the proverbs concerning the senses do not have variants or synonyms. However, as indicated, this, the most widespread one, 2 eyes see more than 1, is also familiar in variants and in the synonym, as mentioned, 2 heads are better than 1. Paciulai's introduction underlines the fact that more closely related variants are found in neighbouring and related languages, and indeed cites Irish language, Scots and Welsh versions. Moreover, the same extended synonym, 2 heads are better than 1, even if they are sheep's heads, also shows up exclusively in these same 3 languages. That was the most prevalent common European proverb based on a sense. I will get to the second most prevalent one later, but first the third. It is much further down the ladder than the first, being at number 20. Again, it is about the sense of sight. You can see a mote, a speck, in another's eye, but cannot see a beam in your own. Much of the reason for its extensive distribution in Europe is probably because it can be found in both the Gospels of Matthew and Luke. The Irish language version, like most of the versions, sticks closely to what is in the Bible. However, an Eastern European synonym reflects the local landscape. What is under the nose isn't seen. What is beyond the woods is seen, which turns up in Chuvash, a Turkic language spoken around the river Volga. The sentiment that those who leave are soon forgotten is also conveyed in one of the common European proverbs, most frequently expressed using parts of the body. Far from the eye, far from the heart. In some languages, including English and Irish, the variant out of sight, out of mind is more familiar. Only 3 of the 8 or so proverbs about sight refer to lack of sight. Among them we find the familiar love is blind. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. And when a blind man leads a blind man, both shall fall into the ditch. Paciulai cited classical Greek and classical Latin versions of the last, as well as 2 biblical versions. The related proverbial phrase, the blind leading the blind, is currently well known in Ireland in English, and albeit to a much lesser extent in Irish. I have yet to find a recorded version in Irish of the proverb itself. Likewise, only the proverbial phrase has been recorded in Scottish Gaelic, but this is how the proverb itself appears in the 1986 New Testament in Scots. When a blind man leads another, the twas amai cowps into the shoch. However, this may simply be a translation from the Greek. The third proverb, which mentions blindness, is love is blind. Although personification is rare in Irish language proverbs, this proverb too is present, being an gra cech. Hearing is the sense that shows up most frequently after blindness. Just a little lower down the ladder than you can see a mote, a speck in another's eye, but cannot see a beam in your own. Walls have ears is the 22nd commonest European proverb. It displays several basic forms, such as corners have ears, posts have ears, and fences have ears. It is this last form that occurs in both Scottish Gaelic and Irish, being clusa erna clearha, fences of ears. In most languages, the things or places that are cited as where one might be overheard are associated with one's home or farm, where one would expect to be alone. Besides the structures that I have specified, some other languages cite other things. For example, Estonian mentions the stove, and other languages bring in the door, passages, streets, roads, and hedges. Exceptions to the things that humans created are the earth in Albanian and bush in Basque. However, this may be due to the influence of the proverb, which I said I would come back to later. A once common expression in Ireland to warn that someone may be listening, there's a hole in the house, may be related. Compare the Lappish cited by Paciulai, do not speak in the house, there's an open hole. Other common European proverbs about hearing focus not simply on the danger or risk of being overheard, but on the value of silence. Silence is gold, which is also found in an extended variant, speech is silver, silence is gold. Another in this vein is rather hear or rather see than speak. There is also a common European proverb to cover circumstances where silence may be negative. Silence gives consent. Smell, taste, and touch are the three senses which are least mentioned among the common European proverbs. Smell gives us two distinct proverbs, both related to fish. Fish and guests smell in 3 days, and fish begin to stink at the head, meaning corruption begins at the top, or often begins at the top. The Scots version, a heron rots frae the head dune, appears to be the sole version which employs a particular species of fish. And so to the last two senses, touch and taste. While smell is central to two proverbs, touch and taste are each only found in the standard form of one proverb. Let us look first at touch. The cat would eat fish but would not wet her feet is the usual metaphorical proverbial image in most languages for someone who is reluctant to take a risk or to do the necessary work to get something. As well as the cat variant, some languages also have a variant that substitutes humans, which many of you here will probably be aware of. In Spanish, for instance, we find one cannot catch trout with dry trousers. And similarly, in a Northeast European language, Vepsian, you want fish but won't get your trousers wet. The proverb, stretch your legs according to the cover, has the following variant in a few languages. He who stretches farther than the cover uncovers his feet. This may also be connected to the sense of touch, although only the French version actually says cold. Froid à la pied, qui plus l'étend que ses couvertures ne sont longues. The leg that stretches further than its covers will be cold. And finally, to the last sense, taste. Appetite comes with eating, or appetite increases with eating, meaning that although starting something reluctantly, one may become pleased as one becomes better at it. It is almost at the bottom of the ladder in Paciulai's book, coming in at number 99. It doesn't appear among the Celtic languages at all, but is well represented in Romance languages, where an extended version occurs in French. Appetite comes with eating and thirst with drinking. I cannot explain why the sense of taste is so far down the ladder, or why there is only one common European proverb to do with it. Taste certainly features in several less widespread proverbs, such as forbidden fruit tastes sweet, and in Ireland we find adaptations of that to the more usual food, porridge, made from oats. In Irish, as a synonym, being blas millish fraic na gorsna, and in the English of Ireland, the neighbour's porridge tastes sweet. So now a little look at the proverbs, which include more than one sense. Usually one sense only is mentioned in any proverb. However, in the following, which is the one that I promised to come back to, the second commonest European proverb mentioning a sense, it's two senses feature. So that's why I put off discussing it until now. Fields have eyes and woods have ears. Paciulai chose to treat this separately from walls have ears, probably because it does incorporate two senses, and both of these proverbs occur in classical Latin. Unlike walls have ears, fields have eyes and woods have ears refers more to the outdoors and natural things than to the indoors and home surroundings. Paciulai says, in an open field, or by day, everything is seen. In a forest or at night, everything is heard. While fields of eyes and woods of ears is the only proverb which consistently across languages combines two senses, variants of two others also combine two senses. The proverb rather hear or rather see than speak has a variant in a small number of languages which incorporates the same two senses, hearing and seeing. For example, in Standard English, hear and see and say nothing. While the Irish language, Scottish Gaelic, and 8 other languages display a longer form, incorporating these two senses and adding an extra phrase like, if you want to live in peace. Here is a Donegal Irish example. Masmailat Sheehan Cargus is Molu, Eist, Fake, agus Fan Balu. If you desire peace, friendship, and praise, listen, look, and remain dumb. It turns out that this longer variant remains closer than the other to the medieval Latin variant. Audi vici taci, si vis vivere pace. Hear, see, be silent if you wish to live in peace, which Wolfgang Mieder proved was the source of the spread of the proverb. The proverb, appetite comes with eating, also has an extended form which includes two senses, in this case taste and touch. Eating and scratching have only to be started. But this extended form is rare. Pachelai only noted it in Portuguese and Spanish. O comer e o coçar, por demais e começar. Eating and scratching have only to be started. And similar in Spanish. So, a little word about universal proverbs. Among the common European proverbs, Pachelai designated a few universal, in that they also occur in various parts of the world outside Europe. 2 of those which employ the senses are universal, and they are both about blindness. For when a blind man leads a blind man, both shall fall into the ditch. Pachelai not only cited over 40 European languages, but versions in languages beyond it, such as Arabic and Persian, as well as some in the Far East. This metaphorical image of ignorance obviously resonates widely. The other universal proverb is love is blind, which is also widespread in places outside Europe. So to sum up, the senses play an important role among the 100 common European proverbs, providing the basis for a respectable percentage of 16. The commonality of the senses provides metaphorical potential, the beloved hallmark of proverbiality. In this presentation, besides metaphor and personification, I stop short of mentioning the other stylistic attributes that they have in common and how these compare with those in the other common European proverbs. While all the senses feature, sight is employed most often, reinforcing the view through the ages that sight is the most important sense. Taste is least mentioned. Usually one sense only is specified in each proverb. However, in one, fields have eyes and woods have ears. 2 senses show up consistently across all languages, while 2 senses also feature in rare versions of 2 others. Eating and scratching have only to be started, the root proverb being appetite comes with eating, and hear and see and say nothing, the root proverb being rather hear or rather see than speak, which is a possible influence on the popular current expression, whatever you see, say nothing, widely heard during the conflict in Northern Ireland and immortalised by our poet Seamus Heaney. Gyula Paculai's diligent research enabled these insights into Proverbs and the census. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fionnuala, into the insights of the census of our common European proverbs, stocks and beyond, on the base of Gyula Paculai's proverb collection. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments, please?
Thank you. I don't know, Fionnuala, if you mentioned the 3 wise monkeys, hear or see or say nothing.
Yes, well, of course.
Oh, right. Or say nout, as we say in Yorkshire.
Has written, got to the bottom of that one, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Wolfgang, please. And then Uti.
Thank you, Fionnuala. Maybe one more. I've said enough, but something that I think we all can look at and maybe even present a few papers next year. I've become more and more interested in whether polygenesis is possible in Proverbs. Gyula's book, in many ways, proves monogenesis, the Finnish geographic method of saying what is the earliest version or variant of tale X, how did it disseminate throughout the world, let's say Cinderella. But one of my newest papers deals with the English proverb, where there's a will, there's a way. Now, the identical proverb exists in other languages, certainly in German, same structure. But I stuck out my neck. I'd written a short note on those 2 proverbs maybe 5 years ago and said, it is of English origin. I've changed my mind. The paper that is about to appear is very long. I argue for polygenesis. But give that some thought. Why should a proverb, in a way, when you take Gyula's book, you always have the feeling there's an origin, maybe Greek, maybe Latin, maybe even further back. But I am thinking more and more, why should big fish eat little fish only go back as far as, let's say, Greek and a little bit further? A Chinese grandfather can take his granddaughter fishing and can also come up with big fish eat little fish. Those are some monogenesis versus polygenesis. I think most proverbs have a monogenesis. Don't worry. But there are polygenesis issues. Thank you.
Uti, please.
Thank you. There's also one interesting thing. I think also some proverbs can combine kind of maybe polygenesis, because you know that there is this fields. In fields you need eyes, and in woods you need ears. It has something to do with this, but this you know that fields have eyes and woods have ears. But this is interesting. Does it have anything to do with this other proverb kind of? And how does it make a mixture like that?
Well, I haven't been able to. I was going to talk to some other of you here about why Professor Paculai divided walls of ears and the other
like
one
this.
about woods of ears. Yeah. Made them 2 separate entries, but they must be connected.
Yeah, it is maybe connected to this fact. Yeah.
But he must have had his reasons, but unfortunately I didn't write this till after I was unable to ask him about that.
Isabella, then Lisa, and then Tomasz.
I just wanted to add an interesting Polish proverb. I didn't manage to find an English equivalent. We have a Polish proverb about one of the senses. Słuchaj uchem, a nie brzuchem, which is listen with your ear, not with your stomach, which is quite a funny proverb on senses. And about the polygenesis, I recently was studying an interesting text comparing various proverbs. And the author decided on this tertium comparationis, and it sounded as if Polish proverbs were derived from English, and there was no evidence for that at all. So I think that there's great confusion among the paramyological, scholars. I found it extremely confusing in her text because it sounded as if the Polish traditional proverbs were versions of English, which was really wrong. The proverb, the Polish one, so listen with your ear, not with your stomach. Yeah, okay.
I just taught a couple of years ago here. It was, I don't remember her name, from Recha, something like that. Yeah. And she took up one proverb that we look very mono something. And it sounds like our big fish and small fishes, but it was a big bird eats small birds. And the interpretation is totally different. So there is also the dangers. It means in that culture, it means that the head of the family can have incest with everybody in the family. So I have been very careful to use and say that something is like something, these proverbs. But this may be the only example, but it makes a big idea in my head, or if I have no ideas. So, thank you.
So, thank you once again, Fionnuala.
Thank you.
Now, I think it's time to receive the diplomas. Do you have them? Diplomas? We have no more speaker, no? Okay, you will receive your diplomas by the end of the morning, not now. So it's time for a coffee break now. Thank you all very much. See you.
A fazer os lares antigos que aprendi com as minhas avós, com a minha mãe, e agora venho a representar para os mais novos saberem como é que se faz os lares. Vou por iniciar a fazer a farinha a massa do pão. Portanto, vou pôr aqui a farinha para amassar. 1 quilo de farinha, uma pitadinha de sal, um bocadinho da massa velha, o fermento, como se chama. A massa velha tira-se do pão, amassa-se e depois tira-se de umas vezes para as outras, deixa-se um bocadinho de massa. Massa essa que azeda, põe-se numa tigela, azeda e depois arranja uma côdea e mantém-se ali 8 ou 10 dias em condições de fazer novamente o pão, que é o que eu tinha aqui nesta tigela. É a massa velha. Já pus aqui dentro da farinha. Quem não tem massa velha faz um bocadinho, ou vai à padaria, compra um bocadinho de massa e deixa 2 ou 3 dias ou 8 dias, se quiser, para azedar mesmo, para novamente, quando nas vésperas quer fazer, pôr no molho um bocadinho e fazer um bocadinho de massa, de farinha, para acrescentar aquela massa, azedar novamente, para termos massa suficiente para dar depois o pão. Porque se não tiver levo, não presta. Tem que estar azedo. E este fermento é para ajudar a crescer. Porque as farinhas agora já não vão lá sem o fermento. E agora vou pôr este fermento. E é tudo. E já lavei as mãos. Vou a meter a mão, que isto com as mãos é que tem que ser. Com a mão é que tem que ser. Vamos por aqui a aguinha. Para 1 quilo de farinha, 500 ml de água, 5 decilitros chega. Morninha, para a massa ter força para crescer. Agora amassa assim uns 10 minutos, que isto é pouca quantidade, não leva muito tempo. Ora, já amassei a minha massinha, teve de descansar 1h30, e quem não quiser estar com este trabalho de fazer a massa, vai à padaria e compra já a levedada e é só pôr os ingredientes para amassar o que se chama já os folares. Agora é que se vai começar a fazer os folares. Ora, primeiro vou pôr a banha derretida, 150 gramas de banha derretida. Raspa de limão, de um limão. Agora vou pôr 2 colheres de ervas doces. Duas colheres de canela. Duas de chocolate. E o açúcar. Meio quilo de açúcar. Os ovos. E agora vamos abater isto tudo, fazer uma mistura aqui com isto. Agora tem que ser muito bem amassadinho, até não se encontrar linhas nenhumas, que a massa agora começa a fazer linhas. Vou untar o tachinho com banha. Agora um bocadinho de farinha. Está preparado para pôr a massa. Estive a amassar isto meia hora e agora vou pôr nos tacinhos, que é para pôr no forno. Ora, vamos pôr o toque final para os nossos chocolates. Pôr aqui o ovinho. E forno com eles. Vou tirar o flare do forno, tiveram lá 45 minutos. Vou desenformá-lo. Está lindo. Experimentem fazer em casa para manter a tradição dos antigos. Espero que gostem e um bom dia de Páscoa.
Eu sou a Leonilde, venho das Casas Altas e vou explicar como se faz as azeitonas para pôr na mesa e comer. Que as azeitonas não servem só para fazer azeite, servem também para se comer e há umas 4 maneiras de fazer. Temos pisadas, temos de água e temos de retalhadas e de sal. Escolhi estas azeitonas mais verdes para pisar, que é melhor, para não se desfazerem. E as outras são mais maduras, que é para fazer cortes, retalhadas e de água. E estas são mais durinhas. Não podem ser muito pisadas, senão desfazem-se. Tem que se ter cuidado porque isto chisca muito e estas nodas têm azeite. Custa a tirar da roupa. Agora piso as azeitonas, trouxe a neve dos orégãos e os limões e os alhos e faço a salmoura. E depois, se quiserem comer logo, mudam a água dia sim, dia não, durante uma semana estão boas. Vai sempre deitando sal. E se quiserem deixar mais uns tempos, 1 mês ou 2 ou 3, não se mexe mais, senão no tempo que a gente vai a comer. Convém não ser água da torneira, porque é para não ter sabores. Agora vou lavar as azeitonas, ponho no frasquinho, no frasquinho, e depois faço a salmoura aqui à parte e deito a água aqui. E os ingredientes estes. Isto é só uma pinga já agora. Agora já as tenho lavadas. Vou pôr aqui os cheirinhos, a nesda e os orégãos e os alhos e um bocadinho de limão em cima, que é para tirar o amargo, o limão. E depois é que se deita a água, que é quando se põe o é mais e corta os bocadinhos. Alguma coisa está muito cheia. E agora um bocadinho de limão. O limão é para comer o amargo. Estou a fazer a sarmura para fazer a conserva dos 3 frascos das de água. Ai. Agora pus o sal, mexo aqui a água bem mexida e se o ovo vier ao de cima está bom. Está a ver? Se tivesse pouco sal e o ovo não vinha de cima. Está bom. Não precisa mais. Agora põe-se a sarmura aqui dentro, a água salgada. Se for para ficar para muito tempo, não precisa mexer mais. Se for para mudar a água, tem que mudar a água e deitar sal. Pronto. Está para si, está bom. Já está as azeitonas britadas. Olha, agora já estão boas. Britadinhas, daqui a um mês, se for caso quiserem comer antes, terão que mudar a água e deitar sal, um bocadinho de sal. Agora vamos fazer as retalhadas. Estas estão mais maduras e faço um corte. Só antigamente fazia 3 cortes, mas como são mais maduras podem-se estragar. E agora fazemos só um corte e também já não salpicam a casa. Ao menos isso. E também são saborosas estas. São muito saborosas. Estas é que têm que estar mais de um mês aqui para adoçar. Olha, já está. É capaz de chegar. Está lá mais uma lavagemzinha. Agora já não preciso mais água, senão aquela. E agora pomos aqui no frasco. Puxa. Agora estou a pôr aqui os mesmos ingredientes nestas retalhadas, mas naquelas de água não precisa. Pronto. Que elas ficam aí, se que é para fazerem a salmoura quando elas tiverem doces. Bom, agora este já está. Já está a salmoura e os temperos. Já estão as retalhadas feitas e agora só pedem comer daqui a 2 ou 3 meses. É quando elas estão doces. Se não mexerem antes. Agora, se mudarem a água também, é capaz de adoçarem mais depressa. Agora estas vamos lavar. E ficam na água com o sal, mais nada. E daqui a 1 ano é que elas estão doces. Estas de água vão levar a salmoura e só não levam as ervas. E daqui a um ano, coisa assim, ou 6 meses, devem estar doces, mesmo que não estejam bem doces, vão-se a provar e deita-se então a névoa e os alhos e mais sal quando fizer a salmoura. Agora esta água é para não se estragarem e a azeitona vai ficar amarelinha. Quando apanhas azeitonas para fazer de água, tem aqui uma folha. Escolhas mais amarelinhas, que estão mais maduras, senão ficam duras. Podem estar 1 ano. Antes de 1 ano não estão doces. Só se forem mudar a água também sempre. Mas acho que não. Estas são má de adoçar porque ficam inteiras, não sai o amargo. Antigamente só se fazia azeitonas de água, também não havia. Havia poucas azeitonas e agora há muitas. E agora leva esta água. Pois estas dão menos trabalho, mas não são tão saborosas. Agora só daqui a 6 meses ou 1 ano é que se põe as ervas aromáticas e faz-se a salmoura novamente. Agora vamos fazer as azeitonas de sal, que são assim roxas e apanham-se bem madurinhas. E agora lavam-se e vão-se pondo aqui junto com o sal, que é para daqui por uns 15 dias estão boas. 15 dias ou 1 mês. Agora faz assim. Umas pedrinhas no fundo. Umas quantas assim. Estas levam muito sal. Mais outra manchinha. Tem que se fazer num cesto ou num recipiente com buracos, porque as azeitonas vão assim murchando e deitam a água. E com o sal e não se pode pôr em todo o sítio. E agora já fiz aqui as 4 maneiras de fazer as azeitonas. Tenho as de água, as britadas, as retalhadas e as de sal. E agora Façam em casa e espero que gostem.
That our colleague, Professor Gyula Paxulai, is celebrating his 84th anniversary today. So, as one of the older members of our association, we decided to profit this special moment. He came to our colloquium just to congratulate you in name of all participants and friends that are with you in this day with this beautiful cake. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for coming. In this session, we will present 2 books and a half. The first one is Professor Gyula. For Professor, thank you for giving that possibility. And once again, this book is very important for us once we had, including in that book, the Portuguese language, of course, and not only, but this is very important. And according with our printer house, we have made one supplement that the persons from this library
Yes. Now I introduce you our friends and colleagues, Saša Babič and Piret Voolaid, who had been here many times before, and they have much to say about their project. And, yep.
Good morning, dear colleagues here in Tavira and behind the screens. First of all, we would like to thank Rui and Marinela. They are not here. They will see it in YouTube later. And everyone who helped for organizing this already 19th Colloquium. My cooperation with Saša, our cooperation, our teamwork, we are speaking about teamwork in Proverbs also today, started here in Tavira in 2011. We met first. So Tavira is a very significant place. And now from the projects to the articles, we have worked many years. And today we will speak about loneliness and belonging in Estonian and Slovenian proverbs. So you can't sing or alive alone. Estonian proverb ega üksi lauldes või elada is a proverb that resonates far beyond its words. It suggests that the human voice and perhaps the human life finds meaning only in resonance with others. Loneliness and belonging are topics that affect all of us to a greater or lesser extent. And in contemporary times, young people are particularly prone to loneliness. 2014 study by the British organization Mental Health Foundation showed that feelings of loneliness are 4 times more common among young people aged 18 to 24 than among older people aged 70 and above. So the aim of our presentation is to examine how loneliness and belonging are reflected in proverbial wisdom in Slovenia and Estonia, and to explore what these expressions reveal about cultural understandings of human connectedness and isolation. Our aims... Our aims are threefold: to conceptualize loneliness as a social, emotional, and existential condition, to explore how proverbs encode attitudes to being alone, to living together, and to aging, and thirdly, to engage in comparative analysis between the Slovenian and Estonian paremiological records. The theme of loneliness in Proverbs has previously been discussed separately by Maria João Coutinho in the Tavira Colloquia in her paper Loneliness, the Human Desert. It was published in the Proceedings in 2016. And let us begin with a contemporary backdrop of loneliness. Loneliness divides to 3 types: social, emotional, and existential loneliness. And loneliness is not only a sentimental theme of folk wisdom, it is a pressing social issue in our age, a feeling of disconnection, the neglect of personal distress, the disregard for human needs for contact. All these are rising phenomena in many European societies. And there are many one-member households nowadays all over Europe. We can see here age aspects, also gender aspects. For example, statistics says that older Estonian women live alone twice as often as Estonian men, and significantly more than the European average. Estonia ranks second after Latvia in the study. Older refers to age 65 or above.
So it will, we will shift a little. Not only Piret will be standing here. So anyhow, the previous table was about Estonian society, and now we have two slides, I'm sorry, about Slovenian society. And you see, for example, here, loneliness as contemporary issue in Slovenia. There with a comparison between young and old, women and men, and one-member households comparing to two-member or more members households. So younger people, the so-called Generation Z, report higher rates of loneliness than older adults, and screens replace shared spaces. Single life becomes more and more common, and identity struggles increase. And the consequences are serious, as you can imagine. Loneliness has been linked with increased mortality, cardiovascular disease, cognitive decline, depression, and poorer recovery from illness. Here you can also see another table, graph, with different Slovenian inhabitants. With the blue, it's inhabitants of Slovenia. With the orange, it's foreign people that live in Slovenia, and greens are female, and purple ones are foreign female living alone in Slovenia. So if we go back to the Proverbs and to our methodology, we first have to stick to our how we approach the topic. So firstly, there is this language issue that we have to clear out. We have two types of describing of being alone. So one is emotional loneliness. It is uksildus in Estonian and osamljen in Slovenian, and it refers to emotional feeling of being alone, lacking closeness or understanding from others, even when you're physically surrounded with people. And then we have uksindus in Estonian and sam in Slovenian. It's a physical loneliness, solitude, and this means being physically alone, a situation where no one else is nearby. It doesn't have to be negative. A person can actually enjoy solitude. So, uksildus osamljen, it is emotional sense of loneliness, and uksindus sam, it is physical state of being alone. If we continue, the material that we checked, firstly, we'll present.
Yeah. On the Estonian side, Estonian Proverbs, 5 volumes of Eesti Vanasõnad was published in 1980 until 1988, provides around 140 proverb types. The larger archive contains some 160,000 units. These range from field-collected oral materials to published folklore, and to this we add newer digital-era sources, for example, internet, social media, inscriptions, urban graffiti, in order to capture contemporary usage. And Saša, about Slovenian material.
Yeah, we have a wonderful online collection from our Institute of Slovenian Ethnology. It is named Pregovori 1.1 with 37,390 proverbs or paremiological units. It's mostly historical, actually, from the 19th and, let's say, the mostly first half of 20th centuries. There are some newer units, but I have to emphasize that actually it is older material. And it's accessible online also for you. And we were in those databases, we use the keywords in each language, such as sam, osamnen, samota, and yksindus, ykseldus, yksi, omaette in Estonian, which is lone, lonely, loneliness, solitude in the material. In total, we found approximately 60 Slovenian and more than 70 Estonian relevant proverbs, and our method was comparative and thematic. We grouped the proverbs by semantic category and then examined how each tradition frames being alone, as weakness, as choice, as age condition, moral fault, or existential truth. So if we move on, the first group that we could taken out from the material, it is criticism and social norms. In many proverbs, actually being alone is not ideal, quite the opposite. It's often the consequence of narcissism, withdrawal, or refusal of community. For instance, in Slovenian, are you actually going to read the Slovenian proverbs? Piret suggested she reads Slovenian and I read Estonian, so the foreign languages, I'm not sure that I have the guts to do it, so sorry, I will do it, yeah. In Slovenian, ni bolj osamljenega človeka, kakor je tisti, ki ljubi sam sebe. There is no one more lonely than someone who loves only themselves. Or, kdor sam je, sam dela, who he eats alone, works alone. Or in Estonian, please,
Kes üksi rohmib, see üksi pohmib. Kes üksi jookseb, peab üksi kukkuma.
Thank you.
Who runs alone must fall alone.
Yeah, these proverbs function as moral judgments. A person who isolates themselves, avoids collective labor, or refuses the ties of community ends up alone. The loneliness here is not neutral. It is undesirable, avoidable, and socially sanctioned. And here my thought is on, oh my God, poor introverts, right?
Yeah, and the second cluster emphasizes that togetherness is strength. Living alone is vulnerable. All kinds of cooperation and working together are encouraged and beneficial. For example, Estonian üks jalg ei seisa, one leg cannot stand.
Gorjemo, kdor v nesreči biva sam, a srečen ni, kdor srečo uživa sam.
And the logic of these proverbs, joint effort, shared knowledge, mutual support, these are praised. They embody the cultural value of belonging, of being part of something rather than standing apart. And loneliness is implicitly framed as a deficit. One cannot live well in isolation. And here is also one Estonian example in visual form. A lone tree, like a lonely person, struggles to withstand the storm. So the sentence uses a metaphor comparing a lone tree to a lonely person, highlighting themes of isolation and resilience in the face of hardship. So, and about responsibility for one's own satisfaction.
Yeah, actually this is kind of on the opposite side in a way, because when we put the keyword sam, alone, there are quite many proverbs explaining responsibility for one's own satisfaction or happiness. And we kind of all have the proverb in variation of it, man is a smith of his own happiness, or help yourself and God will help you, or God helps those who help themselves. Here, solitude is not automatically cast as weakness. There is an implied agency. One may be alone, but must act alone. So there is a tension between dependence on the community and personal responsibility. For our study of Proverbs, this category reveals that being alone can also be respectable if it is chosen, productive, and embedded in self-work rather than in isolation.
And separate motive is also solitude in old age and solitude in suffering. For example, Slovenian starostni rada sama. Old age does not like to be alone, or stareti pomeni ostati sam. To grow old means to remain alone, or sadness likes to be alone. And Estonians also, lonely woman is like a ship without a sail, or vanadus pole mingi rõõm, vanadus pole probleem, old age is not a problem. And these proverbs depict loneliness not as a moral fault, but as condition, aging, loss, decline, separation. They express that to become old is often to become solitary, to suffer is to carry it in solitude. Socially, this reveals an uneasy cultural recognition that belonging can fail with time, that the network of community becomes fail.
And to continue in a rather pessimistic tone, actually, there are proverbs that when we are born, we are alone, and when we die, we are alone as well. So being alone or loneliness is inhibited in our being in this world. We start with being here alone, and we end with it alone.
And in modern proverbs and folk wisdom, teamwork and collaboration also hold an important place. While loneliness is often warned against in traditional sayings, we now also see an emphasis on the strength and resilience found in togetherness. And here also Proverbs, I read translations, a tree cannot be felled from one side only, or chopping down a thick tree with an axe was and still is a true craft. Figuratively speaking, to achieve a good result, one must approach things from several angles, keep several irons in the fire. The same saying can also apply to teamwork. Two people devoted to a shared goal will reach it faster and more surely than one striving alone.
As, let's say, anti-proverb, age is not loneliness. There is an exhibition in front of my office, actually. It was really practical for me. I just went outside and took a photo, and one of the posters is the one that you see on the PowerPoint, and there is a small text which I highlighted so you can see the smiley faces, and it says that the poster dispels the myth that old age is a time of loneliness and sadness. Though images of socializing, laughter, and warmth, we want to show the reality that we often overlook, that older years can also be full of joy, friendship, and active life. The slogan, "Old age is not loneliness, it is joy, laughter, and life," encourages us to recognize and celebrate the vitality, joy, and connectedness that aging brings, when we give it a space and support. It is high time we abandon stereotypes and saw old age for what it can be, a wonderful period of life.
And in the philosophy of Proverbs, balance is essential, for example, between being in company and walking alone, and between social togetherness and private peace. For example, the thinker is alone. Beyond the traditional folklore, many sayings by writers and thinkers have entered also everyday speech and function much like proverbs. These literary proverbs or modern aphorisms capture universal truths in a compact, memorable form, just as traditional proverbs do. And for example, the sentences of Ernest Hemingway or Albert Schweitzer or Jean-Paul Sartre and Mother Teresa, these also circulated, they are translated in different languages, and both Estonian and Slovenian, and sometimes already separately without the author names, and even we can be sure that the names which possess to these sentences are correct at all. And these examples show that proverbial wisdom is not static or limited to anonymous folk tradition. It evolves. Contemporary quotations that circulate widely, especially through the internet and social media, become modern carriers of collective emotional truth. In this way, literature, philosophy, and digital culture continue the proverbial conversation about loneliness and belonging.
If I wrap up a bit this analytical material, I have to bring forward the following points that actually recent qualitative evidence distinguishes three overlapping types of loneliness. Social loneliness, it is a lack of a broader social network. Emotional loneliness, lack of close, intimate connection. And existential loneliness, a sense of being fundamentally alone despite relations. And researchers show, of course, that loneliness is not simply being alone. It is perceived discrepancy between desired and actual social relations. Of course, studies indicate that higher loneliness correlates with more stressors being reported, prolonged emotional reactions to daily stress, and worse mental health outcomes. In older adult populations, psychometric analysis reveal that different loneliness scales capture different dimensions. For example, some focus mostly on social loneliness, others on emotional or relational deficits. But if we look at the implications of our Proverbs study, when Proverbs focus mostly on being socially alone or old age, they may reflect social loneliness more than emotional and existential loneliness. In other words, the cultural lens may emphasize network absence or age-based isolation rather than deeper emotional or existential isolation. This suggests a possible gap. While modern research emphasizes emotional and existential loneliness, the folklore tradition emphasizes community failure, age, and visible solitude. Therefore, our comparative study can highlight how cultural wisdom emphasizes one dimension of loneliness over others, and where perhaps newer forms of loneliness are less visible in tradition.
To conclude, there are not many proverbs about loneliness. It is rather a quiet word. And in both Estonian and Slovenian proverbial worlds, loneliness is more often a warning than a virtue. The sayings we analyzed encourage belonging, cooperation, and shared labor, suggesting that life, like a song, needs more than one voice. And yet, some proverbs quietly admit what modern psychology confirms: solitude is unavoidable at birth and death, in old age, in suffering. So perhaps the wisdom lies not only in avoiding loneliness, but in understanding it, knowing when to join the choir and when to listen to your own voice. Remember the proverb, you can't sing or alive alone. And thank you for your attention. So, questions?
Thank you, really.
Questions.
You have a little bit time for comments and questions and use.
Thank you very much. Your last slide just gave me an idea. It's kind of suggestion how to fight loneliness during our life. And it reminded me some memos, internet, like it was at least in Lithuanian, that you never feel alone with beer. So it's also kind of advice how to fight loneliness. So did you find any advices in that traditional Proverbs how to deal with loneliness, social, emotional, or even that general? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, just a small word on this. Let's say sentence. I can't say it's a proverb at all, but it's actually in our collection of proverbs. It's inside, so it definitely isn't old. Anyhow, but mostly proverbs are encouraging teamwork, working together, and some, let's say, uses from collaborations such and others. There are really few proverbs that thematize loneliness itself. It's more like they don't mention loneliness. They mention like be with other people, work in the company, be happy with good food, and so on.
So nothing like just drink vodka or just buy cat or dog.
Traditional ones not,
No,
but
it's
contemporary advices on internet, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Lisa. I'm trying to be like, the water is coming when the first drop falls. In Estonian language, are very many common things with Finnish. So in Finland, our proverbs, parempi yksin kuin huonossa seurassa, better alone than in a bad company, and tell me with who you are with, then I tell what you are, and it is not a positive. And like that. But on the other side, we also have folk songs that put the loneliness in a good light. Täällä yksinäni laulelen, and only the forest knows my feelings, and like these kind of things. So, do you think that in I don't know the Slovenian tradition, but I know a little bit about the Estonia. Do you think that you could find many positive things also in loneliness? Because in Finland, actually, I don't find proverbs bad loneliness in Finland. It is we are quite lonely, alone, and then we can even talk about the loneliness, but not so badly. I know that it is for some people bad, I don't say that, but in the old tradition, for example, folk songs.
Actually, balance is very important, but I would say that not too much such kind of loneliness in the folklore we will find, because all this calendar stuff, all the calendar traditions, they are built to this that people wouldn't have been lonely.
Yeah, and
actually, you can't find. But yeah, I showed also how a thinker is alone, because to be alone is also very, very useful. Doing sometimes.
Yeah. Maybe in Finland we are very useful. Yeah. We love to go all the time to the forest alone, and these kind of things are recommended.
If we tell also Estonians nowadays are forest people, then to be alone in forest is at least in saying it works, but if you go to forest, you don't find them too much even.
Yeah, and
in COVID time, you found, of course,
and
people
in
forest.
We have that more cooks, the verse shop and like that.
Thank you. Yeah. You can continue together about this loneliness.
We have done it many years.
Later. Thank you. And then our friend from Lithuania, Egydius, maybe Egydius Zaikauskas. Zaikauskas.
Egydius Zaikauskas, that's correct pronunciation, but it doesn't matter. Thank you very much to letting me speak here, but I would like to thank two persons especially. First of all, Lisa, for kind of advertising my presentation. The water comes with the first drop. So, because my presentation is going to be about water, and also I would like to thank Fiona very much, because I also refer to all our senses as well, talking about water, characteristics of water and properties. Initially, when I thought about my presentation, to which I came just by screening Lithuanian proverbs and finding that some of them refer to water, which I love, in fact, very much. I love water in all forms, not only drinking. As a symbol, I put a glass of it here, but bathing, swimming, diving, sailing, and everything about water. And in fact, I believe that humans are derived not from monkeys, but from fishes, or at least some of them, maybe one, who loves water. Initially, I wanted to talk about properties of water in Proverbs, but properties there usually refer to some measurable things which are quite complex to understand, and it sounds like could sound quite a bit weird, like talking about proverbs and stars. So it would be like my talk would be about proverbs and molecules. So I decided to introduce the interim point, like characteristics. Characteristics. Okay. How to proceed with it? I introduced interim point to it, like characteristics, which are more acquired by senses, by 5 senses of human, and it's quite normal, in fact, to expect that in Proverbs we notice some objects, we refer to some objects, and we notes or just some characteristics of objects are noted. But what surprised me quite a lot, that some properties which are found only mostly starting from the 18th century, mostly in 19th or 20th or even 21st century, like surface tension was found, this property was found only by Newton in beginning of 18th century, like freezing and boiling, high freezing and boiling point of water was found only in the middle of 18th century, and so on. So I found that they are already noted at some extent in Proverbs, which probably are traditional and coming from the quite old ages. When trying to find the material for that, I screened Lithuanian database of Proverbs. But it's abundance of data. In fact, if you just look for lexical, semantical group of water or what's related to it, it's hundreds. And they are contained in Proverbs, so the data for this presentation would be probably several thousand of Proverbs, not accessible for a single presentation. So I decided just to take 3 of them, just physical states of water: ice, water, and steam. And I collected data from Lithuanian proverbs and proverbial phrases, the database of it, and found approximately 1,000 of them, more than 700 with the name of water with the water, and the rest with ice and steam. And what were feasible for my study, it was more or less like a bit more than 100 proverbs. So let's go to characteristics of H2O, of water, and probably everyone could name them. They are quite obvious, so we know there's three states of water, of three forms of water: liquid, gaseous, and solid, which are sensible by sight or by touching. Also, it should be transparent, odorless, and tasteless. So let's start from ice as a more particular group. And ice has some special properties. What I was also surprised that in Lithuanian proverbs, almost nothing referred to the ice as the form of water, except one thing. I go directly to it: melting, what in fact creates water from ice, though other 8 characteristics, they cold as ice, honey on lips, ice in the heart, don't step on ice with a bare foot. They do not tell us about water, just it's about cold water or frozen water, that means about ice. Then it's solid as well, quite accessible characteristic. You will not break through the ice without your forehead. Probably Saša and Piret would say you would not break through the... you would not break the wall with your forehead. Also, it's quite known saying. Slippery, this main characteristic of water, as slippery as ice, so it's general. And then ice is slippery, but a man's life or money is more slippery. Someone straddles like a cow, dog on ice. By the way, it's the most popular proverb in the database. I found more than 49 variations of it. Here you see the general. By the way, it's like free translation. I didn't look for correspondences in other databases or like in the book of Pachelai. So you probably will recognize behind some national proverbs in your language. Then smooth, what I would say is also kind of slipperiness. Someone is talking as if they were riding on ice, though in fact there is a very special property behind it, so I just divide it as a separate. The property which was disclosed only in 21st century, the polarity of molecule of water and the structure of crystals of ice. They are horizontal but not vertical. That's why the ice is smooth and very slippery. It's not only property which lies behind of slippery, but anyway. Then melting, you are not ice, you will not melt. We write down others' fault on our palms and our own fault on ice, because it's melting probably. And a good word melts the ice as well. It's about melting. And another few, so sticky. It's what I was a little bit doubt about ice on windows, hunger in the stomach, because probably we can refer to the ice on windows like the frost. But okay, let it be, because it's written in Lithuanian, it's ice. And then frail, someone reads as they chew ice, so not the cracking, as would be probably in other senses, accessible by other senses like hearing, but this one is just by hardness. And tensile, through the ice cracks in autumn, though the ice cracks in autumn, doesn't break. And the last one, it's probably not the real characteristic of ice, though it can refer to it, as beautiful as ice. You probably remember I showed that water is colorless, what is a normal characteristic, but it can be that the ice, what we consider the ice is, probably it's white. The whiteness, pure whiteness as a snow, probably that's why it's beautiful. So it's not only like brightness. Then let's go to steam. The steam has less characteristics, but also like inherited or tangible characteristics like volatile and hot. Though these are two reflected in Proverbs thanks of a very special feature, because we have like derivative from the word, from the noun steam, garas in Lithuanian, verb derivative, išgaruoti. That means vanish as a steam. And thanks to it, we have a lot of proverbs. I have only a few of them here, but most of them just explode this verb derivative from steam. So one vanished like, and then you can see it like camphor, promises of a drunken, knowledge, or Jews' soul. Then trouble came and friends vanished. So it's vanished as a steam, in fact, we should say. Then another feature is also, it's not pure steam, but derived from the idiom metaphoric to give a steam kind, what refers to sauna, because in Lithuania sauna is very popular and steamy sauna, probably a little bit different from Finnish sauna. But maybe. So to give a steam, it refers like to do something very intensive, or to make it also with metaphoric meaning hot. And a guilty person is scalded even in church, also is given steam there. Another properties, so being lax, leave boiling or shitting, come back steaming. This steam is not like opposite meaning to giving the steam. Then it's light. Steam is getting into the sky, but could be in fact not a real proverb because it's very direct meaning. And persistent. What evaporates does not disappear as well. It can be not the real proverb, but anyway it was in the database. And finally is ubiquitous. You will find dust and steam everywhere. What in fact is characteristic of water, because the water is one of the most popular substances on the Earth's surface. It's covered 3/4 of Earth, and it's everywhere in our life. Let's go finally to water and go through that features. I show you already 4 of them present, like liquid, because it's the water, that's most popular liquid. Fluid, time is running like water. You cannot scoop water with a sieve, like water of a duck's or goose back, and so on. Wet, it's definitely also related to water, but there were just several proverbs containing the water. Probably more proverbs are showing the same characteristic with the word wet or similar. So a stone is always wet when in water. You will not catch fish without getting wet in water, and so on. In fact, it can be, though I cannot state it directly, that this characteristic is related to the property disclosed only in 21st century, though it was noticed before, capillarity action or adhesion property of water. Then odorless in the swamp, even the spring water smells of food. And there is a group of that, but talking about the same. And also some surprise, the water doesn't look transparent in Lithuanian proverbs. It doesn't look tasteless in Lithuanian proverbs. And it's not ubiquitous. It's the kind of no of proverbs telling us about a lot of water, except probably the names of bodies of water which were not included in my study. So let's go to the properties which lie behind some proverbs without indicating characteristics or not clear characteristics. So what is considered as universal solvent, which is also quite a new feature, a new property disclosed or explained. So water washes all impurities, and there is nothing more disgusting than shit, nothing cleaner than water, as lovely as rainwater. Someone wants water like after eating herring. So it's definitely a universal solvent, not only working outside, but also inside our body, because it solves some salts. The next one is what I already probably mentioned, high surface tension. It's related not only to the ice, it has also a kind of it, but also to water as liquid. Like with pitchfork on water written, so you cannot write with pitchfork on water because the signs disappear thanks to high surface tension. They look like 2 drops of water, referring back to the proverb. Also, 2 drops of water looks similar or the same thanks to water tension, and also some other physical properties, like gravity and so on. Then refraction, a very special property. Even a straight stick is crooked in water, and all things are curved in water, what probably everyone noticed, but no one thinks why it is, but it's a very special law of physics because of speed of light in different substances differs, so the refraction happens and it just crooks, let's say, straight things. And there were several, what happens? There were several mixed water properties like reflected in some proverbs. Like you cannot extinguish fire without water. It combines like high specific heat capacity, like cooling, and high latent heat of vaporization. I will not explain how does it work, but anyway, there are also some other physical things behind, but what is related to water. The next one is break the ice and water on top will flow out. So it contains density anomaly, like the ice is less dense than water, what shouldn't be in other substances. Hydrostatic pressure, and even Archimedes' principle. So it's not definitely property of water, more general, but anyway, it's related to water. And probably the last one in this group, bread and water will not satisfy your hunger, no matter how long you boil No matter how long you boil water, it will still be water. Drinking water will not make you drunk. So it refers to low energetic value, no nutrition value of water, and zero alcohol content of water, which is exploited in producing alcohol, in fact. Okay, the last one is deep water doesn't flow fast. Water always flows downhill. Does not flow uphill, so it refers to property of the general hydrodynamics, general gravity law, and it's contrary to capillarity action, what's is noticed in and very important to plants. So very short, what characteristics were not noticed in Lithuanian proverbs. I already mentioned that. And what properties not mentioned. So high boiling and freezing points. Adhesion, I thought already, maybe we can refer some proverbs to it. Neutral pH also, but it's very new property for science. And amphoteric nature as well, very new property to science. So nothing tells about this property in Lithuanian proverbs. And conclusions. So we can conclude that Lithuanian proverbs or proverbial units refer to different various characteristics and properties of water and its three forms. Important tangible characteristics of ice and steam are observed. Almost all of them are noticed, but very few tangible characteristics of water are noticed, and some of them left unnoticed. Though there are some properties which do not refer to the which do not have the correlation with a clear characteristic, though they are noted or somehow mentioned in Lithuanian proverbs and proverbial units. So, and the last conclusion in aqua sanitas, in proverbio veritas. So proverbs always say more than we can see at the very beginning. So thank you for your attention, and I'm looking for discussion, probably denying some features and questions. Thank you.
So we have 7 minutes for discussion. I would add here that in Finland, in northern parts, we have those weather proverbs more about those ice. They are more practical, like when ice is stiff enough where you go and like this, and also maybe when snow comes and like this. Maybe you don't have them, of course, or not.
It can be that we have also more than them, but I use just material from the database, and probably in the compendium of Lithuanian proverbs, how many? 5 or 4 already volumes are, but they still do not have steam and water. The ice is already presented because it's already just published till the P or S letter. Dala would correct me. So probably later we can find more. But I just try to stick to the database.
So, Simeon?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What is the religion?
In
your country?
Catholics, mostly Catholics. Christian, but mostly Catholics.
Christians. The water clean the sins. The water of the baptism. clean the sins.
Yeah. I excluded some proverbs from my research. We have a lot of proverbs where it refers to the sacred water, but it's not the physical, it doesn't refer to a physical characteristic, but more or less to the symbolic characteristic. In fact, I had slides I just missed because of lack of time. There are some symbolic characteristics of water, less of ice and steam, and they're positive and negative. And this, what you ask, in fact, is referred to like the symbolic characteristic of water. It's clarity, but yes, it's kind of purification action and so on.
Thank you.
So, others? So we thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
And then Maria Beatriz Rocha-Trindade. Sorry. You are welcome here. We have heard your presentations also in maybe you can. Maybe you must, or is it possible?
First, I want to really thank you. Is the first thing to Rui Soares and Marinella, not only me, but I think everybody in this room can thank you very sincerely to Rui and Marinella. All the work they have since almost 20 years to organize this meeting with a permanent presence and with a very qualified presentations. So, as you know, in the booklet, the title of my presentation is a very short presentation, is meaning and understanding of the concepts, and is idea, words, and concepts to understand migration. As you know, migration is the work love of all my life, and as I am a bit difficulty back because I was ill, I present and comment the projection, if you please. So, mobility is a very large concept, and inside mobility, I have chosen migration as a social phenomena, and they have two senses, a physical and a social phenomena, and the time and the place are very important to understand. So, excuse me. Não percebo o que é que... Okay. Okay. So if you don't mind to address the project. So migrations, there are two senses, emigrate, migrate, and immigrate. And you have different ways to write your texts and to present. And in my personal presentation, I insert proverbs along the text related with the continue with the presentation. So, if you don't mind, this is the itinerary migration with the origin, destination, and all the relation of this way. And you have two important words, emigrant and immigrant, to evoke migration as a large phenomenon. So the first is destination. There, along the life, there is different destinations and different way to do the trip. So you can see how different where these ways. And I have chosen the two main destinations of the Portuguese migration. Is Brazil in the middle of 19th century, and France in the middle of 20th centuries. So two good examples to show how our country is really a country that has movement, mobility, migration in all life, if you please. And chronological, you have the farewell. You see Oporto is in the north of Portugal, announcing the departure of Oporto, 29th century. This is in Lisboa, waiting. Is a Jewish photographer, very, very new, Sua Banoleal, and you see perfectly localized the time. And Goodbye is also by a painter of the 19th century. Very beautiful, huh? So if you please. And also in literature, I would prefer that you can read, because my English is very bad. Nevertheless, you can see Goodbye, dear wife, goodbye for more. I feel my chest slipping away between sighs and cries. Farewell, farewell, maiden, farewell, angel, farewell, my beautiful love. I hope you will write to me by the first steamer. As you see, are very related with migration, and are from Pico is in Açores. We have migration in the continent and in the Atlantic islands, Madeira and Açores. So is the journey, the arrival, farewell, a moment. Farewell Lisbon port, farewell Tiran steamer, you thief who took my love from me and to Brazil. As you see, 1928 is the beginning, and now Brazil, for example. Generally, the transportation is by boat. I don't know if it's the correct name. By boat, and is arriving to Santos, that I know very well. They took the train and they go to São Paulo. It's a country where is now organized the museum related with migration. It's a marvelous museum. You cannot imagine. So, if you please. This is the hospedaria of migrantes. Is the, como é que se diz? O grande edifício is the big building in order to install to receive the migrants, and are all the process inside. If you are interested by migrations, you must visit this marvelous museum and research center. So, immigrants of São Paulo, you can see very well the time of the photograph. And this is marvelous because we Portuguese, we recognize in the middle of São Paulo this kind of houses, very, very Portuguese, isn't it? Is Bairro da Liberdade, Liberty Quarter in São Paulo. In the middle, we can find the presence, the Portuguese presence. You remember very well the Portuguese architect Raulino with this. And the second example is France. France is very near. I participate and I observe because I studied in France. I get my PhD in France. And so I have the opportunity to see inside the arriving of the Portuguese and all the evolution of Portuguese abroad. If you please. The departure is Santa Apollonia, is one of the rail stations more new in Lisbon. And the departure was done from this Santa Apollonia station. Do you remember? Não se importa de andar uma para trás. One. No. No. I was wrong. Excuse me. Okay. So it's Santa Apollonia. And Austerlitz was the very, very new rail station where arrived the Portuguese. Feliz Neto knows very well. Santa Apollonia and Austerlitz was the 2 points to evoke this trip of Portuguese. And I presented some years before a presentation, a communication related with the bag. Because bag has a very emblematic symbolism. So the same in Deutschland is Köln Hauptbahnhof is exactly for Germany, the same in France. And all the bags. As Germany had a very different attitude to receive the Portuguese immigrants, they don't name them like immigrants, but invited workers, because they thought that they go only to work and they must return, not to be forever. It was a strategy. And it is very, very, very awful and very interesting to know the places where Portuguese that now have a very good life in France, for example, university professors and other very high professions, where they lived in so awful and difficult places, the bidonville. So you see a bit the bidonville. Can you imagine what was to live there? If you please. So you see. We cannot believe how people can live in this place. And there are lots of slums in France, and I show you by the dates, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 7. You see it. If you please. And after they changed for habitation à loyer modéré, HLM. That is allocation familial, and was the bridge to better conditions. So I like very much to present these symbolic representations that we have in all the country. Many times people that are not interested or that are not able to discover these symbols cannot see. But I am writing a new book only about symbolic representations. So only to show you. The bag is the best for me. You see the bag. In the bag, the relation in books, in, como é que se chama, cartaz? The propaganda. So, in stamps, you see the stamps? Travel trunk. You have in the Museum of Savida a collection of talego, because when we go by Pirineus as clandestine, we cannot have a bag. So we have our own things in a little bag like this, and the Portuguese name is talego. This is a statue, you see, stamps. Okay. And this is a symbolic also, Tour Eiffel. This is a photography of my son, that is a very good photographer, in Linhares da Beira. And this is a photograph that I take in an annual feast every August. And you see, it's marvelous because all the symbols, Tour Eiffel, London Tour, and Piret, that it's a village in the inland, in Portuguese inland. So you can see that is present migration in all the country. This another time, the Tour Eiffel, like a symbol, you see. And this is in France. In Galerie Lafayette, they have organized a coffee shop with the name of a Portuguese coffee shop to como é que se diz vender? To sell the classic pastel de nata. It is a Portuguese cake and coffee Portuguese. And also a little coffee shop, Portuguese Lusofolie. And this is in Annecy. Annecy, if you can imagine, is Switzerland and France. And Annecy is 30, 40 kilometers from the airport, the Swiss airport. So they have also a community with the organized team of football, balls, and all the representation of habitudes. It's amazing because a família, ils ont traduit la famille de Viseu. Il prononce Viseu, la famille de Viseu. He sell onions, potatoes, coming from Portugal every weekend. faz favor. So it's the end, and I apologize, and I thank you very, very much all your attention. Thank you. Conclusion, I adore migration, and I adore every day to learn a bit more about the subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this was very current. Unfortunately, this immigration, this is current topic. Always we in this our world. It is so important and current. This your topic and yeah.
We are a country also of in-migration. We are traditionally a country of ex-migration, and now we have the both.
Yeah. Lisa.
You can. Excuse you, use the English you can, and it's okay. I use the English I can. I can't, not every language. So, thank you. There was one very common thing together with Finland, the suitcase. Suitcase, yes, because in Finland we talk about suitcase children. There are people who tell that they are most often children of diplomats. They have been traveling all over the world, their whole childhood, and everything has been, the childhood is in suitcase. Okay. Yeah, so it is a concept we know in Finland. Yeah, and in Lithuania, I hear.
We have to live on the suitcases, yes. Like traveling a lot.
Yeah, and especially to the children for diplomats.
Thank you, Maria Beatriz. I would like to ask you if you found some mixing of the language, the French language, the Portuguese language, the French proverbs, and the Portuguese proverbs, all mixed.
Not related with proverbs. Excuse me. I am so interested that I forget. I don't know related with proverbs, but the mix between Portuguese and English, Portuguese and German, they are quite a new language, and I think that psycholinguistics is a very, very good point to study. See, there are lots of articles and studies done about them. Thank you. But it's a very, very rich subject, isn't it? There are lots of approaches and interesting approaches and interesting images to take. I have a lot of images, hundreds. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that your presentation have...
If you don't mind, this colleague is remember a very new romance named Mala de Cartão. That was a song.
Portuguese in France, she published a record with songs, and one Linda de Souza. One of the songs was called the it's not paper, it's Mala de Cartão. It's cartão. It's a bag of paper, a very strong paper, but it was paper.
Was very new at the time, this lady, because this lady was a poor person living in the neighborhoods of Lisbon. He had a little boy that she transported with her to France. And so he began to clean hotels, and they discovered that she had a marvelous, incredible voice compared with our big, great cantora. singer, Amalia Rodrigues. So they invited her to begin, as you know, to sing, and after. But apparently, she died very poor, because she has friends and other persons. But she represented in Olympia and in the best theaters. And okay,
thank you. I think that your presentation.
Okay.
But I tell first that this had something common with this Piret's and Saša's presentation about this loneliness also, that when always you feel you leave your family and like migrate and also. So okay. It was your.
I think that is finished.
So we thank, and now it's diploma time, really.
Okay.
So everybody.
So thank you.
All those presentations, even those which were in the.
If we do not move, opportunities will not happen. We need to move to create them. And other, you may go where you want, but you cannot escape yourself. Another, an immigrant always has two houses, but he never know which one is a good one. So it's to put in the middle of the text, like in the previous years. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Rui, also. So now, also those from in the morning, there are diplomas also. Christian can come here. So first Wolfgang, and then Fionnuala, and then you have your own also. And I ask Piret and Saša come here and introduce.
Sou a Vitalina, venho a fazer os lares antigos que aprendi com as minhas avós, com a minha mãe, E agora venho a representar para os mais novos saberem como é que se faz os folares. Vou por iniciar a fazer a farinha a massa do pão. Portanto, vou pôr aqui a farinha para amassar. 1 quilo de farinha. Uma pitadinha de sal. Um bocadinho da massa velha, o fermento, como se chama. A massa velha tira-se do pão, amassa-se e depois tira-se de umas vezes para as outras, deixa-se um bocadinho de massa. Massa essa que azeda, põe-se numa tigela, azeda e depois arranja uma côdea e mantém-se ali 8 ou 10 dias em condições de fazer novamente o pão, que é o que tinha aqui nesta tigela. É massa velha. Já pus aqui dentro da farinha. Quem não tem massa velha faz um bocadinho, ou vai à padaria, compra um bocadinho de massa e deixa 2 dias ou 8 dias, se quiser, para azedar mesmo, para novamente, quando nas vésperas quer fazer, pôr no molho um bocadinho e fazer um bocadinho de massa, de farinha, para acrescentar aquela massa, azedar novamente, para termos massa suficiente para azedar depois o pão. Porque se não tiver levo, não presta. Tem que estar azedo. E este fermento é para ajudar a crescer. Porque as farinhas agora já não vão lá sem o fermento. E agora vou pôr este fermento. Pronto. E é tudo. E já lavei as mãos. Vou a meter a mão, que isto com as mãos é que tem que ser. Com a mão é que tem que ser. Vamos por aqui a aguinha. Para 1 quilo de farinha, 500 ml de água, 5 decilitros chega. Morninha, para a massa ter força para crescer. Agora amassa-se uns 10 minutos, que isto é pouca quantidade, não leva muito tempo. Ora, já amassei a minha massinha, teve de descansar 1h30, e quem não quiser estar com este trabalho de fazer a massa, vai à padaria e compra já a levedada e é só pôr os ingredientes para amassar o que se chama já os folares. Agora é que se vai começar a fazer os folares. Ora, primeiro vou pôr a banha derretida, 150 gramas de banha derretida. Raspa de limão, de um limão. Agora vou pôr 2 colheres de ervas doces. Duas colheres de canela. 2 de chocolate, e o açúcar, meio quilo de açúcar. Os ovos. E agora vamos abater isto tudo, fazer uma mistura aqui com isto. Agora tem que ser muito bem amassadinho, até não se encontrar linhas nenhumas, que a massa agora começa a fazer linhas. Vou untar o tachinho com banha. Agora um bocadinho de farinha. Já está preparado para pôr a massa. Estive a amassar isto meia hora e agora vou pôr nos tacinhos, que é para pôr no forno. Ora, vamos pôr o toque final para os nossos chocolates. Pôr aqui o ovinho. E forno com eles. Vou tirar o folar do forno, que tiveram lá 45 minutos. Vou desenformá-lo. Está lindo. Experimentem fazer em casa para manter a tradição dos antigos. Espero que gostem e um bom dia de Páscoa.
Eu sou a Leonilde, venho das casas altas e vou explicar como se faz as azeitonas para pôr na mesa e comer. Que as azeitonas não servem só para fazer azeite, servem também para se comer e há umas 4 maneiras de fazer. Temos pisadas, temos de água e temos de retalhadas e de sal. Escolhi estas azeitonas mais verdes para pisar, que é melhor, para não se desfazerem. E as outras são mais maduras, que é para fazer cortes, retalhadas e de água. E estas são mais durinhas. Não podem ser muito pisadas, senão desfazem-se. Tem que se ter cuidado porque isto chisca muito e estas nodas têm azeite. Custa a tirar da roupa. Agora piso as azeitonas, trouxe a neve, os orégãos e os limões e os alhos e faço a salmoura. E depois, se quiserem comer logo, mudam a água dia sim, dia não, durante uma semana estão boas. Vai-se sempre deitando sal. E se quiserem deixar mais uns tempos, 1 mês ou 2 ou 3, não se mexe mais, senão no tempo que a gente vai a comer. Convém não ser água da torneira, porque é para não ter sabores. Agora vou lavar as azeitonas, ponho no frasquinho, no frasquinho, e depois faço a salmoura aqui à parte e deito a água aqui. E os ingredientes estes. Isto é só uma pinga já agora. Agora já as tenho lavadas, vou pôr aqui os cheirinhos, a nérda e os orégãos e os alhos e um bocadinho de limão em cima, que é para tirar o amargo, o limão. E depois é que se deita a água, que é quando se põe o É mais que corta os bocadinhos. A coisa está muito cheia. E agora um bocadinho de limão. O limão é para comer o amargo. Estou a fazer a salmoura para fazer a conserva dos 3 frascos das de água. Ai. Agora pus o sal, mexo aqui a água bem mexida e se o ovo vier ao de cima está bom. A ver? Se tivesse pouco sal e o ovo não vinha ao de cima. Está bom. Não precisa mais. Agora põe-se a salmoura aqui dentro, a água salgada. Se for para ficar para muito tempo, não precisa mexer mais. Se for para mudar a água, tem que mudar a água e deitar sal. Pronto. Está para si, está bom. Já está as azeitonas britadas. Olha, agora já estão boas. Britadinhas, daqui a um mês, se for caso quiserem comer antes, terão que mudar a água e deitar sal, um bocadinho de sal. Agora vamos fazer as retalhadas. Estas estão mais maduras e faço um corte. Só, antigamente fazia 3 cortes, mas como são mais maduras podem-se estragar. E agora fazemos só um corte e também já não salpicam a casa. Ao menos isso. E também são saborosas estas. São muito saborosas. Estas é que têm que estar mais de um mês aqui para adoçar. Olha, já está. É capaz de chegar. Está lá mais uma lavagemzinha. Agora já não preciso mais água, senão aquela. E agora pomos aqui no frasco. Puxa. Agora estou a pôr aqui os mesmos ingredientes nestas retalhadas, mas naquelas de água não precisa. Pronto. Aquelas ficam aí, se quer para fazerem a salmoura quando elas estiverem doces. Bom, agora este já está. Já está a salmoura e os temperos. Já estão as retalhadas feitas e agora só pedem comer daqui a 2 ou 3 meses. É quando elas estão doces. Se não mexerem antes. Agora, se mudarem a água também, é capaz de adoçarem mais depressa. Agora estas vamos lavar. E ficam na água com o sal, mais nada. E daqui a 1 ano é que elas estão doces. Estas de água vão levar a salmoura e só não levam as ervas. E daqui a um ano, coisa assim, ou 6 meses, devem estar doces, mesmo que não estejam bem doces, vão-se a provar e deita-se então a névoa e os alhos e mais sal quando fizer a salmoura. Agora esta água é para não se estragarem e a azeitona vai ficar amarelinha. Quando apanhas azeitonas para fazer de água, tem aqui uma folha. Escolha as mais amarelinhas, que estão mais maduras, senão ficam duras. Podem estar 1 ano. Antes de 1 ano não estão doces. Só se forem mudar a água também sempre. Mas acho que não. Estas são a adoçar porque ficam inteiras, não sai o amargo. Antigamente só se fazia azeitonas de água, também não havia. Havia poucas azeitonas e agora há muitas. E agora leva esta água. Pois estas dão menos trabalho, mas não são tão saborosas. Agora só daqui a 6 meses ou 1 ano é que se põe as ervas aromáticas e faz-se a salmoura novamente. Agora vamos fazer as azeitonas de sal. São assim roxas e apanham-se bem madurinhas. E agora lavam-se e vão-se pondo aqui junto com o sal. Que é para... Daqui por uns 15 dias estão boas. 15 dias ou 1 mês. Agora faz assim. Umas pedrinhas no fundo. Umas quantas assim. Deixa que estas levam muito sal. Mais outra manchinha. tem que se fazer num cesto ou num recipiente com buracos, porque as azeitonas vão assim murchando e deitam a água. E com o sal, e não se pode pôr em todo o sítio. E agora já fiz aqui as 4 maneiras de fazer as azeitonas. Tenho as de água, as britadas, as retalhadas e as de sal. E agora façam em casa e espero que gostem.
there that our colleague, Professor Gyula Paksulai, is celebrating his 84th anniversary today. So, as one of the older members of our association, we decided to profit this special moment. He came to our colloquium just to congratulate you in name of all participants and friends that are with you in this day with this beautiful cake. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for coming. In this session, we will present 2 books and a half. The first one is Professor Gyula. For Professor, thank you for giving that possibility. And once again, this book is very important for us once we had, including in that book, the Portuguese language, of course, and not only, but this is very important. And according with our printer house, we have made one supplement that the persons from this library, and I must thank the director of this library, Dr. Paula, this lady, to thank your collaborators when they have translated and put on the printed form this list of Portuguese proverbs included on the book of Professor. So thank you very much, is your word. According with the publisher, the book is €8. I recommend that you can buy all of them.
I am pleased to meet you, and I am pleased to be able to introduce a new proverb collection, a new comparative proverb collection, which compares proverbs in 10 languages. It's a comparatively small book. It contains only 340 items, which are presented in 10 languages. It's interesting that apart from the usual languages, we included Estonian, Portuguese. We always give, if possible, the Latin source, and not only the Latin source, but also the name of the source.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso. Entre a areia e a água. Com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera. Como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sou a Vitalina, venho a fazer os lares antigos que aprendi com as minhas avós, com a minha mãe, e agora venho a representar para os mais novos saberem como é que se faz os lares. Vou por iniciar a fazer a farinha a massa do pão. Portanto, vou pôr aqui a farinha para amassar. Um quilo de farinha, uma pitadinha de sal, um bocadinho da massa velha, massa, o fermento, como se chama. A massa velha tira-se do pão, amassa-se e depois tira-se de umas vezes para as outras, deixa-se um bocadinho de massa. Massa essa que azeda, põe-se numa tigela, azeda e depois arranja uma côdea e mantém-se ali 8 ou 10 dias em condições de fazer novamente o pão, que é o que tinha aqui nesta tigela. É a massa velha. Já pus aqui dentro da farinha. Quem não tem massa velha faz um bocadinho, ou vai à padaria, compra um bocadinho de massa e deixa 3 ou 3 dias ou 8 dias, se quiser, para azedar mesmo, para novamente, quando nas vésperas quer fazer, pôr no molho um bocadinho e fazer um bocadinho de massa, de farinha, para acrescentar aquela massa, azedar novamente, para termos massa suficiente para azedar depois o pão. Porque se não tiver levo, não presta. Tem que estar azedo. E este fermento é para ajudar a crescer. Porque as farinhas agora já não vão lá sem o fermento. E agora vou pôr este fermento. E é tudo. E já lavei as mãos. Vou a meter a mão, que isto com as mãos é que tem que ser. Com a mão é que tem que ser. Vamos pôr aqui a aguinha. Para 1 quilo de farinha, 500 ml de água, 5 decilitros chega. Morninha, para a massa ter força para crescer. Agora amassa-se uns 10 minutos, que isto é pouca quantidade, não leva muito tempo. Ora, já amassei a minha massinha, tive de descansar 1h30, e quem não quiser estar com este trabalho de fazer a massa, vai à padaria e compra já a levedada e é só pôr os ingredientes para amassar o que se chama já os folares. Agora é que se vai começar a fazer os folares. Ora, primeiro vou pôr a banha derretida, 150 gramas de banha derretida. Raspa de limão, de um limão. Agora vou pôr 2 colheres de ervas doces. Duas colheres de canela. Duas de chocolate. E o açúcar. Meio quilo de açúcar. Os ovos. E agora vamos abater isto tudo, fazer uma mistura aqui com isto. Agora tem que ser muito bem amassadinho, até não se encontrar linhas nenhumas, que a massa agora começa a fazer linhas. Vou untar o tachinho com banha. Agora um bocadinho de farinha. Está preparado para pôr a massa. Estive a amassar isto meia hora e agora vou pôr nos tacinhos, que é para pôr no forno. Ora, vamos pôr o toque final para os nossos chocolates. Pôr aqui o ovinho. E forno com eles. Vou tirar o flare do forno, tiveram lá 45 minutos. Vou desenformá-lo. Está lindo. Experimentem fazer em casa para manter a tradição dos antigos. Espero que gostem e um bom dia de Páscoa.
Eu sou a Leonilde, venho das casas altas e vou explicar como se faz as azeitonas para pôr na mesa e comer. Que as azeitonas não servem só para fazer azeite, servem também para se comer e há umas 4 maneiras de fazer. Temos pisadas, temos de água e temos de retalhadas e de sal. Escolhi estas azeitonas mar verdes para pisar, que é melhor, para não se desfazerem. E as outras são mais maduras, que é para fazer cortes, retalhadas e de água. E estas são mais durinhas. Não podem ser muito pisadas, senão desfazem-se. Tem que se ter cuidado porque isto chisca muito e estas nodas têm azeite. Custa a tirar da roupa. Agora piso as azeitonas, trouxe a neve dos orégãos e os limões e os alhos e faço a salmoura. E depois, se quiserem comer logo, mudam a água dia sim, dia não, durante uma semana estão boas. Vai sempre deitando sal. E se quiserem deixar mais uns tempos, 1 mês ou 2 ou 3, não se mexe mais, senão no tempo que a gente vai a comer. Convém não ser água da torneira, porque é para não ter sabores. Agora vou lavar as azeitonas, ponho no frasquinho, no frasquinho, e depois faço a salmoura aqui à parte e deito a água aqui. E os ingredientes estes. Isto é só uma pinga já agora. Agora já as tenho lavadas. Vou pôr aqui os cheirinhos, a nérda e os orégãos e os alhos e um bocadinho de limão em cima, que é para tirar o amargo, o limão. E depois é que se deita a água, que é quando se põe o é mais e corta os bocadinhos. Alguma coisa está muito cheia. E agora um bocadinho de limão. O limão é para comer o amargo. Estou a fazer a sarmura, para fazer a conserva dos 3 frascos das de água. Ai. Agora pus o sal, mexo aqui a água bem mexida e se o ovo vier ao de cima está bom. Vai ver? Se tivesse pouco sal e o ovo não vinha de cima. Está bom. Não precisa mais. Agora põe-se a sarmura aqui dentro, a água salgada. Se for para ficar para muito tempo, não precisa mexer mais. Se for para mudar a água, tem que mudar a água e deitar sal. Pronto. Está para si, está bom. Já está as azeitonas britadas. Olha, agora já estão boas. Britadinhas, daqui a um mês, se for caso quiserem comer antes, terão que mudar a água e deitar sal, um bocadinho de sal. Agora vamos fazer as retalhadas. Estas estão mais maduras e faço um corte. Só, antigamente fazia 3 cortes, mas como são mais maduras podem-se estragar. E agora fazemos só um corte e também já não salpicam a casa. Ao menos isso. E também são saborosas estas. São muito saborosas. Estas é que têm que estar mais de um mês aqui para adoçar. Olha, já está. É capaz de chegar. Está lá mais uma lavagemzinha. Agora já não preciso mais água, senão aquela. E agora pomos aqui no frasco. Puxa. Agora estou a pôr aqui os mesmos ingredientes nestas retalhadas, mas naquelas de água não precisa. Pronto. Que elas ficam aí, isso que é para fazerem a salmoura quando elas tiverem doces. Bom, agora este já está. Já está a salmoura e os temperos. Já estão as talhadas feitas e agora só pedem comer daqui a 2 ou 3 meses. É quando elas estão doces. Se não mexerem antes. Agora, se mudarem a água também, é capaz de adoçarem mais depressa. Agora estas vamos lavar. E ficam na água com o sal, mais nada. E daqui a 1 ano é que elas estão doces. Estas de água vão levar a salmoura e só não levam as ervas. E daqui a um ano, coisa assim, ou 6 meses, devem estar doces, mesmo que não estejam bem doces, vão-se a provar e deita-se então a névoa e os alhos e mais sal quando fizer a salmoura. Agora esta água é para não se estragarem e a azeitona vai ficar amarelinha. Quando apanhas azeitonas para fazer de água, escolha as mais amarelinhas, que estão mais maduras, senão ficam duras. Podem estar 1 ano. Antes de 1 ano não estão doces. Só se forem mudar a água também sempre. Mas acho que não. Estas são má de adoçar porque ficam inteiras, não sai o amargo. Antigamente só se fazia azeitonas de água, também não havia. Havia poucas azeitonas e agora há muitas. E agora leva esta água. Pois estas dão menos trabalho, mas não são tão saborosas. Agora só daqui a 6 meses ou 1 ano é que se põe as ervas aromáticas e faz-se a salmoura novamente. Agora vamos fazer as azeitonas de sal. São assim roxas e apanham-se bem madurinhas. E agora lavam-se e vão-se pondo aqui junto com o sal. Que é para... Daqui por uns 15 dias estão boas. 15 dias ou 1 mês. Agora faz assim. Umas pedrinhas no fundo. Umas quantas assim. Estas levam muito sal. Ajuda mais fino.
there that our colleague Professor Gyula Paksulai is celebrating his 84th anniversary today. So, as one of the older members of our association, we decided to profit this special moment. He came to our colloquium just to congratulate you in name of all participants and friends that are with you in this day with this beautiful cake. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for coming. In this session, we will present 2 books and a half. The first one is Professor Gyula. For Professor, thank you for giving that possibility. And once again, this book is very important for us once we had, including in that book, the Portuguese language, of course, and not only, but this is very important. And according with our printer house, we have made one supplement that the persons from this library, and I must thank the director of this library, Dr. Paula, this lady, to thank your collaborators when they have translated and put on the printed form this list of Portuguese proverbs included on the book of Professor. So thank you very much, is your word. According with the publisher, the book is €8. I recommend that you can buy all of them.
I am pleased to meet you, and I am pleased to be able to introduce a new proverb collection, a new comparative proverb collection, which compares proverbs in 10 languages. It's a comparatively small book. It contains only 340 items, which are presented in 10 languages. It's interesting that apart from the usual languages, we included Estonian, Portuguese. We always give, if possible, the Latin source, and not only the Latin source, but also the name of the source.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos do cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso. Entre a areia e a água. Com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera. Como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sou a Vitalina, venho a fazer os lares antigos que aprendi com as minhas avós, com a minha mãe, e agora venho a representar para os mais novos saberem como é que se faz os lares. Vou por iniciar a fazer a farinha a massa do pão. Portanto, vou pôr aqui a farinha para amassar. 1 quilo de farinha, uma pitadinha de sal, um bocadinho da massa velha, massa, o fermento, como se chama. A massa velha tira-se do pão, amassa-se e depois tira-se de umas vezes para as outras, deixa-se um bocadinho de massa. Massa essa que azeda, põe-se numa tigela, azeda e depois arranja uma côdea e mantém-se ali 8 ou 10 dias em condições de fazer novamente o pão, que é o que tinha aqui nesta tigela, é a massa velha. Já pus aqui dentro da farinha. Quem não tem massa velha faz um bocadinho, ou vai à padaria, compra um bocadinho de massa e deixa 2 ou 3 dias ou 8 dias, se quiser, para azedar mesmo, para novamente, quando nas vésperas quer fazer, pôr no molho um bocadinho e fazer um bocadinho de massa, de farinha, para acrescentar aquela massa, azedar novamente, para termos massa suficiente para dar depois o pão. Porque se não tiver levo, não presta. Tem que estar azedo. E este fermento é para ajudar a crescer. Porque as farinhas agora já não vão lá sem o fermento. E agora vou pôr este fermento. E é tudo. E já lavei as mãos. Vou a meter a mão, que isto com as mãos é que tem que ser. Com a mão é que tem que ser. Vamos por aqui a aguinha. Para 1 quilo de farinha, 500 ml de água, 5 decilitros chega. Morninha, para a massa ter força para crescer. Agora amassa assim uns 10 minutos, que isto é pouca quantidade, não leva muito tempo. Ora, já amassei a minha massinha, teve de descansar 1h30, e quem não quiser estar com este trabalho de fazer a massa, vai à padaria e compra já a levedada e é só pôr os ingredientes para amassar o que se chama já os folares. Agora é que se vai começar a fazer os folares. Ora, primeiro vou pôr a banha derretida, 150 gramas de banha derretida. Raspa de limão, de um limão. Agora vou pôr 2 colheres de ervas doces. Duas colheres de canela. Duas de chocolate. E o açúcar. Meio quilo de açúcar. Os ovos. E agora vamos abater isto tudo, fazer uma mistura aqui com isto. Agora tem que ser muito bem amassadinho, até não se encontrar linhas nenhumas, que a massa agora começa a fazer linhas. Vou untar o tachinho com banha. Agora um bocadinho de farinha. Está preparado para pôr a massa. Estive a amassar isto meia hora e agora vou pôr nos tacinhos, que é para pôr no forno. Ora, vamos pôr o toque final para os nossos chocolates. Pôr aqui o ovinho. E forno com eles. Vou tirar o flare do forno, tiveram lá 45 minutos. Vou desenformá-lo. Está lindo. Experimentem fazer em casa para manter a tradição dos antigos. Espero que gostem e um bom dia de Páscoa.
Eu sou a Leonilde, venho das casas altas e vou explicar como se faz as azeitonas para pôr na mesa e comer. Que as azeitonas não servem só para fazer azeite, servem também para se comer e há umas 4 maneiras de fazer. Temos pisadas, temos de água e temos de retalhadas e de sal. Escolhi estas azeitonas mais verdes para pisar, que é melhor, para não se desfazerem. E as outras são mais maduras, que é para fazer cortes, retalhadas e de água. E estas são mais durinhas. Não podem ser muito pisadas, senão desfazem-se. Tem que se ter cuidado porque isto chisca muito e estas nodas têm azeite. Custa a tirar da roupa. Agora piso as azeitonas, trouxe a neve, os orégãos e os limões e os alhos e faço a salmoura. E depois, se quiserem comer logo, mudam a água dia sim, dia não, durante uma semana estão boas. Vai sempre deitando sal. E se quiserem deixar mais uns tempos, 1 mês ou 2 ou 3, não se mexe mais, senão no tempo que a gente vai a comer. Convém não ser água da torneira, porque é para não ter sabores. Agora vou lavar as azeitonas, ponho no frasquinho, no frasquinho e depois faço a salmoura aqui à parte e deito a água aqui. E os ingredientes estes. Isto é só uma pinga já agora. Agora já as tenho lavadas. Vou pôr aqui os cheirinhos, a nerda e os orégãos e os alhos e um bocadinho de limão em cima, que é para tirar o amargo do limão. E depois é que se deita a água, que é quando se põe o é amargo e corta os bocadinhos. Alguma coisa está muito cheia. E agora um bocadinho de limão. O limão é para comer o amargo. Estou a fazer a sarmura para fazer a conserva dos 3 frascos das de água. Ai. Agora pus o sal, mexo aqui a água bem mexida e se o ovo vier ao de cima está bom. A ver? Se tivesse pouco sal e o ovo não vinha de cima. Está bom. Não precisa mais. Agora põe-se a sarmura aqui dentro, a água salgada. Se for para ficar para muito tempo, não precisa mexer mais. Se for para mudar a água, tem que mudar a água e deitar sal. Pronto. Tapa-se e está bom. Já está as azeitonas britadas. Olha, agora já estão boas. Britadinhas daqui a um mês. Se for caso quiserem comer antes, terão que mudar a água e deitar sal. Um bocadinho de sal. Agora vamos fazer as retalhadas. Estas estão mais maduras e faço um corte. Só, antigamente fazia 3 cortes, mas como são mais maduras podem-se estragar. E agora fazemos só um corte. E também já não salpicam a casa. Ao menos isso. E também são saborosas estas. São muito saborosas. Estas é que têm que estar mais de um mês aqui para adoçar. Olha, já está. É capaz de chegar. Está lá mais uma lavagemzinha. Agora já não preciso mais água, senão aquela. E agora pomos aqui no frasco. Puxa. Agora estou a pôr aqui os mesmos ingredientes nestas retalhadas, mas naquelas de água não precisa. Pronto. Aquelas ficam aí, isso que é para fazerem a salmoura quando elas tiverem doces. Bom, agora este já está. Já está a salmoura e os temperos. Já estão as retalhadas feitas e agora só pedem comer daqui a 2 ou 3 meses. É quando elas estão doces. Se não mexerem antes. Agora, se mudarem a água também, é capaz de adoçarem mais depressa. Agora estas vamos lavar. E ficam na água com o sal, mais nada. E daqui a 1 ano é que elas estão doces. Estas de água vão levar a salmoura e só não levam as ervas. E daqui a um ano, coisa assim, ou 6 meses, devem estar doces, mesmo que não estejam bem doces, vão-se a provar e deita-se então a névoa e os alhos e mais sal quando fizer a salmoura. Agora esta água é para não se estragarem e a azeitona vai ficar amarelinha. Quando apanhas azeitonas para fazer de água, tem aqui uma folha. Escolha as mais amarelinhas, que estão mais maduras, senão ficam duras. Podem estar 1 ano. Antes de 1 ano não estão doces. Só se forem mudar a água também sempre. Mas acho que não. Estas são má de adoçar porque ficam inteiras, não sai o amargo. Antigamente só se fazia azeitonas de água, também não havia. Havia poucas azeitonas e agora há muitas. E agora leva esta água. Pois estas dão menos trabalho, mas não são tão saborosas. Agora só daqui a 6 meses ou 1 ano é que se põe as ervas aromáticas e faz-se a salmoura novamente. Agora vamos fazer as azeitonas de sal. São assim roxas e apanham-se bem madurinhas. E agora lavam-se e vão-se pondo aqui junto com o sal. Que é para... Daqui por uns 15 dias estão boas. 15 dias ou 1 mês. Agora faz assim. Umas pedrinhas no fundo. Umas quantas assim. Deixa, estas levam muito sal. Ajuda mais fino. Tem que se fazer num cesto ou num recipiente com buracos, porque as azeitonas vão assim murchando e deitam a água. E com o sal e não se pode pôr em todo o sítio. E agora já fiz aqui as 4 maneiras de fazer as azeitonas. Tenho as de água, as britadas, as retalhadas e as de sal. E agora Façam em casa e espero que gostem.
That our colleague, Professor Gyula Paxulai,
is celebrating his 84th anniversary today. So, as one of the older members of our association, we decided to profit this special moment.
Good afternoon to everybody. We now start the afternoon session. Our first presentation will be from Maslina Ljubičić online. Hello, Maslina.
Hello, thank you. I have sent my PowerPoint. Am I going to get it, or do I have to make another time from here sharing?
I suppose the technical staff can put the PowerPoint. No? Yes.
So no. I'm waiting.
Okay, it is already being projected.
But I don't see it. I can't see
it. Can you share your screen?
Yes, I'm going to do it. But then if I share, I will give another PowerPoint, the same that I have at home. Okay?
I ask the technical staff, what do you suggest? Just a moment.
I've put my own. It is the same that I've sent. Can you see it now? Hello, can you see what I put on now, my PowerPoint?
One moment, Maslina, we are working on it.
Yes, but probably if you see it, I can change it and... Can you see at this moment my PowerPoint?
Maslina, the technical staff tells me...
sharing? Or...
Yes, you can share your screen.
Yes, I share it, and can you see it now? I'm going to stop share just to see if there's something else.
Now it is okay. Now it is okay.
Is it okay? But I can't see it. I can't see it. I've seen only when I share. So I don't know who is going to change my slides.
Maslina, you can share your screen.
Now I see it.
This is okay. Right now it is okay.
It is okay. Then yes. It is my own here from Zagreb. Okay. Okay. Only to see. Can you see now if I change it? No, I can't change it. Change slides. Yes. Yes. You see changing slides. Okay.
Yes, we are seeing.
I'm going to do it alone. Although I have sent it. 2 weeks ago. Okay, thank you very much. So, I can start now. Proverbs, we know, often express general opinion and offer advice. Family relationships are frequently used as a source domain for interpreting various abstract notions, and indeed, proverbs about relatives are part of the European cultural heritage. The stereotypical image of stepmother as a cruel, malevolent, evil, jealous, and selfish woman is deeply rooted in our culture. The wicked stepmother that appears in many proverbs is not only a typical character of folk tales like Cinderella, Snow White, Hansel and Gretel, but we encounter it also in Greek and Roman mythology and classical literature. For example, the figure of Phaedra in Greek mythology, immortalized in the tragedies of playwrights Euripides and Seneca, as well as in historiography. For example, Tacitus' account of Livia and Agrippina, and Plutarch's account of Octavia, Augustus' sisters. All they are very strongly influenced by the literary stereotype of the evil stepmother. Tacitus' expression, Novercalia odia, stepmother's hatred, is famous. Very curious is the meaning in vain that appears in the text by the Roman playwright Plautus. There we can see the adverbial expression, apud novercam queri. That is to say, to complain to one's stepmother. It means useless, in vain. In a Latin-Dutch dictionary, it is very successfully compared to the knocking on the door of a deaf man. The concept of nasty stepmother, in Latin seva noverca, cruel mother, is contrasted with the concept of tender and affectionate mother, mater amica, friendly, Latin is mater, not mother, friendly mother, who loves and supports her children. The highly expressive metaphor of the stepmother seems to be quite vivid, and we find it in numerous proverbs. The aim of this article is to analyze examples of proverbs with the lexeme stepmother taken from our parallel Italian-Croatian corpus, further corroborated examples by those in several other European languages. Proverbs speak about the figure of mother that gives birth, helps, protects, encourages, and cares for her children. So a mother's love is best of all. And opposed to the mother, in the kinship imagery, we find the stepmother, the person who is stereotypically nasty, malevolent, and hostile to her stepchildren. In Croatian, nijedna maćeha nije dobra. No stepmother is good. Or also the following, stepmother is a poor consolation, maćeha slaba utjeha. Also in Croatian, the third one is there are as many good stepmothers as there are white crows. That is to say, bijelih vrana, there are no good stepmothers. Interesting is also neither black is white, nor is the stepmother good. The same thing. Very interesting is the following statement. It is better to marry one's father than one's mother. One could analyze that. Proverbs in which the stepmother is not negatively connotated seem to be very rare. For example, in Croatian, this is extremely good stepmother. image of stepmother, dobroj maćehi I pastorci su sinovi. For a good stepmother, stepchildren are true children. The same in the following, for a dear stepmother, stepchildren are true children. Rather positive is also the stepmother in the following Russian proverb. Maćeha dobra, da ne mati rodna. A stepmother is kind, but not a mother. We can see also negative opinions in following proverbs. For example, in Spanish, stepmother, harsh mother, neither made of wax nor of paste. And Catalan also, neither cera, neither pasta, the same thing. The same from the stepmother, neither bread nor pasta. In Galician is the same thing, neither of wax nor of good pasta. In Portuguese, madrasta, nem de pasta, stepmother, not even of pasta. In Spanish, we can see stepmother is bitter, amarga, even when she is made of sugar. In Galician, also the same image, madrasta ainda de açúcar amarga. In Italian, la matrigna amara anche se fatta di zucchero, the same thing. In the dialect of Salento, in Italy, better a sad mother than a good stepmother. It's an extreme pattern of proverbs. In French, qui a marâtre y a le diable à l'âtre. Who has a stepmother has the devil at the hearth. That is to say, in the house. Also in Galician, to the stepmother, the name is enough. That is to say, the name is synonym of evil. The stepmother, the best is bad, mais boa é mala. In German also, wo eine Stiefmutter im Haus, da sieht wenig Fried und Freud heraus. Where there is a stepmother in the house, there is a little peace and joy to be found. In German also, stepmothers rarely turn out well. Also, a stepmother is devil's underbelly, Teufels Unterfutter. In English, take heed of a stepmother. The very name Sapit is enough. In Basque, la madrasta, that is to say, stepmother, also when made of honey, is not good. Also in modern Greek, it says so, the paper says so. The lyrics confess it. The stepmother is never like the poor mother. And the following, the same, the lullaby, even the stepmother tells the children, but she doesn't say it compassionately as the mother does. Since the stepmother is characterized as a very negative person, she appears as a second compound of a binomial with another stereotypically bad and malignant member of a family, the mother-in-law. Here are some proverbs with the lexical binomial suocera e matrigna, mother-in-law and stepmother. Mother-in-law and stepmother, mange and ringworm in Italian. And also, mother-in-law and stepmother are cursed by Saint Andrew, although I don't know why, but they are in this binomial. Also, mother-in-law in Portuguese. Sogra e madrasta so un nome basta. Mother-in-law and stepmother, the very name is enough. Since mother-in-law and stepmother are probably the most unpleasant people one can encounter in one's house, the proverb provides advice on guest etiquette. That is to say, in casa d'altri loda tutti, in other people's home, praise everything. Figli sciocchi, cattivi e brutti, fino a gatta che sgrafigna, fino a suocera e matrigna. That is extremely bad. That is to say, you have to praise everything, up to the mother-in-law and the stepmother. Here is another possibility where there is not suocera and matrigna, but there is instead of that the dog that bites you. Can che ti mordigna, the same rhyme. The following Spanish proverb expresses the advice to avoid, as well as an evil horse, also mother-in-law and stepmother. Dios te guarde de caballo de mala rastra, de suegra y de madrastra. Quite often, metaphorical meaning is lexicalized. In Latin, noverque novercarum. His first meaning, ditches which drain off the water imperfectly and slowly, that is to say, that are not good. Or also the second meaning, a rough piece, noverque means, is plural of stepmother. A rough piece of land, so called in allusion to the iniquitas noverque. In Italian, matrigna, stepmother, is used also in adjectival function. As a noun, la sorte gli fu matrigna. Destiny was his stepmother. It can be used as adjective, always in conjunction with feminine noun. Nature, natura matrigna, stepmother, nature. Here we can see the opinion of Epicurus followers of nature. Their opinion is that naturam not matrem esse humani generis, sed novercam, that nature is not the mother of the human race, but its stepmother. A model of the following proverb, dating back to the old Greek, was diffused mostly through Latin. Ipsa dies quandoque parens, quandoque noverca. The day itself is sometimes the mother, sometimes the stepmother. In Italian, the same thing. La giornata quando è mamma e quando è matrigna. It was also in Croatian. One day is the mother, one is the stepmother, and in Croatian it is also whether is sometimes the mother and sometimes the stepmother. Then the model of the proverb that now I have quoted is found in Works and Days, a didactic poem written by ancient Greek poet Hesiod around 7th century before Christ. Hesiod's Works and Days. So, allote metrie pele gemere allote meter. Sometimes a day is a stepmother, sometimes a mother. In Latin, this time we've got noverca, stepmother first, before it was not so. Seva noverca dies nunc est, nunc mater amica. In Croatian, trade is sometimes mother, sometimes the stepmother. The same model in English trade is the mother of money. We can quote his as the same idea. In Italian, we find not now opposed mother to stepmother, but stepmother in the metaphorical meaning, not good, not favorable. Viene l'estate e viene matrigna dei bambini. Comes the summer, comes the stepmother of children. That is to say, because because then their grandparents have a lot to do on fields and don't care much about children. And now we can see also in Italian, to whom the vineyard in April, a chi d'aprile porta la vigna, la vendemmia è matrigna. To whom prunes the vineyard in April, the harvest will be the stepmother. That is also kind of advice. O le dilazioni sono matrigne di buoni successi. Postponements are stepmothers of good result. The same idea is in Latin, periculum in mora. Examples of metaphorization. Analyzing the conceptualization of idleness, I found out that quite often mother and stepmother are used as source domains of opposite results. The Latin proverb about nuge nugarum, that is to say trifles, trivial things, as a result of idleness, derives from Considerationes by Saint Bernard, and therefore he advises against ociositas. Idleness is the mother of trifles and the stepmother of virtues. Here is his advice: shun idleness, the mother of trifles, stepmother of virtues. The same is said also in Latin and in Portuguese. Here we've got also more short version of Portuguese, ociosidade é a madrasta das virtudes, negligência é madrasta das virtudes. The same idea. We can mention another proverb, periculum in mora, that first, danger in delay, I haven't translated, because postponements can not lead to positive results, and they were metaphorized also as stepmothers. And now another image, quite frequent in Proverbs, in Italian Proverbs, because the snow that covers fields of grain protects these fields from freezing. But if the snow stays too long, it can destroy the grain. Therefore, in the proverbial conceptualization, from the caring mother, it turns into the stepmother or even into the ringworm. So the snow is the mother of the grain, and here the comparison: for 8 days the snow is the mother, but after that it is the stepmother. Before Christmas the snow is the mother, after that it is the stepmother. For a week the snow is the mother, after 2 it becomes the stepmother, and after 3 it becomes a ringworm. The same idea of care, of love, that is expressed by the noun mother, metaphor of mother, can also be expressed through bride or husband. It is very interesting. So the snow that settles on the grain for a week is his bride, for 2 weeks is the stepmother, for 3 weeks gives to it the ringworm, and here with the husband. For 8 days, the snow on the grain is its husband. For 15 days, it is its stepmother, and after a month, brings to it the ringworm. So 3 caring and loving persons. And we can conclude now that proverbs, yes, express familiar experiences, often make use of very clear metaphorical language. Family members and their relations are commonly used as a means in order to interpret various abstract notions of phenomena that we encountered, opposed to the mother, who implies the idea of care, protection, and encouragement for the development of her children. In some proverbs, we encounter the image of the stepmother, the stereotypical figure used for the lack of care and assistance. The spread of numerous proverbs containing the lexeme stepmother occurs through translations, and in fact they are found in several languages. Obviously, they are accepted because the experiences in various nations coincide. They are mainly linked to past times, but have become a collective stereotype and function as such, especially in metaphorical senses that are part of the European cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Maslina. We now have time for a few questions. Simeon?
Hello, Maslina.
Hello.
What means the meaning of the word rodna in your language?
Rodna is the same, also proper mother. Rodna can be proper. Rodna can be rodna. It was, I think, in Russian. Yes.
Russian.
In Russian, yeah. But rodna zemlja, for example, that gives birth. Roditi means to deliver, to give birth, okay. Also in Croatian, also in other Slavic languages.
The proverbs about mother-in-law and stepmother note the exceptions. It's not the rule. Not every time the mother-in-law and the stepmother has a negative role. Yes. No, and the proverbs note exactly the exceptions. And some proverbs connect the enteada with the mother. No, the stepmother, and like a dog and cat.
Yeah.
But in a family, dog and cat are very friendly.
Yes, we
and
know that.
So we can understand when they are feeling in a family, the stepmother and the daughter-in-law, stepdaughter are in the same family. They belong to the same family with love. Disappear this attitude. No?
Yeah. Yes. But it is interesting that these stereotypes and the metaphorical meanings are quite present in a lot of languages, and then especially metaphorically used, although we know that stepmothers and other also as mother-in-laws can be very, very good persons, can be better than own mothers. We know that. But it is interesting that it is these stepmothers are quite frequently used metaphorically in European languages, while in other languages where there is polygamy, this sentiment, this meaning towards the own mother as against the stepmother is not so much present. So it is connected with the European culture. I think also in other cultures, mother that gives birth is a perfect, nice person, but maybe it is also modified, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you.
Irina, you did want to explain? Okay.
No.
I will put one question. In Croatia, do you have any proverbs related to stepfather and father-in-law?
For example, there is a proverb when it is yes, father-in-law also yes, although but they are not, so to say, problematic. So also I think in other languages, but in Croatian we've got different terminology for father-in-law, husband, not father-in-law, husband's father and wife's father. So they are terminologically very distinct, and there are never problems with the wives' mothers or fathers. Fathers, I think, always are
okay, thank you.
Out of problems. And when a mother becomes stepmother, also the father becomes stepfather. Metaphorically, there is kad je mati maćeha i otac je očuh. That is one of the problems. That is to say, when mother is not good, then also father becomes no good, because they have to act together.
Yeah.
That is one proverb that unites also bad stepfather.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
In Finnish, we say, when you lose your mother, you lose your father also. Something like that. Kun menetät äitisi, menetät isäsi. But also vice versa, when you lose your father, you lose your mother. And it is not named the stepmother and stepfather, but it means that, everything or nothing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Maslina.
Perfect is to have both. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I think we should... Our next presentation will be by Peter Thomas. Peter will be talking about some missing proverbs.
Right. Thank you. I'm sure we can all think of people we would have liked to have met. And you know what I'm going to say. I would have liked to have met Gyula Pocziloj. If I had met him, I would surely have congratulated him for hitting on the idea of trying to put some definitive flesh on the concept of the European proverb. This concept, of course, had been well known for several centuries, but it was never explored, as far as I know, in any great depth until Pocziloj cast his net over 55 languages. The organization and management of this large data set must have been a considerable challenge, particularly in the case of lesser-known languages, and not least when it came to typesetting and proofreading. And here is the volume, which we're all familiar with, of course. Now, this morning, Wolfgang revealed some of the detail of the frustrating history of publishing Pocziloj's magnum opus. It was a Herculean task, and it took a proverbial Hercules to accomplish it. And Wolfgang was very clearly a supportive Iolaus. To very briefly put Potsloy's work into some sort of context, we might go back to a polyglot and polymath compatriot of mine whom I would also have loved to have met, James Howell. His collection of proverbs in English, French, Spanish, Italian, and Welsh was published in 1659. But important though his work was, and it still is, it takes the form of independent lists for each language, and there are no cross-references. The move to compare proverbs systematically in several languages came some 2 centuries later. As far as I can gather, the first such study in the Anglophone sphere, at least, was in 1842. This was when Caroline Ward published her small volume of national proverbs in 5 languages. This slide shows a random example to illustrate Ward's general presentation. She lists equivalent proverbs as a group headed by the English version. Almost 160 years later, Theodor Flonta, who we also heard of this morning, an academic from Australia, I believe, he published a much larger volume of over 3,000 proverbs found in the Romance languages, as well as other volumes. Flonta's criteria for determining proverbiality and proverbial equivalence are more robust than those of Ward. But his presentation is very much along the same lines. Comparing these 2 extracts from 1842 and 2001, we can readily see that as far as referencing is concerned, there's been no methodological advance at all. Both volumes are devoid of the expected referencing system which would enable entries to be traced back to their source. So useful though these studies are, and I have found Flonta's study very useful in my own work, even though they're useful, they both fall short of the standards of modern scholarship. And the same is true also of Strauss's 3-volume study of Proverbs in 29 languages, published in 1994. Enter Potsloy. Trying to get my slide to move. Wolfgang mentioned this morning that there was a much larger volume of 3,000. I've got a different system going here. When we look at Potsloy's volume of only 106 proverbs, it might appear at first sight to be something of a damp squib. But this is more than compensated for by the detail of each article. Each section lists corresponding proverbs in as many of the 55 languages as possible. A particular hallmark of Potsloy's work is that he references every datum down to the page or paragraph level. And in this respect, his 1997 volume reflects the standard that he set himself in his earlier 1987 study of over 600 proverbs in 8 languages. And because of this meticulous strategy, future researchers will be able to retrace his steps and to critically contextualize every single datum. Potsloy then introduced the expected academic standards into the recording of extensive comparative proverbial data. His volume also demonstrates that such a wide-ranging study is worthwhile, and in those respects is a significant milestone. Fionnuala showed us this morning that Potsloy's study also has the potential to be a springboard for further study. I'd like to explore another one of these avenues. Last year, the organisers of this colloquium kindly gave me the opportunity to present a re-evaluation of Potsloy's Welsh and Breton data. This largely turned on the matter of missing data. For reasons which we can't really recover, Portslaw's informants hadn't provided him with complete Welsh or complete Breton data. In stark contrast to Welsh and Breton, all the investigated proverbs were found for English in Portslaw's study. So you may wonder why I'm suggesting that English might have missing data. Well, I hope that will become clear in a minute. There are two particular sources for the English proverbs in Portslaw's study. The first is the well-known Oxford Dictionary of English Proverbs, compiled in 1935, and it was subsequently revised twice by two other scholars. Then, in 1982, parts of the Oxford Dictionary had a radical reincarnation as the concise Oxford Dictionary of Proverbs. This was edited by John Simpson and Jennifer Speake. There's nothing random at all about the conciseness of the 1982 truncation. The concise has a critical approach to its data, which is not found in its parent. And I'd like to explore that a little bit by looking at the differences between the two volumes. Perhaps the first point to note is that the 1970 volume contains hundreds of phrases which aren't proverbs at all in the generally understood sense of the word today. For example, in 1970, we have in at one ear and out at the other. It's not in the concise version. We have the pot calls the pet kettle black. Again, it's absent in 1982. Then we have to add fuel to the fire, absent in 1982. So these are found in the Oxford Dictionary of Idioms. And for the sake of convenience, we might then refer to the ODEP concept of the proverb as old school. So let's carry on looking at some differences between the two volumes. As we said, the entries are not always proverbs in ODEP. Also, citations may be misleading, but these have all been critically re-evaluated and updated in the more recent volume. And lastly is the focus of the two volumes. ODEP looks at English from the year dot, from the very beginning. But 1982 has a strict restriction, only contemporary usage. This is summed up in the introduction. The concise Oxford Dictionary of Proverbs provides a general history of proverbs in common use in Britain in the last 200 years. This is crucial. So, as a result of these updates, much of ODEP remains unrevised. Oh, sorry. Right. So we have these two volumes, ODEP and the Concise, and these were later joined by a third volume, the Oxford Dictionary of Proverbs, or the ODP. The ODP is, in effect, a rebranding of the Concise. It's actually the Concise by another name. In 2015, the ODP reached its 6th edition. The ODP, therefore, is the authoritative source for contemporary British English proverb data. Now then, Portslaw's study concludes that all his 106 items are to be found in English. And the 106 items are indeed to be found in ODEP. But I asked myself, what would those results look like if ODEP didn't exist? So let's play devil's advocates for a bit. What if the concise or the ODP were the only source for English? I hasten to add that ODP wasn't published when Pochloi was collecting his data. So perhaps the first thing that we'd gather is that many of Pochloi's items aren't found in the concise or the ODP. In other words, in the context of ODEP, the concise and the ODP have missing data. The reason for these missing data is readily discernible. As we've just seen, in contrast to the old school ODEP, Simpson and Speake, who were in charge of the last 2 volumes, they ensured that all their entries satisfy the conditions which they set of proverbiality and currency. So let's look at some of the proverbs which are found in ODEP but not in ODP. We've already seen examples of idioms which were banished by Simpson and Speake. Well, he who digs a pit for others falls in himself. It's not in the ODP. A small spark makes a great fire. Again, not in the ODP. A horse stumbles that has 4 legs. Not in the ODP. These 3, as you can see from their numbers, are in the upper quartile of Pochloj's 106 items. So this implies that they're amongst the core European proverbs. A little further down the line, we have other apparently prominent proverbs, such as, "The wolf may lose his teeth, but never his nature. An unbidden guest knows not where to sit." So despite the high ranking of these 5 proverbs, in Pochloj's summary, they're all absent from Simpson and Speake. Pochloj's concept of European proverb, then, is rooted in what one might call an atemporal space. This viewpoint is probably the only practical one, given the diverse and complex nature of his data and their diverse sources. But if we consider only contemporary English usage, we're bound to follow Simpson and Speake and to exclude these 5 proverbs and others from European proverbs current in English. They're apparently not. So the English versions of these undoubtedly European proverbs can only be placed in a European proverb space, either by ignoring time or by building a multi-dimensional historical space. What might be a pan-European proverb in one era might not be so in another time. The concept is also potentially variable over geographical space. What might be a prominent contemporary European proverb in one language might be obsolete or simply not recorded in another. So this slide, if I can get it up on my screen. This slide then shows, it's a summary of the first 20 items in the ODP. It's a stem and leaf table, if you're familiar with them. In the center, you have decades. The right leaves show the units of the years when such a proverb was recorded. The left leaves show a keyword for each proverb. So, for example, the first row has the keyword swallow, as in one swallow doesn't make a summer. Jennifer Speake found this to have been in use in 2014, a year before the publication of the latest edition of the ODP. You couldn't get a more current English proverb than that. So the table shows a clear cluster of 18 proverbs which Speake found in print between 1975 and 2014. There are some unexpected examples here. For example, a rolling stone gathers no moss is most certainly attested after 1979. I use it. So there are a few problems with Speak's data, but in general, I'm sure she's a solid source. At the bottom of the table, though, we've got two outliers. So many men, so many opinions, apparently last attested in 1924. And I can't see, there you are. And fields have eyes and woods have ears. Speak didn't find this later than 1905. These proverbs may well be on their last legs in British English. Now then, if we move to this slide, we can see the way Speak dealt with outliers and the way she applied quite rigidly her 200-year rule. Everyone stretches his legs according to the length of his coverlet. According to the concise dictionary, mind, this proverb was last found in 1897. It would appear that Speak didn't find any later examples, and so it was silently expunged from the 2015 edition. And that's why I put it in red. It's gone, says Speak.
5 minutes.
I haven't quite finished. 2 minutes. So back to the question. If ODP had been the only source available to Pozzoloi, what would then have been the... if the ODP had been the only source for Pozzoloi, what would have been the impact on the overall results as far as English is concerned? Well, the first bar in this graph shows the full house that English proverb scores in Pozzoloi's study, based primarily on the evidence of ODP. The second bar in the graph summarizes the reducted data found in ODP. The percentage has dropped from 100 to 72. So it would appear then, if Speak is correct, that some 28% of the possible English total might have become obsolete, according to her criteria. Well, how might this conclusion help us evaluate the prominence of European proverbs in other languages which don't have the benefit of an ODP at all, or an ODEP? Well, Irish is a prime candidate. You remember that Speak and her colleague have this declaration. The concise Oxford Dictionary of Proverbs provides a general history of proverbs in common use in Britain in the last 200 years. How could this apply to Irish? Well, the Irish data, I would say, have been in common use or recorded in Ireland in the last 200 years. It's more or less the same statement that you make. And, of course, we have Fionnuala to thank for the Irish data. So, if we look at the results that Pozzoloi published, we find that English scored 100% based on ODEP, Irish only 58%. In other words, just over half of Pozzoloi's 106 items were found in Irish, which isn't bad going. But the 58% was based on items mainly collected during the last 200 years. And as we've just seen, only 72% of those items were found in English during a broadly similar period. So let's plug the Irish data into the same redacted base. And you find that whereas English had 72%, Irish had 76%. Not bad. And this is for oral data, not data based on a wealth of written evidence. So, obrigado, gora mahaget, and thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions?
Outi.
Thank you. Interesting. I would ask that when did they do the Oxford Dictionary of idioms? When was it done? And you haven't met those who made it? Those
speak?
You have discussed with them those editors of this?
No, I've never met Jennifer speak. I think she lives in Canada.
But anyway, this is a problem between, it's not a problem, but between those, what is idiom and what is proverb. And then I would ask that if a kind of linguist or kind of historian of language, is it so that in kind of the idiom is a kind of a higher level than considered than proverbs from some kind of point of view, because they are more like structured. Is it like that?
I think it comes down. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Yes. Yep. I think it comes down to, first of all, making sure that you have a uniform body of data, that they are all belonging to the same category. It may turn out at the end of the day, after comparing idioms independently and proverbs independently, that you decide, okay, they're part of the same sphere, linguosphere. But I don't think you should mix those until you know that it's viable to do so. And speak doesn't do it. And so if we're going to compare idioms of proverbs across languages, and that the linguists who have been collecting for those languages have been concentrating on proverbs, and this is the case in Welsh in general, then you just don't get the idioms thrown in. So we have to establish a common base. If proverbs, then proverbs. If old school proverbs, then fine. But
yeah, this is a problem with and compared folklorists and linguists. Yep.
Thank you very much, Peter. I suppose when I was looking at Irish versions of the list that Professor Patulai gave me, I understood that if it had occurred, there was no time limit, as to whether a proverb was current or not, but if it had ever been recorded in a particular language, then it went into European proverbs in 55 languages.
Yeah, so. I tried to make that point, that his dilemma, I guess, was having to coordinate such a diverse range of stuff. But if we can concentrate on a section, such as the Celtic languages or whatever, then we can be more focused on what we're looking for and looking at.
Yeah. Well, as far as I was concerned, I think I understood that Professor Patulai was interested in whether any of the 106 items that he gave me and others had ever been recorded in, well, I didn't go into old or classic Irish, modern Irish. Yeah. Modern Irish.
What we're talking about is two different paradigms, really, that Patulai belongs to the old school of what is a proverb, whereas Jennifer Speak is the post-Mieder school.
Well, thank you, Peter. Always enjoy listening to you. John Simpson was a friend of mine, or is a friend of mine. And when he came out with the concise Oxford Dictionary, actually I was quite upset because I don't think it was based on real scholarly decision-making. In fact, John admitted to me that it was done a bit on the hasty side. So as far as the dates, and I think the 5th edition, that the 2015 that you mentioned with Mrs. Speaks, is very useful, but I would argue that any person dealing with historical English language proverbs should use the old 1971 as well as the new one. But I want to say something about the dating. We faced this problem when we did the Dictionary of Modern Proverbs. Let's just say you find 2-3 references for Proverb X. Let's say the earliest reference is 1921. I'm talking about modern Proverbs, 1921. Well, you find it in 1929, you find it in 1948. Eventually, a paremiographer has no choice but to cut it off. In other words, the last date of a given proverb listed in the Speak volume is not necessarily saying the proverb is now dead. Yeah. You just, nowadays, when I'm not here anymore, we can make proverb collections that are on the internet. Then, of course, you can constantly update them. I would also say that Gyula did not only use the Oxford English Dictionary.
Oh, no.
So in other words, I think I'm only making this comment. I've thoroughly enjoyed what you presented, Peter. You know that. I just want to say that historical paremiography up till now has always been restricted because of space. There's simply not space enough in the dictionary. But online, like the OED, as we all know, the big one, can, of course, also always be updated. But thank you, Peter. Wonderful.
Thank you. To be continued.
Yeah. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Adriana Ciama from Romania, and about the wolf. Romania. Adriana.
Just a moment, please. To go forward or backwards?
Next.
Is
this the first one?
So it's okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing team for their efforts in making this colloquium possible. And second, initially I prepared my presentation and my communication in the Portuguese language. I saw that everyone uses the English language, so I reached a compromise today. The presentation, the slide will be all in English, but I will deliver my speech in the Portuguese language. So, no more so, I will pass to the Portuguese. O título da minha comunicação, portanto, é O Lobo nos Provérbios Portugueses e Romanos e uma análise comparativa. Portanto, tenho como objetivo principal apresentar uma análise comparativa dos provérbios portugueses e romanos que incluem a palavra lobo. E este estudo comparativo paremiológico permite-me observar como nas duas culturas o lobo é evocado, não é? Ou como é evocado a imagem de um animal selvagem, e ao mesmo tempo permite salientar as semelhanças e as diferenças na representação de lobo. Porque o lobo aparece não só como símbolo de padrões comportamentais negativos, mas também é a expressão do perigo, da imprudência, da cumplicidade. Não é a minha intenção de dar uma definição dos provérbios, vou reter, no entanto, algumas propriedades próprias. É o termo mais usual para enunciados de tipo para enunciados com caráter popular e anónimo, que apresentam particularidades formais próprias, entre as quais as estruturas morfossintáticas ou as propriedades prosódicas, com um sentido geral, transmitido de geração em geração e capaz de veicular uma mensagem que se aplica a várias situações. E como os provérbios fazem parte da memória cultural de uma determinada comunidade, são elementos privilegiados através dos quais podemos evidenciar as particularidades dessa cultura. Quero apenas algumas palavras porque era para justificar a escolha do corpus e porque o lobo. Os animais sempre desempenharam um papel importante nas sociedades rurais de outrora. Por um lado, os animais domésticos eram mais familiares, mais próximos dos seres humanos e assumiam principalmente funções no trabalho agrícola, no transporte ou no fornecimento de alimentos. E, por outro lado, os animais selvagens, que viviam, claro, em sintonia com o meio ambiente, eram considerados mais perigosos, mais inquietantes, no entanto, apareciam nas proximidades das comunidades humanas. Se olharmos para o universo paremiológico português, os principais animais selvagens, ou, enfim, vamos dizer, os animais selvagens mais bem representados, são o lobo, a raposa, e a lebre em português, ao passo que em romeno são o lobo, a raposa e o urso. Portanto, o lobo é um animal bem conhecido nas duas culturas e, como disse, está muito bem representado no universo paremiológico romeno e português. E, portanto, é a minha intenção observar como os provérbios portugueses e romenos evocam a imagem do lobo, identificar semelhanças e diferenças e, ao mesmo tempo, encontrar equivalências entre os provérbios das duas línguas. Para realizar a análise, tive que construir um corpus. Enfim, o corpus português é constituído por aproximadamente 105 provérbios, que recolhi nos principais dicionários paremiológicos, tal como aparecem no slide. Para o corpus romeno, também recorri aos principais dicionários paremiológicos e o corpus tem aproximadamente 130 provérbios. E pontualmente recorri aos dicionários gerais de língua e também pontualmente consultei o refranero multilingue do Centro Virtual Cervantes. Portanto, o meu estudo comparativo situa-se a dois níveis. Por um lado, o nível lexical e, por outro lado, o nível semântico. E ao nível lexical, analisei primeiro as variantes e, segundo, as principais palavras ou os principais lexemas que aparecem na estrutura dos provérbios. A nível semântico, tentei identificar as áreas temáticas comuns às duas línguas e também áreas temáticas próprias para cada uma das línguas. Portanto, vou começar com o primeiro aspecto, com o nível lexical. Observei que em ambas as línguas há provérbios que apresentam variações ou que apresentam várias variantes, que se devem principalmente à substituição por sinónimos, mas respeitando os mesmos critérios de rima, ritmo, etc., ao acréscimo de palavras, à presença ou à ausência do artigo definido. E apesar dessas variações, normalmente encontrei estas variações com os provérbios altamente frequentes, quer dizer, com os provérbios que aparecem na maioria dos dicionários, o sentido do provérbio fica inalterado. O segundo nível, também no nível lexical, mas o segundo aspecto que quero mencionar são os lexemas que aparecem na estrutura dos provérbios. Portanto, outras palavras aparecem nessas estruturas proverbiais e, ao mesmo tempo, é possível evidenciar vários aspectos. Por exemplo, o meio ambiente em que vivem os lobos ou se movimentam, a maneira como se relacionam com outros animais, domésticos ou selvagens, e isso permite, de facto, entender o sentido dos provérbios e, ao mesmo tempo, realçar determinadas particularidades de uma determinada cultura. Portanto, optei por agrupar estas palavras ou lexemas em várias categorias, ou, se quisermos, ou enfim, adoto também a terminologia de Sevilha Munhoz, arquilexemas. Bom, portanto, as categorias ou os arquilexemas identificados são os animais domésticos, animais selvagens, partes do corpo, natureza, construções rurais, divisões temporais e religião. Portanto, é o meu objetivo observar não só quando os vérbios descrevem o comportamento dos lobos, mas também quando os lobos servem de termo de comparação para caracterizar o comportamento humano. E, portanto, vou exemplificar cada uma dessas categorias ou arquilexemas e vou começar com os animais domésticos. É evidente que em ambas as culturas os animais domésticos que aparecem nas estruturas proverbiais são a ovelha, cordeiro, anho, cão, asno, cavalo, incluindo o coletivo rebanho, e o mesmo acontece em romeno, só que em romeno aparecem mais animais domésticos: cabra, cabrito, a vaca, boi, vitelo, porco e até gansos. Nas duas culturas também, a ovelha está associada com o papel da vítima. No entanto, nas duas línguas aparecem assim umas imagens um pouco diferentes relativamente à ovelha. Em português, por exemplo, a ovelha aparece como louca ou tola, em contraste com a astúcia do lobo, ao passo que em romeno aparece como meiga, portanto as ovelhas são meigas, em contraste com a maldade do lobo. Também, relativamente aos animais domésticos, é impossível não encontrar outro animal também usual nos provérbios das duas línguas, é o cão. É um bom defensor, não é, dos rebanhos. Aparecem também umas imagens ligeiramente diferentes. Nos provérbios portugueses aparece o cão indefeso perante as alcateias dos lobos, ao passo que em romeno o cão tem assim um papel um pouco ambíguo, porque às vezes é indiferente perante um lobo velho ou até morto, mas às vezes até pode tornar-se amigo dos lobos, ganhando assim os vícios. E, por último, quero salientar que o número de animais domésticos associados ao lobo em romeno é 2 vezes maior do que em português. Mantendo as proporções, por exemplo, são 2/3 dos provérbios romenos contêm um animal doméstico, ao passo que em português apenas 1/3. Vou passar a uma segunda categoria, os animais selvagens. Em ambas as línguas, o lobo está prototipicamente associado à raposa. Ambos são animais solitários, furtivos, astutos, ladrões. Em português, há muitos provérbios que evidenciam esta amizade, vamos dizer, entre o lobo e a raposa. A raposa às vezes parece mais astuta porque ganha quando um lobo, por exemplo, morre. No entanto, em romeno não aparece essa imagem. A raposa tem medo do lobo e, apesar de serem animais ladrões, não é? Ambos acabam por ter o mesmo fim, não é? A morte. Nos provérbios portugueses também aparece o lobo, para além do lobo aparece a loba e o lobito, ao passo que em romeno, como animais selvagens, aparece o urso, a lebre e, enfim, há alguns pouquíssimos exemplos com ratos. Também passado para a terceira categoria, as partes do corpo de animais. Quase todas as partes de animais estão presentes nos provérbios romanos, portanto, a pele, a cabeça, boca, olhos, dentes, orelhas, pelo, garganta, pés, etc. Ao passo que a língua portuguesa é um pouco mais pobre neste sentido, só aparecem as palavras que constam no slide. A natureza é a quarta categoria identificada. Também há algumas semelhanças entre as duas línguas. Palavras como mato, soto, povoado são usuais em português. O mesmo acontece em romeno, só que em romeno aparecem também outras referências a outros elementos da natureza, como o sol, a chuva, a tempestade e a queda de neve, não é? Que é tão usual na cultura romena. E, finalmente, as últimas categorias. Aqui que observamos, de facto, uma grande diferença entre os provérbios das duas línguas. No que diz respeito às construções rurais de tipo curral, estábulo, redil, aprisco, galinheiro, são palavras que aparecem na estrutura proverbial romena. Isso contrasta completamente com o português, onde não encontrei nenhum provérbio com referências a construções tão tipicamente rurais. Em português, no entanto, encontrei algumas referências a divisões temporais, de tipo dia, semana, domingo ou maio, referências à religião, de tipo igreja, missa ou ermitão, e também alguns provérbios com referências a santos, a Santo Antônio, São Miguel e Santa Maria. Em romeno também, mais uma vez, não encontrei nenhuma referência com essas categorias. Passando agora para o nível semântico, o primeiro aspecto sobre o qual quero falar são as imagens dos lobos, tal como se refletem nos provérbios. Portanto, quais são as caracterizações, condições ou estados mais salientes que os seres humanos consideram como prototípicas dos lobos. E identifiquei nas duas línguas imagens idênticas. Portanto, os lobos são cúmplices, entre parênteses vêm os provérbios em romeno e em português, são equivalentes, quero mencionar isso. Os lobos são bons dissimuladores, os lobos, quando têm fome, vão caçar, os lobos são astutos e são os outros animais que ganham quando um lobo morre. Quem ganha normalmente são as ovelhas, não é? Ou as raposas, como mostram os provérbios portugueses. Também há imagens diferentes. Por exemplo, a imagem do lobo velho, nos provérbios portugueses está associado à astúcia, ao passo que em romeno um lobo velho está associado à perda de respeito e à vulnerabilidade que acompanha o declínio físico na idade adulta, ou na idade, enfim, idosa, vamos dizer. Em romeno aparece também a imagem de um lobo coxo, que apesar desta deficiência continua a fazer as mesmas maldades. O lobo morto, que não merece, enfim, nenhuma atenção, ninguém lhe presta nenhuma atenção, e o lobo comilão. Em português aparece a imagem do lobo farto, tal como mostra os últimos provérbios. E, finalmente, também a nível semântico, numa segunda etapa, para além dos provérbios que descrevem o comportamento dos lobos, muitos outros provérbios envolvem, de facto, o uso metafórico. Portanto, trata-se de provérbios que evocam vícios humanos ou defeitos ou caracterizações negativas. Identifiquei em ambas as línguas algumas áreas temáticas comuns, com base numa ideia-chave, e, portanto, optei por agrupar os provérbios de acordo com ou segundo a ideia-chave que exprimem. E isso também tornou possível encontrar equivalências entre as duas línguas. Essas equivalências quer são literais, quer são conceptuais, se adopto a terminologia, mais uma vez, de Sevilla Munhoz. Portanto, há duas colunas. A coluna da esquerda, portanto, são os provérbios portugueses, na coluna da direita são romenos, e mais uma vez menciono que os provérbios são equivalentes. Portanto, têm o mesmo, vamos dizer, o mesmo sentido. Portanto, entre as áreas temáticas comuns às duas línguas, identifiquei a má influência das companhias, a cumplicidade, a hipocrisia, a imprudência associada à falta de bom senso, não é? Como mostram os provérbios, pelo menos os em português são fáceis de entender, não é? Quem faz do lobo pastor perde as ovelhas. Imprudência associada ao perigo também é uma área temática muito bem representada nas duas línguas, se tomar em conta o número dos provérbios. O esforço, os vícios e os maus hábitos e a astúcia, por exemplo. Pus azul, por exemplo, o provérbio em português, exatamente porque o provérbio não contém a palavra lobo, contém um outro animal, mas o sentido de facto é igual, portanto é um exemplo de, vamos dizer, de equivalente conceptual. Oportunismo, segurança pela eliminação do perigo, também são outras duas áreas temáticas comuns. Prudência ou precaução, fatalidade. Aqui nesta área temática de fatalidade há referência a um santo, ao Santo Antônio, ovelha que é do lobo, o Santo Antônio não guarda, e finalmente a injustiça. Também há áreas temáticas próprias de cada uma das línguas, portanto, identifiquei em português o desespero, a satisfação com a desgraça dos outros. Também estes provérbios exprimem esta ideia, mas também há muita ironia por trás. Responsabilidade, abuso de poder e falsidade são, portanto, mais uma vez, áreas temáticas em português. Ao passo que em romeno identifiquei futilidade, perigo maior, impossibilidade e incompatibilidade, voracidade, autossuficiência, justiça e força. Portanto, cada uma dessas áreas vem exemplificada com provérbios em romeno, entre parênteses retos, e a azul pus o equivalente conceptual em português. Portanto, são provérbios que têm o mesmo sentido, mas não contêm, por exemplo, referências a animais ou E cheguei às conclusões. Portanto, a análise a nível lexical mostrou que há variantes para o mesmo provérbio em ambas as línguas, o que não é de estranhar, sobretudo com os provérbios altamente frequentes. A análise das palavras nas estruturas proverbiais mostrou semelhanças nas duas línguas, porque foram identificadas as mesmas categorias, mas também algumas diferenças. Em português, por exemplo, referências a divisões temporais e à religião, ao passo que em romeno, referências, por exemplo, ou mais referências a uma riqueza cultural maior no que diz respeito às categorias de animais domésticos, partes do corpo e construções rurais. A nível semântico, identifiquei imagens idênticas, no entanto, com algumas diferenças. No que diz respeito ao lobo farto, essa é uma imagem própria dos provérbios portugueses, o lobo coxo ou comilão em romeno e a imagem do lobo velho, que está associado com conceitos diferentes nas duas línguas. E, finalmente, como os lobos servem de termo de comparação para o comportamento humano, também identifiquei áreas temáticas comuns nas duas línguas, como, enfim, cumplicidade, hipocrisia, imprudência, etc. E também áreas temáticas próprias a cada uma das línguas, desespero, ou responsabilidade, ou abuso em português, impossibilidade e incompatibilidade, autossuficiência em romeno. E não vou acabar a apresentação sem mencionar algumas referências bibliográficas, portanto, os dicionários em português e em romeno que consultei. Também alguns estudos, não é? Consultados e, finalmente, quero agradecer a vossa atenção. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Adriana, for your nice presentation. We have now time for a few questions. Lisa?
Thank you. Actually, this is not to the Proverbs, but I don't know if wolves in Portugal are the same kind of behavior that in Romanian. Because I know that the Finnish wolves, they don't behave the same way in flocks, packs, like in, for example, in these mountain areas. And so they are the same race. It's not same any animals, but the behavior is different. I mean, in Finland, a wolf attacks alone. They are not in the, how you call it, in the pack. So
I cannot speak a lot sobre the wolf's behavior. I am interested in how their images and how their images is reflected in the Proverbs.
Yeah. And
it is quite different.
Yes,
so the image is identical. It's what the Proverbs show, but also there are different images.
Yeah, okay, and that's why I was curious that how it is the one step backwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question?
May I? I have actually a rather folkloristic question. Lots of those proverbs could be attached to type index of fairy tales, right?
To?
Fairy tales, type index. Arne Thompson. Okay? So I do wonder how many of these proverbs could be attached to mythology and to the shepherd's ear as stereotypes, for example, to what Lisa said, that could be divided from those, and as well as if I attach to Lisa's question, it is also the image that somehow people tried to get from the surroundings. So that's why Lisa's question actually is also relevant.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but I study all these proverbs with this animal from the linguistic point of view. I'm not a folklorist, not an ethnologist. So I'm interested exclusively from the language point of view. So I really do not know how to answer if all are dictionaries. Dictionary of Proverbs.
It's very much okay.
Yeah.
Let me put you one question. In Romanian and in Portuguese, there is the well-known Latin proverb, homo homini lupus, which means man is the wolf of the man. You have that proverb in Romania.
Se considerar que é provérbio emprestado, aparece, mas nos dicionários não encontrei.
Não encontra como natural.
Não. Mas é-me familiar exatamente porque...
O homem é o lobo
de
do
certeza,
homem.
sim. Foi traduzido, provavelmente emprestado.
In Portuguese we say, o homem é o lobo do homem.
Sim.
Yeah.
Sim, it's Latin. Yeah. Yeah, lots of Latin proverbs are present in the other Romance languages.
More questions? So let's thank Adriana. The diploma. The diploma ceremony will be at the end of the day. Now we have a coffee break of an hour.
Eu sou a Vitalina, venho a fazer os lares antigos que aprendi com as minhas avós, com a minha mãe, e agora venho a representar para os mais novos saberem como é que se faz os lares. Vou por iniciar a fazer a farinha a massa do pão. Portanto, vou pôr aqui a farinha para amassar. Um quilo de farinha. Uma pitadinha de sal. Um bocadinho da massa velha. Massa do fermento, como se chama. A massa velha tira-se do pão, amassa-se e depois tira-se de umas vezes para as outras, deixa-se um bocadinho de massa. Massa essa que azeda, põe-se numa tigela, azeda e depois arranja uma côdea e mantém-se ali 8 ou 10 dias em condições de fazer novamente o pão, que é o que tinha aqui nesta tigela. É a massa velha. Já pus aqui dentro da farinha. Quem não tem massa velha faz um bocadinho, ou vai à padaria, compra um bocadinho de massa e deixa 2 dias ou 8 dias, se quiser, para azedar mesmo, para novamente, quando nas vésperas quer fazer, pôr no molho um bocadinho e fazer um bocadinho de massa, de farinha, para acrescentar aquela massa, azedar novamente, para termos massa suficiente para azedar depois o pão. Porque se não tiver levo, não presta. Tem que estar azedo. E este fermento é para ajudar a crescer. Porque as farinhas agora já não vão lá sem este fermento. E agora vou pôr este fermento. E é tudo. E já lavei as mãos. Vou a meter a mão, que isto com as mãos é que tem que ser. Com a mão é que tem que ser. Vamos por aqui a aguinha. Para 1 quilo de farinha, 500 ml de água, 5 decilitros chega. Morninha, para a massa ter força para crescer. Agora amassa-se uns 10 minutos. Isto é pouca quantidade, não leva muito tempo. Ora, já amassei a minha massinha, teve de descansar 1h30. E quem não quiser estar com este trabalho de fazer a massa, vai à padaria e compra já a levedada e é só pôr os ingredientes para amassar o que se chama já os folares. Agora é que se vai começar a fazer os folares. Ora, primeiro vou pôr a banha derretida, 150 gramas de banha derretida. Raspa de limão, de um limão. Agora vou pôr 2 colheres de ervas doces. 2 colheres de canela, duas de chocolate, e o açúcar, meio quilo de açúcar. Os ovos. E agora vamos abater isto tudo, fazer uma mistura aqui com isto. Agora tem que ser muito bem amassadinho, até se não se encontrar linhas nenhumas, que a massa agora começa a fazer linhas. Vou untar o tachinho com banha. Agora um bocadinho de farinha. Já está preparado para pôr a massa. Estive a amassar isto meia hora e agora vou pôr nos tacinhos, que é para pôr no forno. Ora, vamos pôr o toque final para os nossos chocolates. Pôr aqui o ovinho. E forno com eles. Vou tirar o flare do forno, tiveram lá 45 minutos. Vou desenformá-lo. Está lindo. Experimentem fazer em casa para manter a tradição dos antigos. Espero que gostem e um bom dia de Páscoa.
Venho das casas altas e vou explicar como se faz as azeitonas para pôr na mesa e comer. Que as azeitonas não servem só para fazer azeite, servem também para se comer e há umas 4 maneiras de fazer. Temos pisadas, temos de água e temos de retalhadas e de sal. Escolhi estas azeitonas mais verdes para pisar, que é melhor, para não se desfazerem. E as outras são mais maduras, que é para fazer cortes, retalhadas e de água. E estas são mais durinhas. Não podem ser muito pisadas, senão desfazem-se. Tem que se ter cuidado porque isto chisca muito e estas nodas têm azeite. Custa a tirar da roupa. Agora piso as azeitonas, trouxe a neve dos orégãos e os limões e os alhos e faço a salmoura. E depois, se quiserem comer logo, mudam a água dia sim, dia não, durante uma semana estão boas. Vai sempre deitando sal. E se quiserem deixar mais uns tempos, 1 mês ou 2 ou 3, não se mexe mais, senão no tempo que a gente vai a comer. Convém não ser água da torneira, porque é para não ter sabores. Agora vou lavar as azeitonas, ponho no frasquinho, no frasquinho, e depois faço a salmoura aqui à parte e deito a água aqui. E os ingredientes estes. Isto é só uma pinga já agora. Agora já as tenho lavadas, vou pôr aqui os cheirinhos, a nérda e os orégãos e os alhos e um bocadinho de limão em cima, que é para tirar o amargo, o limão. E depois é que se deita a água, que é quando se põe o É mais que corta os bocadinhos. Alguma coisa está muito cheia. E agora um bocadinho de limão. O limão é para comer o amargo. Estou a fazer a salmoura, para fazer a conserva dos 3 frascos das de água. Ai. Agora pus o sal, mexo aqui a água bem mexida e se o ovo vier ao de cima está bom. Está a ver? Se tivesse pouco sal e o ovo não vinha de cima. Está bom. Não precisa mais. Agora põe-se a salmoura aqui dentro, a água salgada. Se for para ficar para muito tempo, não precisa mexer mais. Se for para mudar a água, tem que mudar a água e deitar sal. Pronto. Está para si, está bom. Já está as azeitonas britadas. Olha, agora já estão boas. Britadinhas, daqui a um mês, se for caso quiserem comer antes, terão que mudar a água e deitar sal, um bocadinho de sal. Agora vamos fazer as retalhadas. Estas estão mais maduras e faço um corte. Só, antigamente fazia 3 cortes, mas como são mais maduras podem-se estragar. E agora fazemos só um corte e também já não salpicam a casa. Ao menos isso. E também são saborosas estas. São muito saborosas. Estas é que têm que estar mais de um mês aqui para adoçar. Olha, já está. É capaz de chegar. Está lá mais uma água. Uma lavagemzinha. Agora já não preciso mais água. Senão aquela. E agora pomos aqui no frasco. Puxa. Agora estou a pôr aqui os mesmos ingredientes nestas retalhadas, mas naquelas de água não precisa. Pronto. Aquelas ficam aí, se quer para fazerem a salmoura quando elas estiverem doces. Bom, agora este já está. Já está a salmoura e os temperos. Já estão as retalhadas feitas e agora só pedem comer daqui a 2 ou 3 meses. É quando elas estão doces. Se não mexerem antes. Agora, se mudarem a água também, é capaz de adoçarem mais depressa. Agora estas vamos lavar. E ficam na água com o sal, mais nada. E daqui a 1 ano é que elas estão doces. Estas de água vão levar a salmoura e só não levam as ervas. E daqui a um ano, coisa assim, ou 6 meses, devem estar doces, mesmo que não estejam bem doces, vão-se a provar e deita-se então a névoa e os alhos e mais sal quando fizer a salmoura. Agora esta água é para não se estragarem e a azeitona vai ficar amarelinha. Quando apanhas azeitonas para fazer de água, escolhas mais amarelinhas, que estão mais maduras, senão ficam duras. Podem estar 1 ano. Antes de 1 ano não estão doces. Só se forem mudar a água também sempre. Mas acho que não. Estas são mais de adoçar porque ficam inteiras, não sai o amargo. Antigamente só se fazia azeitonas de água, também não havia. Havia poucas azeitonas e agora há muitas. E agora leva esta água. Pois estas dão menos trabalho, mas não são tão saborosas. Agora só daqui a 6 meses ou 1 ano é que se põe as ervas aromáticas e faz-se a salmoura novamente. Agora vamos fazer as azeitonas de sal. São assim roxas e apanham-se bem madurinhas. E agora lavam-se e vão-se pondo aqui junto com o sal. Que é para... Daqui por uns 15 dias estão boas. 15 dias ou 1 mês. Agora faz assim. Umas pedrinhas no fundo. Umas quantas assim. Deixa que estas levam muito sal. esta manchinha. Tem que se fazer num cesto ou num recipiente com buracos, porque as azeitonas vão assim murchando e deitam a água. E com o sal, e não se pode pôr em todo o sítio. E agora já fiz aqui as 4 maneiras de fazer as azeitonas. Tenho as de água, as britadas, as retalhadas e as de sal. E agora façam em casa e espero que gostem.
Obrigada. Good afternoon. So let's begin this session. The first person is not here, so we have a video, right? So let's see the video.
Dear fellow lovers of Proverbs, here I present a very abridged version of a final paper for the course Conflict Transformation of my doctoral program. Everyone knows at least some proverbs like actions speak louder than words or don't judge a book by its cover. Memorize them with ease and probably experienced what a helpful counselor or guiding in decision making they can be. The more we know of such helpful proverbs, the more options we have for discerning the most appropriate behavior. This work attempts to bring ancient Near East proverbs together with the important subject conflict resolution, which is very much needed today. And this is a topic to which the ancient Near East can contribute both valuable wisdom and social conflicts in which this wisdom was needed. If you would like to receive the original version of this document, this presentation, with significantly more sayings, more detailed cultural background information, and examples of conflicts from the respective cultures, just send me an email. First, some clarifications regarding proverbs. Modern premiology provides various and sometimes very detailed definitions of proverbs, which somehow don't apply very well to the ancient Near East, as its wisdom literature has no collection of pure proverbs. In Egyptian instructions, Mesopotamian proverb collections, and the book of Proverbs in the Bible, metaphorical proverbs and short instructions with direct address to the reader appear side by side. I follow this tradition and refer to both proverbs and instructions when I use the term proverb in this context. Regarding conflict resolution, the categorization of proverbs is guided not only by the themes of the proverbs themselves, but also by important concepts from conflict research. This results in three main categories for this collection of proverbs: conflict prevention, ingredients for the process, and outcomes of conflict resolution. I'm quoting Susan Stewart here only to illustrate the various possible goals of conflict resolution. A dispute might be settled. A conflict may be resolved, both of these implying that the conflict has been sorted out once and for all. Consensus implies agreement on main issues and ways forward rather than resolution of the causes of conflict. Diffusion or management of conflict suggests that the heat has been taken out of the situation for the time being, but beneath the surface there is potential for the outbreak of further conflict. Conflict transformation and healing are used to describe the ideal outcomes of the process, whereby the attitudes, feelings, and behavior of the disputants are so changed that lasting peace is assured. Now we come to the main point, categorization of proverbs concerning conflict resolution. For a better overview, the sources are highlighted with the color code. Yellow, Egypt; green, Israel; red, Mesopotamia. In this abridged version, I quote only one saying per topic, but I try to give a balanced consideration to the various sources. Pretension. Avoid certain people. Let a bear robbed of her cubs meet a man, rather than a fool in his folly. Proverbs 17:12. Contentment, tolerance, open-mindedness. Better is bread with a happy heart than wealth with vexation. Amenemhat 160-161. Humility, gentleness, respect. O my son, withstand not a man in the days of his power, nor a river in the days of its flood. Ahikar 62. Positive attitude seeking righteousness, not strife. Hatred stirs up strife, but love covers all wrongs. Proverbs 10:12. Self-control regarding words. Whether you hear something good or evil, do it outside, where it is not heard. Put the good remark on your tongue, while the bad is concealed in your belly. Amen im Abt 202-205. Self-control regarding anger. If the ox kicks up dust, it gets flour in his own eyes. Sumerian Proverb Collection 290. Avoid misunderstanding, offense, gossip. A brother offended is more difficult than a fortified city. Disputes are like the bars of a fortress. Proverbs 18:19. Good communication. A man does not lose by speaking sweetly, nor does he gain if his speech is straw. Amen im Abt 503-504. Summary. The Proverbs of the ancient Near East see several areas where control over the emergence of conflicts can be exercised. Certain people, like the hot-headed or ignorant, which could drive us to unreflected behavior, should be avoided. Contentment prevents us from striving too much for something or paying a price too high, for example, wealth with vexation. Open-mindedness and humility help keep an even mind even when things develop differently from expectations. Self-control regarding anger or words plays a major role in the proverb traditions, as unfiltered communication may fuel conflict. Honest, graceful, and unambiguous communications are the basics for good relationships. We come to the second point, ingredients for the process of conflict resolution. Change of attitude and behavior. If your enemy is hungry, give him food to eat. If he is thirsty, give him water to drink. You will heap coals of fire on his head, and Yahweh will reward you. Proverbs 25:21-22. Improved communication. The artistic mouth recites words. The harsh mouth brings liquidation documents. The sweet mouth gathers sweet herbs. Shurupak 103-105. Honest and equitable dialogue. A hand will stretch out towards an outstretched hand. A hand will open for an opened hand. Sumerian Proverb Collection 3:22. Mediation. Do not raise an outcry against one who attacks you, nor return him an answer yourself. Amen im Abt 66-67. This indicates the necessity of an intermediary. Cosmic perspective or faith. When a man's ways please Yahweh, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him. Proverbs 16:7. Summary. Proverbs offer also advice to turn an existing conflict into a good end. When our enemy won't change, we can change our attitude and behavior and forgive or bless where we don't receive kindness. This may make our enemies think, coals of fire on his head. Improved communication gives more tools to adjust flexible to the situation or even use a backdoor when it seems wiser. An equitable dialogue is unavoidable for attaining peace, and if the attitude has changed, even awkward issues can be addressed. At least in the incorporated texts, only Egyptian proverbs indicate cases where mediation is adequate. A cosmic perspective within situations of conflict is present in all proverb traditions of the ancient Near East. This perspective lets the believer rest in God and in his possibilities to change the situation and thus prevents the believer from acting unjustly. The last topic, outcomes of conflict resolution. Diffusion, management of conflict. Speak thou that which is sweet when he speaks words that are bitter, and pacify his heart. Ani 59. Settling, resolving of conflict. Mockers stir up a city, but wise men turn away anger. Proverbs 29:8. Conflict transformation or healing. There is one who speaks rashly, like the piercing of a sword, but the tongue of the wise heals. Proverbs 12:18. Summary: there are significantly fewer proverbs on this last topic than on the first two topics. Ancient Near East wisdom seems to be more interested in encouraging wise behavior to prevent a conflict or its escalation than in describing in detail the outcomes of conflict resolution. At last, we make a short look at the ideological basis for the conflict resolution potential of Proverbs. This last section gives some insights into the religious and cultural foundations of the proverbial wisdom of the ancient Near East. For examples of some potential conflicts in the corresponding cultures where the wisdom of Proverbs could have been applied, please request the extended version of this paper. Egypt. In ancient Egypt, the government has the duty to protect the vulnerable against oppression and exploitation by the strong. The key principle as guidance for this task is ma'at, a concept of cosmic order which had to be maintained in order to prevent isfet, the concept of disorder. All Egyptian law is based on this eternal concept of ma'at, and what it expects of all men is a life of consideration, mindfulness, and balance in accordance with ma'at. This strong concept of vertical solidarity united society in subordination to ma'at in order to prevent oppression. This image is from Jan Assmann. The high standards demanded by ma'at are well reflected in Proverbs about humble and mindful communication. Israel. In contrast to Egypt and Mesopotamia, in Israel, the king was not God's original means to secure order, as God himself reigned over his people. The people just requested a king. We can read it in the book 2nd Samuel 8. But often the king departed from the will of God, and prophets were sent to accuse the authorities of oppressing the poor. The Hebrew believed that God, in his wisdom, set the foundation of the world and the functioning of all elements in it. Proverbs 8. Knowing the Creator God was the necessary foundation to achieve wisdom. Proverbs 1:1-7. God himself made a covenant with his people and revealed his commandments. The book Leviticus 19 begins with the presence of Israel's holy God among them as the reason why they should live a holy life, and it then demands munificence toward the poor, mindful communication, a righteous life. Later in the chapter, good treatment for foreigners because the Israelites themselves were foreigners in Egypt. Mesopotamia. According to Mesopotamian cosmology, the earthly kingdom with its political leaders mirrored the assembly of the gods towards mankind. The king, as point of contact between the earthly and the heavenly realm, was directly responsible for administering justice on behalf of the gods, who had established law and order in the universe. Long catalogues of sin exist which show behaviors the gods abhor. Among them are those that often have been the reason for conflicts. For example, unjustified moving of boundaries, gossip, speaking boastfully, or refusing to help the poor. Proverbs speak into such situation and encourage people to choose a better path. Conclusion. Despite their age, the Proverbs of the ancient Near East offer insights into almost all important topics related to conflict resolution. While today we often hear that religion is a cause of conflict, the worldviews of the ancient Near East also offer a framework for resolving conflicts. The fact that this cultural circle nevertheless experienced a variety of conflicts makes it relatable. No one forces us to be wise, but in times of digital and rapid communication around the world, reflective communication can prevent conflicts, and the Proverbs of the ancient Near East can be a valuable source for this. Thank you for listening, and I would be glad if you visit my online museum for more Proverbs of the ancient Near East and also for informations about the e-learning courses, which hopefully start soon. Bye-bye.
So, as Marco is not here, we can't have questions.
I just said that we can learn something about this presentation. Marco has put himself there, used time so that we could enjoy about this presentation, so that we could understand what he is saying. I don't talk about what he was saying, but how he was telling, and then he made it sure that we can follow that even he is far away. So I appreciate that. I'm not as good as him to prepare something. So, hey, Marco.
Thank you. So now we have the next speaker is Irina Zimonyi, and she's here with us. So let's listen to her.
Not everybody, I'm happy to be here. Unfortunately, my co-author and good friend Bence Iványi was not in the position to come here, but even in his absence, I don't feel myself lonely among the old and new friends here in Tavira. So our common presentation is dedicated to the very famous and well-known play of the Anton Chekhov, Russian playwright, and about the staging of the play Cherry Orchard in Portugal and Brazil, and on the Portuguese translation of this play. How to go? Okay. Okay. The Russian playwright Anton Pavlovich Chekhov is one of the most renowned figures of world theater, comparable in stature only to the greatest of the greats like Sophocles, Shakespeare, Goldoni, and Molière. This means that his plays have become an integral part of theatrical repertoires not only in his native Russia, but across the world too. In Portugal, his plays are present on the stage since 1936, when his one-act piece, A Marriage Proposal, was performed in Lisbon in the Teatro de Povo, under the title Un Pedido de Casamento. During the interwar years, under the prevailing assumption that Chekhov was a difficult author for both theater makers and audiences, performances focused on his more light-hearted one-act plays like The Bearer, or the comic monologue on the harmful effects of tobacco. However, following the Second World War, the theatrical reform movements that swept through Europe reached Portugal as well, giving rise to a number of experimental theater companies. For example, to the Teatro Estúdio do Salitre, to the Teatro Experimental do Porto, or to the Grupo Dramático Lisboense, who came to explore the author's full-length plays. It should be noted, nonetheless, that under the far-right and authoritarian Estado Novo regime in place from 1933 until 1974, Portugal was subject to strict censorship. As a result, among others, the Teatro Estúdio de Lisboa's 1975 production of the author's last piece, The Cherry Orchard, presented under the title O Pomar das Cerejeiras in Lúcia Maria Martins' translation and direction, have omissions in the text imposed by the central censorship authorities. After the fall of the Estado Novo, however, it was possible to present his work unabridged. Through the years, Chekhov became one of the key, though not exclusive, figures of the theatrical renewal in Portugal. And as such, his plays continue to serve as the basis for numerous productions to this day. Regarding the recent years, the most significant Portuguese-related production of Chekhov's The Cherry Orchard is, interestingly, a French staging. In 2021, Portuguese director and playwright Tiago Rodrigues presented it under the title La Cerise at the Avignon Festival. This serves as compelling evidence that Chekhov has become not only an organic component on Portuguese theatre, but also a vital point of convergence enabling Portugal's participation in the global theatrical discourse, as demonstrated by a remarkable success of the production's worldwide tour. Outside Europe, it was a much slower process for the local theatre cultures to accept and adapt the Russian playwrights' work. In Brazil, the largest and the most populous country in the Lusophone world, his plays were for a long time regarded as too complex and culturally too alien to regional context. By the 1980s, however, Chekhov had come to occupy a foundational place within actor and director training curricula in the country, reflecting his integration into theatrical traditions of Brazil. As in Portugal, it was initially his one-act farces that were staged and deemed worthy of performance. Between 1964 and 1954, only his one-act plays were staged, all by students and amateurs. Only in 1955, one of these amateur ensembles chose to show one of Chekhov's most renowned full-length dramas, Uncle Vanya. From 1960, professional theatre groups also started to play the Russian master's plays. The ongoing, enduring presence in the national theatrical tradition, but also to his remarkable capacity to resonate across cultural and continental boundaries. Next one. Analysis of Portuguese translations of Chekhov's The Cherry Orchard. The Cherry Orchard was the last theatrical play written by Chekhov in 1903, published and put on stage in 1904 at Moscow Art Theatre. Its action revolves around an aristocratic Russian landowner, Lyubov Andreevna Ranevskaya, who returns home after spending 5 years in Paris. She discovers that her family's estate and renowned cherry orchard must be sold to cover debts. The Novorich Lopakhin offers a plan to save the estate by parceling the land and renting out vacation houses. Ranevskaya ignores his advice, and eventually Lopakhin buys the estate during an auction, coming to own the land where his father and grandfather once labored as enslaved serfs. The family lives to the sound of the cherry orchard being cut down. The dimensions of this study do not allow us to provide an exhaustive analysis of the play. We will limit ourselves to just a few characteristic examples of the translation of phraseological units. Here we see an opinion of researchers saying that Chekhov's phraseological units represent a unique style-forming phenomenon. Phraseologisms are a characteristic feature of the writer's individual style. Thanks to phraseologism, unique imagery, humor, and deep irony are created. There are several Portuguese translations of Chekhov's The Cherry Orchard. In our study, we considered the translation of 2 Brazilian translators, Milo Fernandes, Rubens Figueiredo, and 3 Portuguese translators, Eusébio de Carvalho, Antonio Pescado, and Isabel Sequeira. You can see on the slide that the translators were so creative that they give different titles to this play. Undoubtedly, the translation of works by classics of world literature requires special care and high professionalism. In case of phraseological units, the translator first needs to recognize it on the original language. To convey such a unit to the reader, the translation can find a parallel in the target language, also with different images, can translate it literally, or if both solutions are not suitable, can omit the given phraseological unit. In The Cherry Orchard, Lopakhin, who at the end of the play has bought the property. Lopakhin recalled the words of young Granievsky, who consoled him after his father beat him. I will not read out Russian, neither Portuguese sentences, only English ones. Lopakhin, don't cry, she says, little man. It will heal till the wedding day. The phraseological unit das weit it will heal before the wedding is widely used in the Russian language even today, mainly as a word of consolation for a small child. Permякov categorizes it as a cliché with a direct motivation of general meaning, expression with a direct meaning, but allowing for broader interpretation. The phraseological dictionary, it is explained as conversational, humorous. There is no reason for upset or sorrow. Everything will pass. Everything will work out. On the next slide, we see the variants of the translation of different translated. In the yellow, I marked the given phraseological unit in Portuguese and in English as well. In the Portuguese versions of the translation, 3 of 5 translators decided to keep the mention of wedding. Pescada modified it for party, festa, as an undefined, joyful event in the future. We can't judge the impression this phrase made on Lusophone audience and can only suppose that in this case we have a lack of recognition of the Russian phraseological unit. Only Carvalho gives the simple explanation of the Russian phraseological unit. In a little while, you won't have anything left, which is, in my opinion, is a right decision. The adverb, young, verdant, mold, immature, means due to young age in an inexperienced, naive, unsophisticated, ignorant person. Permякov classifies this adverb as a folk aphorism, cliché with a direct motivation of general meaning. This adverb is heard twice during the plays from Firs, who is the old servant of the family. Leonid Andreevich isn't here yet. He hasn't arrived. He's wearing a demi-season coat. He'll catch a cold any minute now. Oh, so young, verdant. Another one, and Leonid Andreevich probably didn't put on a fur coat. He went in an overcoat, and I didn't check, young, verdant. The Portuguese translators mainly reflected the meaning of the adverb, young, verdant, estas meninos, esta juventude, estas jovens, those youngsters, that youth. Figueiredo underlined in approving sense of this expression, juventude sem juízo, foolish youth. Foolish. But Sequeira applied a smart solution. In the phrase, she not only uses a French word for a light coat, demi-saison, which has migrated into Russian language, but also creates a proverb on a well-known sample, Madeira novo, Madeira verde, new wood, green wood. We can compare it to other Portuguese expressions, nova rei, nova lei, prisca idade, priscos tempos, meu dito, meu feito, outros tempos, outros costumes. There is an opinion of researchers the repetition is one of the most frequently used linguistic tools to create expressiveness in proverbs and sayings. It's quite a smart solution. The proverb with the pig's note. The proverb with the pig's note into the kalach row. Kalach is a sweet Russian bread. You can see the explanation underneath. So this proverb reflects a situation when people of lower status are trying to enter some place where they are not supposed to be, to achieve a state that is not befitting them based on appearance, abilities, or other criteria. In the cherry orchard, we hear the self-derogatory phrase from Lopakhin. My father, it's true, was a peasant, but here I am in a white vest, yellow shoes, with a pig's note into the kalach row. Yes, I am rich. I have a lot of money, but if you think about it and figure it out, I am still a peasant. In this case, the translation used two different solutions. Substitution of the original realia by those more understandable for the larger audience. Un porco ben vestido no sala da chá. A well-dressed pig in the tea room, Fernandes. Um focinho de porco no meio das rosquinhas de chá. A pig's note in the middle of tea donuts, Figueiredo. Um focinho de porco na prateleira dos doces. A pig's note in the candy shelf, Pescada. Or, with more or less success, explanation of the proverb. Tive mais êxito do que seria de esperar. I have had more success than I could have expected, Sequeira. Em suma, tenho polir-me. In short, I try to polish myself. Okay. Ranevska's brother, Leonid Gayev, offering solutions for saving the family property, delivers the following speech. I was in the district court on Thursday. I'll go on to Tuesday and I'll talk again. Your mother will talk to Lopakhin. He won't refuse you, of course. And you, after you've rested, will go to Yaroslav to see the countess, your grandmother. That's how we'll approach things from three angles, and it's in the bag, or literally in Russian, it's in the head. The phraseological unit, it's in the back or in the head, in the phraseological dictionary is marked as conversational expressive, and it is explained as everything is in perfect order, everything ended very well. The majority of translators apply the solution of explaining the meaning of this expression. O nosso problema estará resolvido, and our problem will be solved, Figueiredo. O problema fica resolvido, and the problem will be solved, Sequeira. E assunto arrumado, the matter will be settled. O nosso negócio há de chegar a bom termo, and our business will come to a successful conclusion. Carvalho. Fernandes translates this expression using different image, and colors it stylistically. Tak, 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 uma bola nós encaçapamos. Tak, 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 we'll pocket a ball. Okay. Next line. Simeonov Pishik, an impoverished landowner, is a friend of the play's protagonist, Ranevska, and her brother. He is constantly short of money and spends all his energy trying to borrow money from someone. From him we hear the following phrases. I am a plethoric person. I have already had 2 strokes. It's hard to dance, but as they say, once in the flock, if you don't bark, at least wag your tail. But here is the problem. I have no money. A hungry dog believes only in meat. In this case, the original text itself helps the translator and the target audience to recognize the proverb because it's preceded by the introductory phrase, as they say. The translators take advantage of this. Then majority of them translate the Russian proverb literally. However, Fernandes replaces the original proverb by a Portuguese parallel. Quem vai na chuva é para se molhar. If you go in the rain, you are going to get wet. Moreover, the last sentence of this expert, a proverbial phrase, a hungry dog believes only in meat, he also replaces by a proverbial phrase with different images. Cavalo com fome só pensa em alfafa. A hungry horse only thinks about lucerne. Neither Russian nor Portuguese proverbial phrases is included in available dictionaries. And the conclusions. The theatrical pieces of the great Russian writer Anton Chekhov have been translated in Portuguese and appears on the stages of Portugal already in the first half of 20th century. Over the years, Chekhov became one of the key figures in the theatrical renewal in Portugal, and his plays continue to form the basis for numerous productions today. In Brazil, the process of accepting and adapting the Russian playwrights' work into local theatrical cultures was much slower. By the 1980s, however, he had come to occupy a foundational place in the country, reflecting his integration into the theatrical traditions of Brazil. The interest towards the classic Russian playwright in the Lusophone world is confirmed by the numerous translations of The Cherry Orchard into Portuguese. Having examined 5 Portuguese translations of this play, in this study we presented one of the most challenging creative tasks, the translation of the phraseological units. Faced with the need to convey Russian phraseological units to the Portuguese audience, the translators in many cases found no other solution than to translate the given phraseological unit literally, preserving the wording. In other cases, the translators captured the peculiarities of Chekhov's style and tried to overcome the linguistic difference between Russian and Portuguese through compensation and creation of proverb-like sayings. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Irina. And now, does anyone have any question for Irina? Is the moment. No?
Please ask me how was I able to find 5 books of Portuguese translation. 2 of them were available online and 3 of them were ordered by myself through the interbibliothecary change from Lisbon National Library. They sent it to Budapest and I was able to copy or to scan the books and then work with scan text. It was the solution. Okay.
Okay. So the last speaker is not here. He's online. He's Boštjan Nedoh.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. But we can't see you. Not yet.
It says I'm sharing the screen right now, but
okay. So we can start?
Can you see the projection?
Yes. Thank
okay.
you. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much. I apologize for this inconvenience at the beginning, but I'm just happy. Although I wasn't able to come to Tavira this year, which I regret very much, would be very glad to be there. I still took the chance to present this very not just work in progress, but a sketch of the work in progress via Zoom, via online. And so the title of the paper is Philosophical Proverbs ? On the folklorization of philosophical ideas. And those who maybe remember my talk from the last year, you probably recall that I'm not a folklorist, I'm a philosopher, which means that my contributions, my papers deals with the proverbs from slightly different angle, which is philosophical one. So I'm not so much specialist for the proverbs themselves, but will nevertheless try to say something about this topic from the philosophical perspective. Also, in light of what the proverbs themselves can not maybe teach us about philosophy, but how philosophy itself may take the form of the proverbs, and once said this, I must begin with a general observation that throughout the history of philosophy, I'm here referring to mainly to Western or continental philosophy, and not so much in other philosophical traditions. Like, with, for example, I know that in African philosophies, there are a lot of proverbs, and the proverbs are actually a kind of conceptual tool to think the African societies and the philosophical aspects of them. So I'm limiting almost exclusively to continental current of philosophy. And regarding this current, philosopher had expressed a very ambiguous relationship toward proverbs. For instance, famous, probably the greatest philosopher in the history of Western thought, Georg Friedrich Wilhelm Hegel, in his phenomenology of spirit, maintained, for example, that the philosophical thinking or dialectical process of self-consciousness must raise above the immediacy of the folklore wisdom embodied in the proverbs, which is, proverbs are by definition short folklore forms, which reflect the collective thinking of society throughout past generations, to use the very basic, one of the very general and basic definitions. However, at the same time, many important philosophical names, including, for example, Hegel himself, at least occasionally used proverbs to either put a formal seal on their argument, like, as mentioned, Hegel himself in his late work, Philosophy of Right, used the proverb, which is a nice one, "A stone flung from the hand is the devil's," which encapsulates his idea that in acting, and I quote from the Philosophy of Right, "In acting, I must expose myself to misfortune. That also has a right to me and is the manifestation of my own will," which of course means that when I act, so that's Hegel's point. When I act, the devil, the reality, has a power over me, and I take a risk that my will be compromised by the external force of reality, in which I'm not alone and independent. Or in turn, the traditional proverbs were taken, for example, as a source to create philosophers' own anti-proverbs, as in the case of Nietzsche, and I'm here referring to a very nice article written by Wolfgang Mieder on proverbs and anti-proverbs in Nietzsche's Das spoke Zarathustra. It's a very nice article, and I really recommend its reading. On the other hand, likewise, this seemingly unpleasant relationship between philosophy and proverbs seems to hold also the other way around. For example, and I take here just, one small fragment, in the collection of the Slovenian proverbs, Pregovori, in the Clarin.c repository, the search with the lemma Philosophia, philosophy, gives, for example, 0 hits, while the search with the term philosoph, philosopher, gives only 4 hits. And let me just list you. I hope you can see the slides moving now. It's the second slide. So if there is some problem with that, just let me know. So as you can see, only those four hits are very instructive. The first one is Brada še ne naredi filozofa. The bird doesn't make the philosopher yet. So, which is a very kind of positive toward philosophy, which implies that for philosophy it's much more needed than external appearance. Then the second one, it's also much more interesting than it may appear at the first glance. Ko vam filozof odgovori na postavljeno vprašanje, tudi sami pozabite, kaj ste vprašali. When the philosopher gives you an answer to the question, you himself forget what the question was about, which is, it might be disregarding, it might sound disregarding with respect to philosophy, but actually I would just mention here one of the famous sayings of French philosopher Gilles Deleuze, which says that philosophy consists not simply and not so much in giving answer to posed questions, but to reformulate questions themselves, to ask another questions and at the place of those questions that are usually served to us as a question to be answered to. So the third one, then, še nikoli ni bilo filozofa, ki bi molče prenašal zobobol. I think there is no philosopher who would silently suffer a toothache. I think these are, maybe also a bit of disregarding with respect to philosophy that is complaining, which can also in turn be read as a kind of positive aspect of philosophy, as a practice of complaining, a practice that is stubbornly refusing to accept the reality, and remains critical toward the reality she is living in. And the last one, tudi filozof daje šivati obleke krojačev, philosopher too ask the tailor to make his clothes. Which, this is much less ambiguous and probably implies the kind of cynicism toward the philosophy as a contemplative practice, which, with respect to the more practical activity as the tailoring is. On the other hand, this was very surprising for me. I mean, it's not surprising, but it might appear as such, that the wisdom gives, in this same search, gives 69 hits. And so on the one hand, you have kind of silence about philosophy, but you have quite some hits about wisdom, and most of them, this is also instructive, are the variations of the similar original, which is, I mean, I don't know which is the original, but the original idea goes in all these variations, like stara kost je modrost, the old bone is wisdom, or starost je modrost, old age itself is wisdom. Boljše je stara modrost kot nova norost, better old wisdom than new madness. And as these examples show, philosophy might be at odds with Proverbs, and Proverbs might be at odds with philosophy. Yet the positive representation of wisdom in this last case, in last three cases, seems to function as a kind of, I would say, almost directly, Freudian concept of distortion, Entstellung, which allows a kind of dwarf philosophy, an ugly philosophy, supposedly contemplative and non-physical activity, to survive in the form of beautiful wisdom, which is mostly understood as something with practical implications. And in this respect, we could say that, like the unconscious for Freud, the proverb cannot cannot lie. And the proverb "cannot lie" is actually a quote from Claude Lévi-Strauss' Mythologiques, which wonderfully encapsulates the grain of truth that is still remains in Proverbs, even if we consider them as an ideological notions, which a lot of philosophy would do, for example. Also, on the other hand, it's important, and this is most important, examples such as old age wisdom implies the authority of wisdom, including the wisdom of Proverbs themselves, of course, which is represented as something from the past that should be transmitted to future generations. In this respect, Proverbs might be considered also as the link between past and future. And perhaps, to paraphrase Saussure, who said that the point of language is not to transmit meaning, but to build ties between speakers, the function of the proverb, and that's my wild speculation too, is to build intergenerational ties, and not in their immediate meaning, which is often abstract and inconsistent. And I wanted to include some remarks on Bertolt Brecht's dramatic work, so the plays and songs, especially as analyzed by Frederick Jameson, which pointed out that in Brecht's work is one of the rare philosophically informed authors that use not only use but also makes proverbs in his works, especially in order to seal or condensate the whole argument of his narration behind. And I'm just because I lost quite a lot of time, much more than I expected. I'm list just one, which is very important, and this is from Dry Penny Opera. First comes eating or gobbling, then comes moralizing or the moral, or literally, less literally, more figuratively, food first, sermons later, which with this, Brecht seems to proverbalizing his narrative in a single formula, that is to say that from the materialist point of view, material goods come before any morality. So to simplify, you must have a stomach full in order to, even philosophize if you want. But now let me skip a bit of Jameson's consideration, which is quite important work, the role of Proverbs in Bertolt Brecht, and that's probably the prospect I think I'm going to do in the future to expand this paper much more than it is now. To go other way around and ask what about the phenomena that might be very justifiably called philosophical proverbs? The latter, in fact, signify the idea spreading throughout, so not the use of proverbs by philosophy, but to philosophical formulas or ideas turned into kind of proverbs, through their own folklorization, by which they became the part of our everyday folklore. As surprising as may seem, some of the greatest philosophical slogans have survived till the present day, also in the form of their popular appropriation and hence folklorizations. And I'm giving you just a couple of examples here. The first and probably the most important is René Descartes' I think, therefore I am, which, as you know, Descartes, in his hyperbolic doubt, in search of certainty, reached the conclusion that you can doubt about everything, and our senses are deceptive and might lie. The only thing about which I cannot doubt is the thinking, the doubt itself. So I think, therefore I am, and you can have it in many variations. I like, therefore I am, for example, in the political satire. I still, therefore I am, for kleptomaniacs and greedy managers. And it was popularized especially in its original form in Blade Runner film, where the replicant tries to convince the Sebastian, the character in the movie, that she is human, precisely using the I think, therefore I am. So the next one is, of course, the to be or not to be. This is the question, and this is from Shakespeare, Hamlet. Not directly philosophy, but still a great source of philosophy, which is deeply rooted in our everyday life, and usually as a wisdom accompanying the critical situation in which decision must be taken. And it was popularized, for example, in Ernst Lubitsch film of the same name, To Be or Not to Be, from 1942, in the midst of the World War II, a comedy in the midst of the World War II, which was the source of many philosophical discussions in last decade. Here is the poster of the film. Then, of course, probably one of the most spread is Nietzsche's What Doesn't Kill Me Makes Me Stronger. This is from the Twilight of the Idols from 1888, from the very instructive arrow entitled Out of Life Schools of War, often used in contemplative, competitive practices such as sport, or in fighting unpleasant circumstances like disease, for example. A bit surprisingly, I wasn't aware about that, but it was very popularized by Bruce Willis, the actor Bruce Willis album. If it don't kill you, it just makes you stronger. And it's also the introductory theme in the Conan the Barbarian movie, which which emerged Arnold Schwarzenegger as a Hollywood movie star. And then the last one, this is probably less popularized, but is still very present. First as tragedy, and then as farce, often used for critical, from Karl Marx, State Imprimer of Louis Bonaparte, which is often used for cynical attitude toward the impossibility of changing fate in history. And let me just conclude that why I start to think about Proverbs as a vehicle, for example, of maintaining philosophy, somewhere still alive philosophy, which is quite denounced today, I would say all over the world. It's because, as Christopher Lasch pointed out in his Culture of Narcissism, we live in a society which is characterized by a crisis of intergenerational transmission, that is, the crisis of the transmission of knowledge from past generation to present and future ones. And with the rapid technological and lifestyle changes, new generations have less and less to learn from older ones. Proverbs used in everyday life and in popular culture can function as a fragments of the disappearing knowledge, preserving that knowledge in the time when its transmission is generally in crisis. And in this vein, let me conclude by citing Walter Benjamin's the last part of the Walter Benjamin's essay titled "The Storyteller," very famous one and widely commented on Leskov's, in which Benjamin compares the storyteller to the proverb, and he concludes, "It is a kind of procedure which may perhaps most adequately be exemplified by the proverb if one thinks," so the activity of the storyteller, "if one thinks of it as an ideogram of a story. A proverb, one must say, is a ruin, a fragment, I would say, which stands on the side of an old story and in which the moral twines about a happening like ivy around a wall." Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, does anyone have any question for this speaker? No? So, thank you all. And now we can have a break before the next session. Thank you very much.
Sou a Vitalina, venho a fazer os lares antigos que aprendi com as minhas avós, com a minha mãe, e agora venho a representar para os mais novos saberem como é que se faz os lares. Vou por iniciar a fazer a farinha a massa do pão. Portanto, vou pôr aqui a farinha para amassar. Um quilo de farinha, uma pitadinha de sal, um bocadinho da massa velha, o fermento, como se chama. A massa velha tira-se do pão, amassa-se e depois tira-se de umas vezes para as outras, deixa-se um bocadinho de massa. Massa essa que azeda, põe-se numa tigela, azeda e depois arranja uma côdea e mantém-se ali 8 ou 10 dias em condições de fazer novamente o pão, que é o que tinha aqui nesta tigela, é a massa velha. Já pus aqui dentro da farinha. Quem não tem massa velha faz um bocadinho, ou vai à padaria, compra um bocadinho de massa e deixa 2 dias ou 8 dias, se quiser, para azedar mesmo, para novamente, quando nas vésperas quer fazer, pôr no molho um bocadinho e fazer um bocadinho de massa, de farinha, para acrescentar aquela massa, azedar novamente, para termos massa suficiente para dar depois o pão. Porque se não tiver levo, não presta. Tem que estar azedo. E este fermento é para ajudar a crescer. Porque as farinhas agora já não vão lá sem o fermento. E agora vou pôr este fermento. E é tudo. E já lavei as mãos. Vou a meter a mão, que isto com as mãos é que tem que ser. Com a mão é que tem que ser. Vamos por aqui a aguinha. Para 1 quilo de farinha, 500 ml de água, 5 decilitros chega. Morninha, para a massa ter força para crescer. Agora amassa-se uns 10 minutos. Isto é pouca quantidade, não leva muito tempo. Ora, já amassei a minha massinha, tive de descansar 1h30. E quem não quiser estar com este trabalho de fazer a massa, vai à padaria e compra já a levedada e é só pôr os ingredientes para amassar o que se chama já os folares. Agora é que se vai começar a fazer os folares. Ora, primeiro vou pôr a banha derretida. 150 gramas de banha derretida. Raspa de limão, de um limão. Agora vou pôr duas colheres de ervas doces. Duas colheres de canela. Duas de chocolate. E o açúcar. Meio quilo de açúcar. Agora os ovos. E agora vamos abater isto tudo, fazer uma mistura aqui com isto. Agora tem que ser muito bem amassadinho, até não se encontrar linhas nenhumas, que a massa agora começa a fazer linhas. Vou untar o tachinho com banha. Agora um bocadinho de farinha. Já está preparado para pôr a massa. Estive a amassar isto meia hora e agora vou pôr nos tacinhos, que é para pôr no forno. Ora, vamos pôr o toque final para os nossos chocolates. Pôr aqui o ovinho. E forno com eles. Vou tirar o folar do forno, tiveram lá 45 minutos. Vou desenformá-lo. Está lindo. Experimentem fazer em casa para manter a tradição dos antigos. Espero que gostem e um bom dia de Páscoa.
Venho das casas altas e vou explicar como se faz as azeitonas para pôr na mesa e comer. Que as azeitonas não servem só para fazer azeite, servem também para se comer e há umas 4 maneiras de fazer. Temos pisadas, temos de água e temos de retalhadas e de sal. Escolhi estas azeitonas mais verdes para pisar, que é melhor, para não se desfazerem. E as outras são mais maduras, que é para fazer cortes, retalhadas e de água. E estas são mais durinhas. Não podem ser muito pisadas, senão desfazem-se. Tem que se ter cuidado porque isto chisca muito e estas nódoas têm azeite. Custa a tirar da roupa. Agora piso as azeitonas, trouxe a neve, os orégãos e os limões e os alhos e faço a salmoura. E depois, se quiserem comer logo, mudam a água dia sim, dia não, durante uma semana estão boas. Vai sempre deitando sal. E se quiserem deixar mais uns tempos, 1 mês ou 2 ou 3, não se mexe mais, senão no tempo que a gente vai a comer. Convém não ser água da torneira porque é para não ter sabores. Agora vou lavar as azeitonas, ponho no frasquinho, no frasquinho e depois faço a salmoura aqui à parte e deito a água aqui. E os ingredientes estes. Isto é só uma pinga já agora. Agora já as tenho lavadas, vou pôr aqui os cheirinhos, a neve e os orégãos e os alhos e um bocadinho de limão em cima, que é para tirar o amargo do limão. E depois é que se deita a água, que é quando se põe o é mais e corta os bocadinhos. A coisa está muito cheia. E agora um bocadinho de limão. O limão é para comer o amargo. Estou a fazer a salmoura para fazer a conserva dos 3 frascos das de água. Ai. Agora pus o sal, mexo aqui a água bem mexida e se o ovo vier ao de cima está bom. Está a ver? Se tivesse pouco sal e o ovo não vinha de cima. Está bom. Não precisa mais. Agora põe-se a salmoura aqui dentro, a água salgada. Se for para ficar para muito tempo, não precisa mexer mais. Se for para mudar a água, tem que mudar a água e deitar sal. Pronto. Está para si, está bom. Já está as azeitonas britadas. Olha, agora já estão boas. fritadinhas daqui a um mês. Se for caso quiserem comer antes, terão que mudar a água e deitar sal, um bocadinho de sal. Agora vamos fazer as retalhadas. Estas estão mais maduras e faço um corte. Só antigamente fazia 3 cortes, mas como são mais maduras podem-se estragar. E agora fazemos só um corte e também já não salpicam a casa. Ao menos isso. E também são saborosas estas. São muito saborosas. Estas é que têm que estar mais de um mês aqui para adoçar. Olha, já está. É capaz de chegar. Está lá mais uma lavagemzinha. Agora já não preciso mais água, senão aquela. E agora pomos aqui no frasco. Puxa. Agora estou a pôr aqui os mesmos ingredientes nestas retalhadas, mas naquelas de água não precisa. Pronto. Aquelas ficam aí, isso que é para fazerem a salmoura quando elas estiverem doces. Bom, agora este já está. Já está a salmoura e os temperos. Já estão as retalhadas feitas e agora só pedem comer daqui a 2 ou 3 meses. É quando elas estão doces. Se não mexerem antes. Agora, se mudarem a água também, é capaz de adoçarem mais depressa. Agora estas vamos lavar. E ficam na água com o sal, mais nada. E daqui a um ano é que elas estão doces. Estas de água vão levar a salmoura e só não levam as ervas. E daqui a um ano, coisa assim, ou 6 meses, devem estar doces, mesmo que não estejam bem doces, vão-se a provar e deita-se então a névoa e os alhos e mais sal quando fizer a salmoura. Agora esta água é para não se estragarem e a azeitona vai ficar amarelinha. Quando apanhas azeitonas para fazer de água, tem aqui uma folha. Escolha as mais amarelinhas, que estão mais maduras, senão ficam duras. Podem estar um ano. Antes de um ano não estão doces. Só se forem mudar a água também sempre. Mas acho que não. Estas são má de adoçar porque ficam inteiras, não sai o amargo. Antigamente só se fazia azeitonas de água, também não havia. Havia poucas azeitonas e agora há muitas. E agora leva esta água. Pois estas dão menos trabalho, mas não são tão saborosas. Agora só daqui a 6 meses ou um ano é que se põe as ervas aromáticas e faz-se a salmoura novamente. Agora vamos fazer as azeitonas de sal. São assim roxas e apanham-se bem madurinhas. E agora lavam-se e vão-se pondo aqui junto com o sal. Que é para... Daqui por uns 15 dias estão boas. 15 dias ou um mês. Agora faz assim. Umas pedrinhas no fundo. Umas quantas assim. Deixa... Estas levam muito sal. Uma ajuda mais fina. Tem que se fazer num cesto ou num recipiente com buracos, porque as azeitonas vão assim murchando e deitam a água. E com o sal e não se pode pôr em todo o sítio. E agora já fiz aqui as 4 maneiras de fazer as azeitonas. Tenho as de água, as britadas, as retalhadas e as de sal. E agora façam em casa e espero que gostem.
there that our colleague, Professor Gyula Paksulai, is celebrating his 84th anniversary today. So, as one of the older members of our association, we decided to profit this special moment. He came to our colloquium just to congratulate you in name of all participants and friends that are with you in this day with this beautiful cake. Yeah. Thank you for coming. In this session, we will present 2 books and a half. The first one is Professor Gyula. For Professor, thank you for giving that possibility. And once again, this book is very important for us once we had, including in that book, the Portuguese language, of course, and not only, but this is very important. And according with our printer house, we have made one supplement that the persons from this library, and I must thank the director of this library, Dr. Paula, this lady, to thank your collaborators when they have translated and put on the printed form this list of Portuguese proverbs included on the book of Professor. So thank you very much, is your word. According with the publisher, the book is €8. I recommend that you can buy all of them.
I am pleased to meet you, and I am pleased to be able to introduce a new proverb collection, a new comparative proverb collection, which compares proverbs in 10 languages. It's a comparatively small book. It contains only 340 items, which are presented in 10 languages. It's interesting that apart from the usual languages, we included Estonian, Portuguese. We always give, if possible, the Latin source, and not only the Latin source, but also the name of the source.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha.
Não, acho que ainda temos um bocadinho de tempo. Não sei. Boa tarde a todos. Parece que temos que recomeçar os trabalhos da tarde. Oh, sorry. Good evening, everybody. It seems like it's on time to resume our session for this evening. The last two sessions of the day, the second of which, as of my speaking, we have no confirmation it's actually going to happen, but we wait and pray. But the two sessions of this evening have as protagonists people from countries of Central Asia, namely, to start with, from Uzbekistan. Our first speaker is, and I hope I don't mispronounce this too much. The first speaker is Nazokat Gofurova. She is a PhD candidate in comparative literature and contrastive linguistics and translation studies at the Mirzo Ulugh National University of Uzbekistan, and has been affiliated with the Faculty of Foreign Philology. And her research interests are in proverbs and paremiology, Uzbek and English linguistic worldview, and cross-cultural communication. She has an already quite extensive list of publications, and speaks 3 languages fluently, which, as I'm sure you all agree, is a very good start for paremiology. And the topic of her paper is Proverbs in Uzbek poems written by prominent poets of Uzbekistan. So basically, something I'm quite close to my heart, the use of proverbs in poetry. So without further ado, if the speaker is already in the virtual waiting room, let's move on and get cracking.
Good evening, dear colleagues and participants. Today I would like to speak about proverbs in Uzbek poems written by prominent poets of Uzbekistan. Well, we all know that proverbs are traditional sayings that express general truth, advice, or life lessons drawn from common sense and everyday experience. What makes them special is their simplicity, I think. They're easy to remember, often metaphorical, and carry meanings that remain relevant all across the time and culture. Many proverbs come from literature, religious teachings, or simple human observation, yet their messages are universal and timeless. When it comes to Uzbek proverbs, they are not only full of wisdom, but also naturally poetic. Their rhythm, brevity, and vivid imagery give them a lyrical quality. That is why many Uzbek poets use proverbs in their literary works either. And many Uzbek proverbs have been collected and published as separate books, making them easily accessible to readers, researchers, writers, scholars, and for the whole nation. These publications play an important role in preserving nations' oral heritage, allowing proverbs to be studied, analyzed, and incorporated into various literary works. The availability of such compilations enables poets and writers to draw inspiration directly from traditional wisdom, blending culture and artistic creativity. What's more, lots of writers or poets have used the national Uzbek proverbs in their literary works either. For example, Erkin Vahidov, he was one of the most powerful and knowledgeable and lovable poem of Uzbek people, and he created lots of collections in his lifetime. Sevgi shunday navbahor ki, love is such a springtime, qiziquvchan matmusa, curious matmusa, ruhlar isyoni, rebellion of the spirits, or my Uzbek people are just one part of the collections that the poet had written during his lifetime. However, we want to talk about his epic poem Nedoh. It was printed in 1965, and the word Nedoh is translated as the cry, the grief, or the call into English languages. And the poet beautifully describes the sorrow and longing of a boy whose father went to war and never returned. The poem reflects deep emotional pain, love and hope, feelings that resonate in the hearts of all readers. Well, it was written a year ago before it was published for the 20th anniversary of the ending of the World War II. And in this epic, the young guy directly addresses to his father and shares his bitter thoughts and painful childhood. And in this epic, we can see lots of stylistic devices such as onomatopoeia, or metaphor, epithets, personification, repetition, assonance, and what's more, he also used proverbs in his epic either. And we took a little extract from this epic Nedoh, and it is just as we can see here, bobolarning hikmati hayotga yorug' yo'ldir. Otang bolasi bo'lma, odam bolasi bo'l der. Bu so'zni ilk bor menga o'rgatgan otam edi. Men otam farzandiman, u esa odam edi. And we translated this extract into English just like, wisdom of the ancestors is the one lightens the way. Not your father's child alone, be your people's child, they say. My father was the one who taught this saying to me the first, I'll always be my father's child, and he, a man of earth. The proverb, do not just be your father's child, but be a child of man, beautifully reflects that the moral philosophy and worldview of the Uzbek people. It teaches that a person's true value is not determined by a lineage or biological origin, but by character, virtue, and humanity. In other words, it calls on every individual to live with kindness, to bring benefit to others, and to embody the qualities that make us truly human. These simple yet profound words reveal the spiritual bond between father and child. The son recognizes his father's moral greatness and strives to follow this example, to become not only someone's offspring, but a truly human being. Through his connection, Vakhitov expresses the eternal relationship between generations, the transmission of goodness, wisdom, and moral integrity. And it wouldn't be true that if we think that the Erkin Vakhitov's poems are only covered or surrounded by sad feelings or expressions. I want to say that he also wrote lots of comic poems. And one of these poems is just titled as Benefits of Fresh Air. First of all, we may think that this is about healthy lifestyle. This is about keeping fit, eating healthy foods, or following the healthy lifestyle. But it is not. Actually, it has a comic character, and it is about the secret of a happy marriage. It is in Uzbek Sof Havoning Foydasi. Well, the lyrical hero humorously explains the secret of his peaceful married life by claiming that he has spent most of his time in the fresh air. His ironic statement reveals the real situation. Whenever arguments arise at home, the husband simply leaves the house to breathe fresh air. The poet's skillfully irony turns an everyday domestic issue into a source of laughter and reflection. Well, let's see the extract here. Tanga davo ekan sof havo bilsam, necha qor yomg'irda ividim qotdim. Xotin bilan 40 yil yashagan bo'lsam, 40 yil sof havoda kechdi hayotim. The best medicine to health is fresh air right now. Spent many days and nights in the rain and in snow. 40 years of married life, a happy time but no pain. Leave it beneath the open sky, fresh air runs my way in. Through witty tone and clever imagery, Erkin Vakhitov highlights the importance of mutual understanding in family relationships. His humor is never harsh or offensive. Rather, it is gentle and meaningful, full of warmth. By employing satire, he invites readers to smile while recognizing familiar scenes from the real life. Thus, Sofhavoning Foitase is not merely a humorous poem. It is a fine example of Erkin Vakhidov used irony to laughter to convey deeper truth about human behavior, family harmony, and the art of living peacefully together. The next didactic poem by Erkin Vakhidov is titled as The Bitter Truth is Better Than Sweetest of Lies, or Bitter Truth is Better. From the very beginning, the poet employs an Uzbek proverb, urging readers always remain honest and sincere. The poem flows with a melody of liveliness and a classical ghazal. Its rhythm and musicality can be distinctly felt. Erkin Vakhidov closes the poem with the same lines that began with, emphasizing his desire and others should not be deceived as he was once. The diction he uses evokes the language of Turkic literary masters such as Alisher Navayi and Zakhireddin Muhammad Babur. The pure Turkic elements enrich the poem, adding to its beauty and authenticity. We just took the extract that the poet used the proverb, and it is just the beginning of the poem. Yaxshidir achchiq haqiqat, lek shirin yolg'on yomon. Ul shirin yolg'onga mendek aldanib qolgan yomon. We translated the poem into English as bitter truth better, but nothing worse than sweet lie. Yet worst is being allured by those words as was I. And here, as we can see, the contrasting lines, sweet and bitter, or truth and lies, or good and bad, create a sense of antithesis, enriching the poem's emotional depth and highlighting the poet's mastery expression. And what's more, it has moral meaning, which is the poet just inspires and motivates all the readers only telling the truth, even though it serves for our bad. Well, Erkin Vakhidov, as I said, used many proverbs in his poems, but however, I again want to say about the next prominent poet of Uzbek nation, Abdullah Aripov. He is an author of National Anthem of Uzbekistan and a writer who has left behind a rich poetic legacy for his people. His works captivate readers with their charm, philosophical depth, and eloquent expressions. Among his most beloved collections, Sos Chamana, The Garden of Words, Menga Khush Khabar Ait, Bring Me Good News, My Uzbekistan, and The Regret of the Years, and any other collections are still allowed and read by the readers in Uzbekistan. His poetry is deeply infused with Uzbek culture, values, and the spirit of the nation. One of his poems is titled Loneliness, reminds the reader age-old proverb, Yolg'izlik faqat Allohga xos. Only God is destined to be alone. Well, this reflects the poet's belief that human beings are meant to live as a family forever, and that they should raise their children in the family, just surrounded by their parents either. It would not be exaggeration that to say that this poem radiates the sacredness of family in Uzbek culture. As we can see here, the family has a huge meaning for Uzbek nation, and they all sit, gather around the table during the breakfast, dinner, and lunchtime. And the family has the most important role. And the poem the extract is just like that. Bobolar gohida o'kinchda qolib, shohlarning nomiga noma bitganlar, insonlik sharafini xotirga olib, Tangrining nomini zikr etganlar. Deganlar boqishib sirli samoga, yolg'izlik yarashar, faqat Xudoga. I believe was composed by the forefathers to the kings of their age in deep grief, recalling dignity of humankind and honored Almighty God in belief. And they said, gazing into the boundless sky, loneliness befits only God in high. And as we can see that the writer, the poet urges people to live as a family forever. Well, the next poem that I want to discuss about is To You, My Country. Abdullah Aripov wrote best love poems to Uzbekistan in his lifetime. And one of these poems is just titled like To You, Senga. Qucholmasman men seni hargiz, sen osmonsan, menchi zarratan. Qiblagohim suyanchig'im yolg'iz, sen barhayot, onamsan vatan. And here he also used the proverb in his speech. Could never hug you, though how much I desire. You're glorious, and I, a grain of dust. You're my Kaaba, and my heaven entire. You are my eternal motherland, I trust. And here, the poet is just saying that there is a proverb, by the way, Vatan sajdagoh Kaaba muqaddasdir, which means the homeland is sacred as a place of worship. Aripov skillfully weaves this proverb into his poem, creating a profound sense of artistic beauty and spiritual devotion to his native land, which means that the country is really lovable and sacred, just like the place that human beings worship. And with that, the poet just inspires and motivates the readers to love and to dedicate yourself to your country all the time. And I want to talk about Muhammad Yusuf either. He was also one of the most favorable and lovable writers, poets of Uzbek nation in his lifetime. And he printed lots of books. And you know what? His topics were so simple, easy to understand, and the themes were ordinary people. And he wrote about love and devotion, humanity, and motherland. I think Muhammad Yusuf is the best poet that writes about country. And his speech is so simple to understand, and so he used lots of linguocultural aspects, such as proverbs. And I want to give an extract here from the poem titled Xalq bol elam, Unite My People. Sen tebratgan beshigina sohib Qur'on, sening bolang yulduzlarga qo'ygan narvon. Bir mayizni qirqqa bo'lgan bir tanujon, kunlaringga qaytay desang xalq bol elam. And we translated the extract like that. You rocked the cradle of Tamerlane the Great. It was your son once built a huge observation. A single soul once shared a raisin with 40 more. If you wish for those days again, unite nation. And in this poem, the poet beautifully expresses the innate kindness of the Uzbek people, their compassion, generosity, respect for the another, and willingness to share what they have. To strengthen these ideas, he skillfully incorporates an Uzbek proverb, adding moral and cultural depth to the poem. The proverb, to share even a single raisin equally, encourages people to be compassionate, kind, gentle, considerate, not only towards themselves, but also toward their loved ones, friends, and fellow human beings either. In the poem, he also pays tribute to Amir Timur, Tamerlane, remembering the strength and leadership, and Mirza Ulugh-Beg, the great scholar who mastered the science of astronomy. Throughout this poem, Muhammad Yusuf skillfully employs rhythm, rhyme, repetition, invocation, gratitude, and remembrance of the past, creating a harmonious and emotionally powerful composition either. Proverbs have always played a significant role in Uzbek poetry, serving not only expression of collective wisdom, but also powerful artistic tools that enrich poetic language and deepen meaning. Through the skillful use of proverbs, poets convey universal truth, moral guidance, and a spiritual essence of Uzbek people. Well, and as a conclusion, I want to say that proverbs usually prove the poet's idea and makes the poem more meaningful. And they present the wealth of linguocultural sphere of the nation. They express moral horizon of the society either. And they always serve for the good of the humanity, and they also carry the moral meanings either. That was the last of my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nazokat. Temos os próximos? Ou... it seems like the second paper is not going to be delivered because the two speakers who are also speaking remotely are not present in the digital waiting room. So I assume now, Mr. President, is the time for diplomas? Yes. Well then... oh no, so after all, it seems like we are going to have a second paper. Good news. So, oh, and I didn't. I omit to ask for a bit of disorientation, but I hope there were not unresolved questions to be asked to the previous speaker. However, now that we have the second speaker in the house, let's move on. So. Our second paper of this afternoon is titled Uzbek Folk Proverbs as a Source of National Value and Moral Education in Strengthening Morality in Society. Its authors are both from Uzbekistan. They are Muniza Barombekova, and I'm sorry for if I'm mispronouncing, and Lalihon Muhamedyanova. The first speaker holds a master's degree in linguistics and is currently working as an English language teacher at Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies and teaches students specializing in tourism, international relations, and foreign language and literature. Her academic interests focus on linguistic, cultural, and ethical dimension of proverbs, particularly within English and Uzbek folk traditions. She has conducted research on the role of proverbs in moral education and cultural identity, with an emphasis on their practical application in modern teaching. Her recent work explores comparative features of Uzbek and English proverbs, highlighting their shared moral values and educational potential, something which I suppose, something which we can all applaud, given our association's emphasis on drawing cultures together and teaching languages through paremiological use. So, the second co-author, however, is also a teacher, but at the National University of Uzbekistan, and I have no further data to enlighten you with. So, without further ado, please let's move. No? Oh. What? Sorry, it's cool. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Well, so apparently, bad news again. It seems like we are not going to have a second paper because the lady, I thought it was a different lady, but it was the same lady, only the presentation was pre-recorded, so she looked different in because the internet quality was different and the scenario was different. My bad, so sorry. We're not going to have a second paper, which means it's diploma time. Please, everyone who spoke this afternoon, please come forward. Oh, debate. Sorry. No, I think we don't have time for... Sorry. No, don't do that. Well, it seems we're not going to have debate either, so papers, diplomas, please. Every speaker of this afternoon, all those who are present at least, and I'd hope... Maybe we should ring the bell to call the others, but... So, sorry for this, but... Come on. Okay, well, anyway. So, every speaker of this afternoon, and there's a few missing, I'd urge them, if they can hear me in the coffee room, come, we have diplomas to give. Sorry about this, but... Yeah, well, but we I think we have a few more, but anyway. Right, so, Rui. Okay. Well, then, Adriana, congratulations. I think you can deliver this to your co-author. Irina, congratulations. And the moderator, Boštjan is not here. Oh, please, the moderator for the last session. Isabel Damazu. Yes. Please, also a diploma. And so, not present, present online, not present. Peter Thomas, where is Peter? He's here somewhere, isn't he? Well, oh really, there, okay. Anyway, me, myself, and I. Okay, so, and not, where are you? Anyway, well, so congratulations to all those who are present. Congratulations even more effervescent to the ones who are not, because the congratulations have to cross the digital space. So I think we wish them a round of applause. Thank you so very much. I think, Rui, is there any announcement to make before? No? No announcements, we close for the day. Thank you so much to everybody. E o booklet. Olha, estes são os que não estão cá. Mas eu dei à Irina do co-autor dela. Fez mal ou não?
Não. Então ele não está cá.
Mas como ela vai estar com ele...